There was only a single candle that illuminated the room. The atmosphere in the living room was so silent that it was as if everything had frozen. A few seconds later, the suspected apothecary finally muttered, "Why don't you leave an address? That way, I can get something out of your body. He looks like he's cursing me, but he's actually persuading me otherwise." Klein pretended not to understand and said to Black Snake, "I don't have any chance of survival if I don't gamble. There'll be that sliver of hope if I gamble on it. I won't sit back and wait for death." Hearing this, Eye of Wisdom, who was about to say something, shut his mouth because he couldn't offer any other hope. "I really admire your character," Black Snake laughed. "I also admire you. In the past, I had quite a few friends who had such characters. Now, I visit their tombstones every year and place a bunch of flowers there." The suspected apothecary mused in a mocking but actually persuasive manner. He didn't care that Black Snake was a better fighter than he was. He said whatever he wanted to. Mr. Apothecary must have suffered because of his temper. Klein was secretly grateful. He handed the iron cigarette case containing the Hunter Beyonder characteristic to the attendant who brought it to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman counted out 400 pounds in cash from the suitcase beside him and got the attendant to pass it on to Black Snake. Black Snake casually took a glance and said, "I believe in Mr. Eye of Wisdom." He took out a small wooden box, bent down, and placed it on the ground. He pushed the box so that the object slid to Klein without going through the attendant. The moment Klein's fingers touched the surface of the box, he heard faint illusory sounds and immediately felt a strong sense of dizziness. For him, this wasn't something he couldn't handle. It wasn't even comparable to the illusory voices of Justice and company when they pray to him. After sitting up straight again, Klein carefully opened the wooden box and saw an ear inside. The ears looked real, except that the skin was dark and there were a few green areas where it had rotted. "How do I use it?" Klein asked. Black Snake casually replied, "Grasping it without gloves is the same as using it. Heh, you'd better go home and try it when you're alone." Klein didn't ask any further questions. He closed the box and put it into his pocket. He deliberately smiled bitterly and said, "This makes me dizzy." After a short moment of silence, the suspected apothecary suddenly shouted, "I want to buy Spring of the Elves marrow crystals. Who has it?" As his voice echoed in the air, no one answered. The apothecary smacked his lips and mumbled, "Seriously, there's no answer every time this is asked. Maybe you could book a cruise to Sonia Island." Eye of Wisdom quipped. The Spring of the Elves was also known as the Sonia Golden Springs, and one could tell from its name where it came from. The Spring of the Elves was a commonly seen liquid and was an object with rich spirituality. However, the marrow crystals were considered Beyonder ingredients and not easily purchasable. After that, there were a few failed transactions at the gathering. Eye of Wisdom clapped his hands and said, "Let's end it here today. According to the convention, we leave one by one, each separated by 3 minutes. Leaving one by one, each separated by 3 minutes. This is to prevent the gathering members from being tailed and robbed." When Klein received the signal from Eye of Wisdom, he stood up and, guided by the attendant, left the activity room and went to the door. He took off his hooded robe and handed it back to the attendant before following the path in his memories back to the back door of the Bravehearts bar. He then removed his iron mask and walked through the kitchen to see Caspers standing outside the card room, over the barking of dogs and clamoring of people. "I'm delighted that you could come back." The red-nosed elder heaved a sigh of relief, the nasty wounds on his face seemingly trembling. Klein leaned over and said in a low voice, "Are there such gatherings in the future? It seems like you didn't get what you wanted. Holy Lord of Storms, I don't think you should continue wasting your time." Caspers scanned this customer he felt worried for. "Maybe it'll take a few days. I don't know the details. Let's see if you can make it in time." Klein nodded and asked, "Is Merrick here? You're still trying to convince him?" "No, it will only anger him," Caspers warned him in a deep voice. "He's in the card room behind you." "No, I'm not going to convince him. I'm trying to stay as far away from him as possible so that his zombies won't go into mutiny." Klein touched Azek's copper whistle in his pocket. I understand. He left the Bravehearts bar at once, went to the one-bedroom apartment in Eastborough to relieve himself before returning to Minsk Street. Inside the card room, Marek had gone all in and confidently flipped open his cards. He had 3 kings and a pair of 9s, and the zombie opposite him had a pair of 6s and an 8. Suddenly, the zombie took the initiative to reveal its hidden cards. A pair of 6s. This round, it won with 4 6s. The pale Marek sat there blankly and immediately felt all the surrounding zombies coldly staring at him. A few minutes later, he staggered out the card room on shaky feet and almost collapsed at the door while his usual entourage of subordinates inside the room fell to the ground. "Don't let anyone in before dawn," Marek ordered in a hoarse voice as he looked at the stunned Caspers. He took out a white handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. The handkerchief was quickly dyed with a dark blue tint with some redness. After receiving Caspers's acknowledgement, Marek found a chair to sit and asked for a barrel of Southville beer. He stared blankly as he drank. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein followed his usual routine of washing up and returning to his room before he drew the curtains. After waiting for over 10 minutes and confirming that there were no specks of spirituality around, he started to summon himself. He responded to himself and brought the wooden box containing the black ear into the mysterious space above the gray fog. The illusory crimson stars didn't twinkle at all as Klein sat at the seat of honor of the long ancient table and opened the wooden box. This time he didn't hear any murmurs or feel dizzy. The boundless gray fog seemed to isolate all external sounds. Klein let out a sigh of relief. He was now much more confident with his impending attempt and much more confident about his own safety. With a thought, he blocked his own hearing and performed a few experiments to confirm the effects. "That's right." Klein nodded in satisfaction, reached out, and grabbed the black ear with signs of rot. He felt its coldness and slipperiness, but he didn't hear the voice of the great being that was described by Black Snake. "Completely isolated? This won't do. It's impossible to use it alone," Klein muttered to himself, puzzled as he thought of the methods he could use to stimulate an effect. After a dozen or so seconds, he conjured a pen and paper, intending to emulate the process he used to spy on the eternal blazing sun previously. "That time, I looked directly at the eternal blazing sun through the use of divine blood. This time, I'm only using the remains left behind by a listener, so it definitely isn't that dangerous." Klein wrote down a divination statement without any hesitation. The origin of this item. He took a breath, held the black ear, and leaned back as he recited the divination statement. After reciting it 7 times, his eyes darkened as he entered a deep slumber. In this blurry, shattered, and gray world, Klein saw a man struggling on the ground. He rolled, screamed, and his eyes bulged out. His body swelled like a balloon, and countless hairs on his body turned black and long. Soon after, an extremely evil and foul voice rang in Klein's ears, waking him up instantly. It was different from the ravings and howling that came from the mysterious space above the gray fog. This sound was more penetrating, more purposeful, and more active. Klein covered his ears and isolated any fallout, but the same voice echoed in his head. He saw his vessels and veins bulge out as if they had become thick, squirming, venomous snakes. Bang! His blood vessels burst, and his veins broke off from his body, spreading out into slippery tentacles filled with sinister patterns. The gray fog slightly swayed, making the giant's palace look like it was about to corrode. Unlike the incident with the eternal blazing sun, Klein still retained his sanity and didn't roll over on the ground. He gripped the handrail tightly and endured the pain. After a few seconds, the slightly swaying gray fog regained its calm, and the evil voice that echoed in Klein's mind completely died down. One tentacle after another fell to the ground, and his wounds began to rapidly heal. Interacting with deities is truly a dangerous matter, regardless of the method. Thankfully, I didn't face the true creator directly this time. If not, I'll have remnants of madness and signs of losing control and would affect my body in the real world. Klein weakly leaned back into his chair and silently mocked himself. This process was within his expectations, and it didn't go out of his control. The only thing that surprised him was that the true creator appeared to be slightly stronger than the eternal blazing sun. Just as Klein's thoughts were about to wander off, he saw the black ear in his palm suddenly crumbled, turning into tiny specks of black light. It has become a pure Beyonder characteristic? Amidst his confusion, he saw through the corner of his eyes that the sinister patterned tentacles were still twitching on the ground. They were the aspects of madness and loss of control that had been stripped from his body. These tentacles gradually turned transparent and were about to disappear. A flash of brilliance came to Klein's mind. He scattered the tiny black light specks in his palm at those slippery tentacles. An illusionary black gas rose up and turned into a sky that constantly streaked with lightning. The background was extremely dense and gloomy. All of this quickly disappeared from Klein's eyes. On the surface of the iron-black charm on the ground were many symbols, magic labels, sinister patterns, and twisted path numbers. Klein bent down and picked it up, with the feeling that what was sealed inside were howling maniacs. With the help of his divination techniques, he was able to barely decipher the use of this charm from its revelation. It was to let the opponent hear a terrifying roar, infecting them with madness. As for the final result, it depended on the target's ability to resist such attacks. If the target was strong, then they might benefit from it, but the price was becoming a devout believer of the true creator, and if he was weak, he would collapse on the spot, dying amidst tragic cries. I'll call it language of foulness. Klein muttered and set an incantation to activate it. Early Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally and prepared 2 slices of toast, a piece of butter, a serving of bacon, and a cup of coffee before leisurely reading a newspaper while having breakfast. With the terrifying language of foulness charm, he was much more at ease. He was no longer as tense as he was before. Klein finished flipping through the Backlund Bulletin, picked up the Tussock Times, and saw a news article on the second page. At 2 o'clock this morning, there was a fierce gunfight at Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. According to the police, it is suspected to be a clash between 2 gangs, one of which is the notorious Zmanger Gang. The Zmanger Gang, Red Brick Alley in the East Borough. A thought occurred to Klein as he left the dining table and found the map of Backlund. With just a glance, he noticed that Red Brick Alley wasn't far from Bacardi Street. Furthermore, Ian Wright had previously appeared at the telegraph office on Bacardi Street. Was Red Brick Alley where Ian Wright was hiding? Was the violent conflict between the military special department and the intelligence staff of the Intis Republic? I wonder what the result will be. Klein picked up the last of the bacon, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly. He had informed both sides about the divination the previous morning, and they had already locked onto Ian's location that very night, which implied quite a high level of efficiency. After taking a sip of coffee, Klein put down the newspaper and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he heard the tinkling of the doorbell. Who is it? Klein wiped his mouth with a napkin and headed for the door, puzzled. Could it be a new commission? For the past few days, I've been out and about because of the Intis ambassador. I wonder how many jobs and potential clients I've lost. It's such a waste of my advertising money. If this goes on, my finances will be stretched to the limit. Klein suddenly thought of something and opened the door. Standing outside were 2 ladies, one of them being Mrs. Sammer, who wore a dressing gown. She had intricate makeup on her face, making her look more beautiful than at home and nothing like she was in her 30s. The other lady wore a wide-brimmed hat with a black tartan veil and a darker, more fluffy dress. Detective Moriarty, I have a friend who needs your help. Stellan Sammer held onto her veiled hat, but there was no hint of a smile in her blue eyes. Please come in. Klein pointed to the living room, and while he was turning around, he took the opportunity to fasten the top button of his shirt and adjusted his black vest. Stellan nodded slightly and, without another word, led the black-veiled lady into the room. She knew the place very well, and without Klein's guidance, easily found the sofa and took her seat. Klein wanted to immediately start asking, but then thought about Stellan Sammer's style of doing things. So he asked with a smile, coffee or tea? In his eyes, Mrs. Sammer was a lady who pursued a high quality of life and tried to show her superiority all the time. There's no need. The other lady took off her hat. She had good features, but the combination was disappointing. In addition, her cheekbones were too high, and she looked older than her actual age. A little anger, a little sadness, a little hesitation, a little fear. Klein read the lady's emotions. It wasn't that he suddenly possessed the abilities of a spectator, but that the lady's actions were just too obvious. Yes, neither coffee nor tea can solve the problem. Stellan imitated a position found in magazines, trying her best to appear classy. This is Mrs. Mary Gale, a shareholder of Coim Company. What would you like to entrust me with, Mrs. Gale? Klein sat down on a single-seater, leaning forward slightly and resting his arms on his thighs. Don't call me Mrs. Gale. Just call me Mary. Mary Gale pursed her lips. I wish for you to tail my husband and confirm if he has a mistress. It's best if you can obtain material evidence. As a result of the Church of the Evernight Goddess's active push for years, the Lone Kingdom was more radical in its marriage laws than the other countries, such as Fasak, Intis, and Lenberg. It stipulated that those who committed adultery had to pay a financial price for it, which meant that the adulterer would be at an absolute disadvantage during the division of property. I've heard that at least 4 out of 10 of the other private detectives are investigating extramarital affairs. I didn't expect that I would receive such a job too, Klein said thoughtfully. Material evidence is not easy to obtain. I'll lend you the latest portable camera, Mary replied without any hesitation. As long as you have the evidence, I will pay you £10. If you only confirm that he has a mistress, you will only receive £3. You mean the so-called portable camera that's about 2/3 the size of my head? £10, this isn't a low price. Mr. Klein has been focusing on entrepreneurship and knew about the latest cameras. He hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, All right, but you have to provide me with detailed information about your husband and his regular activities. No problem. Mary paused for a second before gathering all her strength to say it. Thank you for your help. I hope you won't tell anyone else about this, Stellan reminded him. Hearing this, Klein immediately sighed. I'm a person who upholds confidentiality, and I often get into trouble for that. In the lobby of Count Wolf's house, men and women were dancing amid violin tunes. Audrey was carrying a glass of pale gold champagne when she, accidentally, bumped into the Intis Republic ambassador to Lone, Bakerland Jean Mudden. You're the most beautiful young lady I've ever met. Bakerland, with his thin face and slight stubble, pecked Audrey's white-gauzed glove with a kiss according to propriety customs. His eyes looked passionate and bold. Audrey rolled her eyes and said with a chuckle, Is this the way people from Intis talk? Yes, we are never stingy with praise for beautiful things. Bakerland chuckled. If it wasn't for the style of the Lone Kingdom, I might have called you my angel. Old pervert. Audrey maintained her graceful smile and said, The people of Lone and Intis are indeed different. Heh, that makes me think of a joke. Please allow me to be presumptuous. Bakerland squinted his eyes and said, After a good time with a beautiful girl, most Lone men would say, Oh dear, I'd like a cigarette, but most Intis men would say. He deliberately paused, and Audrey tilted her head, trying her best to keep her nausea in check while looking puzzled. What would they say? Most of the Intis men would say, Oh baby, I have to return now and can't be discovered by my wife. Bakerland raised his glass and laughed. People who can laugh at themselves always have an additional charm to them. Audrey smiled politely. Her beautiful, clear, dark green eyes suddenly turned to look behind Ambassador Bakerland. I'm sorry, a friend is looking for me. It's a pleasure talking to you. Bakerland bowed and moved aside. Audrey moved forward gracefully and didn't look back again. Just as she was considering who she should find as the object of her excuse, a young gentleman approached her and, lowering his voice, warned her, Audrey, don't be fooled by that Ambassador Bakerland. He's a dirty old man. I don't know how many women he's tricked into bed. Bakerland is lustful? This is in line with my observations. This is a weakness. Audrey smiled without hiding her disgust. Cance, do you have a misconception about me? Goddess, how could I be bewitched by that Ambassador Bakerland? His cologne makes me want to vomit. His words are so foul, and his taste is like a male peacock. Cance was Viscount Learson's youngest son, and their family was on fairly good terms with the Hall family. According to Audrey, Cance had entered MI9 after graduating from Tingen University and had become quite enigmatic. Her original plan had been to have a chat with Ambassador Bakerland and observe him up close before using the pretext of exasperation to get more information from Cance and his other friends from the intelligence community to learn more about him. To her surprise, she didn't need to seek out Cance Learson since he came over and started the corresponding conversation on his own accord. Your feelings are correct. Cance gave a sincere smile. He surveyed his surroundings and whispered, Besides, Bakerland is a very dangerous fellow. How dangerous? Audrey asked curiously. Have you heard of Beyonders? I know that you've always been interested in such matters, Cance said with some deliberation. Audrey gently nodded. I know quite a bit, most of it being told to me by Glaint. Cance took a glance at Bakerland, who was chatting with an affluent lady, and said with a serious expression, He's Intis's intelligence head in our kingdom. He's done numerous atrocities, but we haven't been able to gather any evidence of his crimes. He's a Sequence 6, a conspiracist. He didn't go into details with an outsider like Audrey, nor did he mention that conspiracist was part of the Hunter pathway. However, Audrey was already aware of this. She feigned naivety and sighed. He's really amazing. He has an assistant in the shadows, one that has perhaps reached Sequence 5. In addition to that, all of the Intis intelligence agents in the kingdom are under his management. Many of them are Beyonders. Unfortunately, we only know a few of them. Cance added in passing. Don't be too happy if Bakerland praises you either. It's not what he truly thinks. He just wants to use this opportunity to gather more information. I don't like what you're saying. Audrey looked up at the ornate chandelier and thought for a few seconds. Is Bakerland very smart? You haven't managed to get any incriminating evidence. He truly is good at scheming, but he also has a lot of problems. He likes to chase after women and loves the feeling of romance. He takes risks and is quite radical. If it wasn't for his identity as an ambassador preventing us from taking action easily, he would have been captured long ago. Cance stroked his chin and said, However, he'll be replaced very soon. Very soon. Why? Audrey asked in surprise. My dear beautiful lady, this isn't something you should know. Cance adhered to the principle of confidentiality. When the ball was almost over, Audrey, who had gathered quite a bit of information, found Viscount Glaint and asked him to help her contact Zio and Furs. Wednesday morning, across from the coin company, in the Sherwood Borough. Klein was sitting on a wooden bench outside the Gardley department store, clutching a paper bag containing the most famous Cindy Desi pie in the area with one hand, and holding a cup of iced tea in the other. Beside him, a tramp was curled up on the other side of the bench, sleeping. 10 minutes later, the mall security guard woke him up and shooed him away. Klein wore gold-rimmed spectacles which didn't provide for any vision correction and a silk half-top hat. He didn't look much different from most of the gentlemen around him. He idly looked across the street at the coin company, lifted his right hand, and took a large bite of the Cindy Desi pie. He felt the rich aroma gush out and fill his oral cavity. The reason why this pie from Desi Bay stood out amongst the southern pies was that it used a lot of oil and fat, but the meat was chopped into very tiny bits. With the fat and lean meat mixed together, it didn't feel too heavy. The rich, meaty juice seeped into the outer crust, neutralizing the dryness and made up for its shortcomings. The wheat fragrance was clearly brought out, and the small pieces of crushed apples were used to stimulate appetite with a slightly sour and sweet taste while neutralizing the oily taste. It's okay. Although the weather isn't good and the pollution is terrible, Bakerland is far superior to Tingen in many other aspects. Foods of all styles can be found everywhere. There are all kinds of operas and plays available. They can be enjoyed as long as one isn't afraid to spend money. Although I might not necessarily eat or partake in such entertainment, I have these options at the very least. This is the advantage of a big city. Klein raised his sweet iced tea and took a sip. He never took his eyes off the coin company's entrance. For that £10, he had been sitting there since 8 in the morning. Even his breakfast was bought on the way there. Of course, for most private detectives, a commission of £10 was an absolutely enviable business, equivalent to about 3 weeks' salary for a member of the middle class. According to the information provided by Mary Gale, her husband was currently the first manager of Coin Company and was Luke Sammer's superior. However, their shares in the Coin Company came from Mary's father, and Mary had inherited it. One of the immediate reasons she suspected her husband of having a mistress was that an employee in the company had divulged to her that Darago Gale would leave the office on Wednesday and Friday mornings alone, and only return in the afternoon. In addition, he would leave work early for 2 days a week, and Mary had never seen her husband return home before 7. After breakfast, Klein waited another hour plus before seeing his target walk out of Coim. He was wearing a black top hat, a double-breasted tweed coat, and a standard bow tie. He was slightly fat, with yellowish temples, slightly brownish eyes, and a slightly long face. Darago Gale. He silently recited his target's name, stood up, picked up his cane and his heavy portable camera, and crossed the road. Instead of getting his carriage driver to pick him up, he stood by the side of the road and looked around for a rental carriage. Klein took the opportunity to cross the road and arrive beside him. Pretending to be careless, he bumped into his target. "Sorry, I'm quite lost." Klein bowed his head in apology. Darago frowned, but remained silent, waving his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. Klein bent down, bowed, and walked to the end of the street. He didn't run into Darago in order to steal his belongings and use the dowsing method to easily track him. That would have been easily noticeable. Instead, Klein had only done one thing when he collided with Darago. With the help of his agility as a clown, he had secretly slipped a spare button of his into one of the pockets of Darago's double-breasted coat. Going around a corner, he stopped and looked back just in time to see Darago board a rental carriage. Klein was in no hurry to tail him. He waited patiently for a few minutes before slowly getting into another horse carriage and said to the carriage driver, "Just go according to my instructions. Head to the end of the street first." "All right." The driver didn't ask why. Inside the carriage, Klein leaned his cane and began performing a divination. However, his divination statement wasn't directed at Darago Gale. Instead, it became, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." The dowsing rod seeking was originally the most practical technique to find objects. Only seers were able to use it to seek people. Now, Klein was using it in its original form. The easiest and most convenient items to find were those that belonged to himself. Along the way, Klein kept getting the carriage driver to change directions until they finally arrived at a street house in the Hillston borough. When they first circled it, Klein noticed that there were gardens and lawns behind the house, which was different from the other houses. His dowsing method told him that Darago Gale was inside that house. After paying the 2 soldi fare, Klein walked to the door with marble statues outside. He saw 2 men in black and white plaid uniforms that resembled the police uniform. "I don't know you. Where's your proof of membership?" One of them, a brown-skinned man of Southern Continent blood, stopped Klein. "Proof of membership?" Klein hid his heavy camera behind him and asked with a slight frown. The brown-skinned man immediately turned stern. "This is the Quelag Club. Only our members and up to one of their guests can enter." Klein tersely acknowledged. "Then how can I join your club?" "You can only join after receiving a recommendation from 2 members. The brown-skinned man didn't brutally chase him away, but patiently answered the question. He couldn't guarantee that Klein would end up joining the club eventually. "All right." Klein pursed his lips and decided to put Plan B into motion. He found a hotel near the Quelag Club and got a short-stay room for 4 hours. Then he locked the door behind him, drew the curtains, and entered the space above the gray fog. He conjured a yellowish-brown goatskin and a fountain pen in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Klein wrote the exact same divination sentence as before, "The whereabouts of the spare button of my clothes." This time, he didn't use the dowsing method, but a dream divination. The reason why he didn't do it in the real world was because Klein felt that the Quelag Club seemed to be quite a high-end club, and he suspected that there might be some powerful beyonders inside. In order to not waste time, he decided to get it done once and for all. In the gray dreamy world, Klein was the first to see Daragu's black coat, which was hung on a coat rack. On the carpet in front of it was a round table. The scene zoomed out, and the sight of a romping man and woman entered Klein's eye. The man was Daragu Gale. The woman had shimmering blonde hair who looked rather young. She was in her early 20s at most. The pained expression with her knitted brows does look rather coquettish. Why am I always seeing scenes such as this? Klein covered his eyes and woke up. The fact that Daragu has a mistress is confirmed. How do I get material evidence? By responding to my prayers. But this is limited to what I can obtain with my own body. I can only do it through sketching and not through the camera. I can't possibly draw a picture with my bare hands. Can I? It looks like today won't do. I'll tail that girl and find out her address and name later. I refuse to believe that they'll be inside the Quelag Club every time they meet. Detective Klein quickly came up with his next course of action. Just as he was about to leave the mysterious space above the gray fog, he suddenly thought of something. He decided to take the opportunity to divine if the iron-black threadworm which had infiltrated his room was under the control of a beyonder of the seer pathway. He didn't do so before because he felt that the relevant information was too scarce, and it was difficult to create something out of nothing which would result in a failed divination. It would have been the same if he was above the gray fog. Furthermore, he had various matters to divine the few times he came above the gray fog previously, and he didn't have the capacity to bother with such a question. Now that he was free, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to do the divination. As for the question of whether it was risky to contact Azek, he had already long divined it. The answer was that it was risky, and not something trivial, so he could only use it as his last resort. After writing the corresponding divination statement, Klein removed the silver chain from his sleeve and allowed the topaz pendant to hang over the paper. The iron-black threadworm that sneaked into my room was controlled by a beyonder from the seer pathway. After repeating it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum was spinning clockwise, with great amplitude and frequency. Positive. The answer is positive. Shouldn't it have failed? Klein didn't expect to obtain such an answer. According to his seer instincts, such a divination was likely to fail. Why? He frowned and thought for a while before deciding to switch to a different method of divination and target. He wanted to directly divine the controller using dream divination. This time, Klein saw nothing in his dream, and couldn't get the corresponding revelation about the seer pathway beyonder. That's more like it. He muttered and thought back to the prior divination and fell into deep thought. They should have been a lack of conditions and result in a failed divination just like the one that followed. Could it be that this mysterious space had filled in the necessary conditions? Does it contain something of the seer pathway? Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a bold idea. Perhaps the mysterious space above the gray fog had something to do with the path of the seer pathway. Klein lightly rapped the edge of the ancient table. Despite thinking about it, he couldn't find any other evidence. He could only temporarily put this matter on hold and prepare for his return to the real world. Regardless, I've confirmed at least one thing. The mid-sequence beyonder beside the ambassador is from the seer pathway, and whether he's a member of the seer doesn't matter. This might be my chance of obtaining the sequence 7 and even the sequence 6 potion formula. Klein extended his spirituality and wrapped it around him before plunging into the gray fog. Meanwhile, in Viscount Glaint's study, Audrey let the master of the study guard the door while she looked at Zio and Furs. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "I need your help with a mission." "What mission?" Zio's eyes lit up as if she could smell the ink on the bills. Audrey gave her a polite smile. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Muddun." "What?" Furs touched her earlobes, wondering if she had heard wrongly. The beautiful, naive, curious, and scatterbrained Miss Audrey actually assigned an assassination mission? Furthermore, the target is the ambassador of Intis, a powerful country in the northern continent. Zio was slow on the uptake as she hesitantly said, "Our strength isn't enough to complete this mission." The first thing she considered was the difficulty of the mission. Audrey ignored her question and allowed her to imagine the reason. She said, with faint dimples showing, "I'm not asking you to take the job. I just wish for you to find a Beyonder with the strength to complete it. For example, Mr. A, I'll pay you 4,000 gold pounds for this. Of course, this is only my initial offer. The details are negotiable. If it eventually succeeds, I'll pay you 500 pounds. Even if the mission ends up failing, you will receive 200 pounds due to the risk you have taken." Her uninvested annuity and the rest of the bounty was around 13,000 pounds. However, any large utilization of it would certainly attract the attention of Count Hall, and even the Varvat Bank would investigate. She had calculated that 5,000 pounds was the tipping point, and it was best not to exceed it. For 1,000 gold pounds, Zio heard her own heavy breathing, but she quickly became depressed, knowing full well that she wouldn't be able to complete the mission herself. Just 500 pounds to seek out other Beyonders in our names while maintaining it a secret. Miss Audrey is the most generous and beautiful lady I've ever seen. Zio quickly returned to reality. While feeling enticed, Furz's mind was filled with questions. Why would Miss Audrey delegate such a mission? Is there some internal strife among nobles? Is this the precursor to inciting a war? Is Count Hall representing some important figure in a bid to make the situation turn chaotic? The duo quickly contacted Mr. A using a previously agreed-upon channel. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when the rare sunlight shined through the fog and lit up the whole of Backland, they arrived at the house where they had previously participated in gatherings. There, they saw Mr. A sitting with his legs up and his hood over his head, but he gave off a condescending air. "You said that you have something important to talk to me about?" Mr. A's eyes moved back and forth between the two ladies. "I heard that some female Beyonders would use their bodies to trade for potion ingredients with Mr. A. He's really a disgusting pervert." Furz curled her lips and said, "There's a large transaction. I wonder if you're interested in it?" Mr. A scanned Zio's face and chuckled. "Tell me. Let's see what this large transaction is." Holding back the urge to draw her triangular blade, Zio answered with the tone of a tribunal. "Assassinate the Intis ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudun." Mr. A fell silent, but since his expression was obscured by the shadow of his hood, Zio and Furz couldn't guess what he was thinking. After a while, he slowly leaned back and said with a deep voice, "So, what's the reward?" "4,000 pounds. In addition, we will provide the relevant information such as Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter pathway, or that his weakness is lust." Zio tried her best to make Mr. A believe that there was hope in completing the mission. Mr. A chuckled and said, "I can accept this mission, but the reward must be raised. The first choice, the potion formulas to Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, or Manipulator. Of course, their price is higher than this mission. There's no need for the complete formula. A partial formula will suffice. The second choice, 10,000 gold pounds. This is the bounty of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Bakerland's strength definitely isn't as strong as he is, but he has powerful aides. Besides, believe me, he definitely has mystical objects on him. A reasonable price, but that's also an exaggerated price." Zio and Furz looked at each other and said, "We shall return and discuss it. At this time tomorrow we'll give you our answer." "Sure." Mr. A made a gesture of farewell. After being led out by an attendant, Furz murmured in puzzlement, "Those are high-sequence Beyonder formulas? Frankly speaking, I find it strange. I thought Mr. A would only want formulas or potion ingredients. Money shouldn't be a necessity for him." Zio turned to look at her friend. "Furz, you really are a naive clinical doctor and author. You must know that Mr. A has many subordinates. They need a house to sleep in, stomachs to fill, clothes to buy, and the need to vent their desires. All of this has to be bought using money. Besides, to some nobles who have declined, What wouldn't they sell if there are gold pounds to be made? Without his men, Mr. A would be just as scary, but he will be rather lacking in intelligence. That's what all the small gangs in the East Borough know. First frowned and said, Zio, you're not that stupid after all. In the evening, the two of them met the familiar large golden retriever at a predetermined location and passed Mr. A's reply to Audrey. When Audrey finished reading the note, not only did she not feel stumped, she even let out a long sigh of relief. It was simply wonderful for her that she could finish the ambassador with just 10,000 gold pounds. For the time being, I can only use 5,000 pounds. I'll still have to pay Zio and first 500 pounds. Well, first of all, I'll borrow 6,000 pounds, no 8,000 pounds. I can't expose any problems with my daily expenses. Then, I'll pay him back over 4 to 5 months, with interest of 1,000 pounds. Before the new year, I will be quite poor, having only 1,000 pounds to use a month. Audrey quickly made her decision. Then she burned the original slip of paper and wrote on a new piece of paper. The second option. An advance of 2,000 pounds and the remaining 8,000 pounds will be paid after the mission is completed. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein saw Mary Gale again at tea time. He had initiated the meeting through Mrs. Stellan Sammer. Madam Mary, I found out that your husband went to the Quelag Club while tailing him. However, I wasn't able to enter because I'm not a member of the club. Even so, according to my observations, about half an hour after your husband left, only one young lady came out. Her name is Erica Taylor, who lives at 126 New Year Street, Hillston Borough. She used to work at Coim for a period of time and is currently unemployed. I took a picture of her leaving the Quelag Club. She's unemployed. Yet, she can live in Hillston Borough? Stellan sneered. Mary wore a gloomy expression as she remained silent for a few seconds. You have to obtain material evidence of them being intimate. Oh, the Quelag Club, right? I'll get 2 members to nominate you as a member. But you must fill in your particulars as famous detective. I can't get people to bring you in because it might not mesh well with the schedules of others. All right. Klein hesitated, but still asked, who will pay the club fees? I will be responsible for the initial fees. This is in return for your efficiency. If you wish to remain in the club, you will have to pay the annual fee of about 15 pounds yourself. There seemed to be a fire burning in Mary's eyes. The fee is 15 pounds a year, and the initiation fee is at least 50 pounds. A high-end club. Madam Mary, you sure are generous. Klein immediately nodded. I will provide you with the evidence as soon as possible. After dinner, Klein went out again and continued to the Bravehearts bar in the Backland Bridge area. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he wanted to show his helplessness in front of the military special department and the police who were observing him in secret. He wanted to appear as though he was trying every method to save himself. Second, he also wanted to deceive the mid-sequence Beyonder from the seer pathway under the ambassador's command. In matters involving the Grey Fog, Klein believed that the gentleman or lady would never be able to succeed in a divination, including his own resurrection and past events, as well as how he had successfully created the language of foulness charm through the help of the true creator. This is definitely a powerful item that can affect my opponent. Klein had to maintain his act of feeling unsafe and his act of madly grasping at all kinds of straw to mislead his opponent in order to increase his chances of victory. Under the dark night, Klein entered the bar. Before he could get a beer, he saw Caspers, the old man with the brandy nose, standing in front of the rat-baiting ring with his arms crossed. Perfect timing. Merrick is looking for you. Casper spotted Klein and limped over. Merrick is looking for me? Klein asked in shock. Instinctively, he touched the Azek's copper whistle in his pocket and considered what excuse he could use to politely decline the meeting. Or could it be that wrapping the copper whistle with one's spirituality wouldn't cause any zombie-like phenomenon? It wasn't like Mr. Azek hadn't been to the cemetery before, nor had any corpses attacked him. Klein tensed up. Before he could come up with an excuse, he saw Merrick, his face pale and his eyes filled with malice, walking over. He wasn't surrounded by any zombies. Where are his zombies? Klein thought with a mixture of puzzlement and relief. Merrick pointed to the card room and walked over there first. Klein looked into the distance and followed him since there were no zombies. "What's the matter?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Merrick, in a black vest and white shirt, sat on the card table and stared into Klein's eyes. "Does that job of yours still stand?" "Huh." Klein wasn't able to react in time. "I have a friend who is short on money and is willing to accept this commission. She's stronger than me and should be able to protect you. However, she can only protect you for 3 days. The price is £1,000, Merrick said in a low, slurred voice. "Why is a Beyonder willing to accept the commission only after I acquired the language of foulness? However, this is good as well. This will be able to confuse the ambassador's Beyonder. After he painstakingly defeats Merrick's friend, my chances of success will become extremely high. The only problem is determining if Merrick's friend is trustworthy. I'll go above the gray fog to divine it." Klein pondered for a moment and said, "Give me time to consider it and save up the necessary funds. It's not a small sum. Also, it's best if the person protecting me is hidden. It must be confidential. As for the 3 days of protection, that is up to me. It's definitely within these 2 weeks. Of course, the seer would definitely be aware of it." Klein silently added. As for money, he had already considered it from the beginning. If selling Massalt's Beyonder characteristic wasn't enough, he would ask Miss Justice for money. After all, he had made the preparations. Roselle's diary still had a lot of knowledge that could be sold. Of course, if the price was simply unacceptable, he could forego it. Now, although Massalt's Beyonder characteristic had become the language of foulness charm, I still have Miss Justice. She still owes me the money needed for Sequence 8 Light Suppliant as well as the intelligence regarding the secret order. Combining those together, £1,000 would be enough. Back home at 15 Minsk Street, Klein was in no hurry to head above the gray fog to perform a divination. Instead, he acted as though nothing had happened. In the process, he heard an illusory prayer and vaguely recognized it as a woman's voice. After experiencing the ravaging murmurs of the true creator, my ability in this aspect has apparently improved a little. Klein turned the newspaper while engrossed in thought and settled himself on the reclining chair in a motionless half-slumped state. He waited until the clock nearly struck 10, before putting down what he was doing and went to the bathroom on the second floor to clean himself up. Entering the bedroom and pulling the curtains shut, Klein went above the gray fog. He saw that the crimson star symbolizing justice was constantly expanding and contracting, and it was also echoing with prayers. Klein spread out his spirituality and made contact. Dressed in a white silk nightgown, Miss Justice appeared in front of him. Her figure was still blurry, as if she was in bed. After reciting his honorable name, Audrey cut to the chase. Ambassador Bakerland is a Sequence 6 conspiracist of the Hunter pathway. He's suspected to have a Sequence 5 assistant. After I obtained detailed information, I got someone to inquire Mr. A. He has agreed to accept the assassination mission, but the conditions are 10,000 gold pounds or any of the potion formulas of Unshadowed, Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, and Manipulator. They do not need to be complete. A portion of the formula would suffice. I chose the former and paid an advance of £2,000. Honorable Mr. Fool, was my decision correct? 10,000 gold pounds. The corner of Klein's lips twitched as he forced himself to focus on the matter. The Sequence 5 assistant should be that seer pathway infiltrator? The first thing that should be done is to overestimate the enemy. Would Mr. A have the ability to do it? Would he neglect the job after taking the money? Cataclysmic Inter, Prophet, Manipulator, and Unshadowed are likely Sequence 4s. That is the threshold of a high Sequence Beyonder. It is very likely that Mr. A is one of the 22 oracles of the Aurora Order. To be stationed in the City of Cities, Backland, means that he's second only to the 5 saints of the Aurora Order's upper echelons. He must be the cream of the crop among the oracles. The Aurora Order wields the secret suppliant pathway, which is the direct route to the true creator. As an oracle, he has a high probability of being a Beyonder of this sequence chain. Based on Backlund's position, it can be inferred that he's at sequencer's 5, Shepherd. Of course, he could also be a Rose Bishop that's one sequence lower, but that would mean that he's more outstanding in other aspects, such as his intelligence. I have to remind Miss Justice that she shouldn't have too many interactions with Mr. A. The Beyonders of the secret suppliant sequence are either already lunatics exhibiting abnormalities or lunatics who have hidden their insanity well, almost without exception. Sequence 8 listeners in this sequence pathway often hear the voice of the true creator. Yes, only a lunatic would be bold enough to accept the mission of assassinating an Intis ambassador and have the courage to complete it. I have here a portion of the unshadowed potion formula, as well as the corresponding ritual needed for the advancement. This can save Miss Justice 10,000 gold pounds. Why would Mr. A only need the formulas of unshadowed, cataclysmic interrer, prophet, and manipulator? Are these paths that can be swapped at high sequences of the secret suppliant pathway? That's a bit too much. That makes it 5 in total. Unshadowed is from the Eternal Blazing Sunday. Cataclysmic Interrer sounds like it's from the Lord of Storms or maybe the Evernight Goddess. I previously determined that the Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom have pathways that are relatively similar. Therefore, they view each other with animosity. From the looks of it, Cataclysmic Interrer belongs to the Lord of Storms and is sequence 4 of the Sailor sequence. Prophet is likely from the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Then which pathway does Manipulator belong to? It'll be interesting if they can all be exchanged with the sequence corresponding to the true creator. Yes, I cannot give the unshadowed formula to Mr. A. Not even a portion. The Aurora Order members are all lunatics who are always looking for opportunities to take revenge on the world to the detriment of public safety. Items of strategic importance must not be traded with them. This isn't just a question of the bottom line, it also involves my own safety. Once the time is ripe, those lunatics from the Aurora Order might very well sacrifice the entire city. Let Miss Justice spend the 10,000 pounds then. Part of it includes the payment she would like to give to my adorer. The rest can be made up to her with the knowledge I already know. Klein reached out and pinched his cheek. He didn't reply to Justice immediately. Instead, he conjured a pen and paper, ready to make a divination. Klein had no idea who Merrick's friend was. He could only tell from the pronoun she that the person was a woman. Failure was inevitable if he wanted to directly divine the reliability of the person in question. However, Klein could make an indirect divination regarding his own safety, which would have a much higher success rate. As for whether he would suffer an interference or how accurate the outcome would be, he wasn't worried at all thanks to the gray fog's shielding. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, Klein wrote, "It's risky for me to hire Merrick's friend to be my bodyguard for 3 days. Putting the pen away, he removed his spirit pendulum, focused his mind, and quickly performed the divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the topaz pendant was rotating clockwise. However, the amplitude was very small and its speed was very slow. There's a certain risk, but it's quite low. Reliable." Klein nodded slightly and changed to divine about Mr. A. Similarly, he had no direct contact with Mr. A, and all he knew was based on descriptions and inference. It was difficult to find out whether or not he was capable enough or willing to keep his promise. All he could do was make an indirect divination. As an excellent seer, Klein quickly determined the direction, and that was to divine Ambassador Bakerland. This ambassador had relatively more connections with him, and the information he had about him was even more detailed. Klein knew very well what the other party was involved in, and as a divination target, there were no problems. After some thought, Klein wrote, "Bakerland Jean Mudun will have his life threatened by Mr. A. To prevent it from failing, he tried his best to make the words vague in this low-confidence divination and didn't require a definite answer. This time, Klein saw that the spirit pendulum was still rotating clockwise, but it had become faster and the amplitude had increased. It means that Mr. A will attempt to complete the mission, and that there's a good chance of success." Klein slowly exhaled and began to respond to Miss Justice's prayer. "Sure. There's no problems with your decision. You absolutely must not show yourself when entrusting this mission. My adorer wishes for £1,000 for his activities. It will be done in the same way as before, and it would be best if it can be completed by tomorrow. This will be payment for the light suppliant formula. You do not need to seek out news regarding the secret order any further. However, if you obtain any relevant information, I will do a trade with you. After learning that the infiltrator was a beyonder in the seer pathway, Klein's need for information about the secret order became less urgent. He had originally wanted to ask for more than £1,000, but in consideration of how Miss Justice had to pay £10,000 to assassinate the ambassador, it was likely that her finances would be stretched to the limit. Therefore, he only asked for the minimum. After doing all of this, Klein didn't linger and immediately returned to the real world. Audrey was holding a music score and humming a melody. The red moon was faintly discernible outside the window. Suddenly, a thick gray fog appeared in front of her. A figure seated on an ancient chair looked down at her and spoke in a low voice. Audrey let out a breath of relief after hearing Mr. Fool's response. She was no longer as nervous as she was. £1,000. My debt to Mr. Fool is close to being paid off. I feel so much more relaxed suddenly. Audrey rested the music score against her chest and thought with her dimples showing. Although she only had £1,000 to spend for quite a considerable period of time in the coming days, being put in a tight financial situation, all she needed to do was grit her teeth, and squeezing out £1,000 wouldn't be a problem. I'll borrow more from Glaint and drag it out with more installments. Audrey had quite a good education in finances. After all, her father was a powerful banker behind the scenes. At noon on Thursday, Klein heard another illusory prayer. He then confirmed that Miss Justice had deposited the money into his anonymous account. The bank reconciliation and liquidation done in Backland could be completed on the same day, meaning that from Friday, Klein would be able to withdraw the cash from any Backland bank branch in the city. After lunch, Klein once again saw Mary Gale. She led him outside the Quelag Club, where the two members were waiting. One was a well-known surgeon, Aaron Series, and the other was the aristocratic equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont. After greeting each other, the lanky and somewhat aloof doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the club first, leaving the equestrian teacher, Talum, who had short brown curly hair, to converse with Klein amidst smiles. If it wasn't for Mary mentioning you, I wouldn't have known that Backland has had an additional outstanding detective join its ranks. If there's anything I need to do in the future, I'll look for you. Then, let me thank you in advance. Klein smiled in response. According to Mary's introduction on the carriage, he learned that Talum was originally of noble blood. His grandfather had a noble title of Viscount, but it was a pity that his grandfather had squandered all his wealth. His father had nearly 10 brothers and more than 6 sisters, and as nobles whose titles were determined by the amount of land they possessed, once the amount of land went beneath a particular standard, the hereditary nobility title would be reduced. However, that also depended on the king's mood. Talum was unlike the other children of nobility, who could obtain a considerable sum of money when they reached adulthood. And due to his grandfather's reputation, he had no means of entering the government as an employee, or to be a butler of another noble family. Therefore, he could only play to his advantages and became an equestrian teacher for many nobles. His income was quite sizable, with about £400 a year. Divorce really leads to poverty. It was unknown if Talum was hinting at Mary Gale's situation, or if he was reminded of his grandfather, who seemed to be more of Intis ancestry. Unable to engage in the conversation, Klein followed him into the Quelag Club, where he saw a large, brightly lit hall. Aaron and Talum left the Quelag Club after they separately completed the nomination form. It wasn't a weekend. The former had 2 more operations in the afternoon, and the latter had to teach Viscount Conrad's youngest son horse riding. The teenager needed to ensure that he didn't embarrass himself during the Backland social events in the second half of the year. Klein watched the manservant dressed in a red vest and a maid in a beautiful dress come and go a few times before finally delivering him his own proof of membership and a badge with the symbol of the Frost constellation engraved on it. An entry fee of £50. There are still 3.5 months left this year, with an annual fee of £4 a year. The manservant in the red vest pushed the two objects to Klein. Klein took out the £57 which Mary Gale had given him and handed him £54. The amount beyond the entry fee and annual fee was Mary's first payment. She was very pleased with how quickly Klein obtained information on Darago Gale's mistress, as well as her photo. £50 membership. Madam Mary is such a generous lady. While Klein watched the manservant and the maid verify the money and confirm the exact amount, he recalled Stellan Sammer's private introduction. Mary's father was a co-founder of the coin company and had a 20% stake. It was originally just a small company that barely made money, but as Backlund's pollution worsened and the demand for anthracite and charcoal increased, the company rapidly expanded to become one of the top 10 companies in the capital's industry. As such, Mary's net worth skyrocketed. The only problem was that when she was married to Darago Gale, the company was still quite an unknown company. Her father hadn't paid much attention to using the shares as her dowry and didn't proceed with any protection of estate gifting, and had instead used the more popular willing of gifts. The former referred to the dowry as an independent and separate estate of the woman and not subjected to her husband's control. Even the right of use depended on the woman, while the latter assigned the dowry's ownership to the entire family. However, the husband had to immediately make a valid will to promise that if he passed away before his partner, the split of the estate would be 2 to 4 times the rights and interests of the dowry received. After which, the rest would proceed according to the normal inheritance laws which could effectively guarantee the livelihood of the widow. If Mary initiated a divorce before she could get evidence of Darago's adultery, the coin company shares would be divided equally between both parties. Klein remembered Stellan saying enviously, "The current value of those shares is currently close to 20,000 gold pounds. Adding the other property in their name, Mary is a truly wealthy lady. Once she's divorced, she will definitely become the target of many men in Backlund, including some nobles. That's only enough money for Miss Justice to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland twice." Klein suddenly thought about that when he saw the red-vested manservant and the good-looking maid bow at him. "Mr. Moriarty, welcome to the Quelag Club." Upon hearing this, Klein picked up the proof of membership and the frost badge. The former was made of elastic paper which looked like a card with Klein's name and his membership start date on it. After applying an imprint of his index finger, the proof of membership was officially ready for use. The latter was the Quelag Club's distinctive badge, named for its founding in early November, which corresponded to the month of the Frost constellation. The symbol and the number 192 were printed on the front, followed by Sherlock Moriarty, imprinted on the back. "The club now has 192 members?" Klein asked casually. "Yes. Our club doesn't accept people without a recommendation." The red-vested manservant beamed and introduced. "On the first floor, there's a buffet cafeteria, bar, library, squash room, conference room, and card room. You can use them all for free. The food and wine are free for your sampling as well. There are 16 lounge rooms and 2 small conference rooms on the second floor. They are also free, and can be used as long as they aren't occupied." The good-looking maid pointed to the rear and said, "There are 2 tennis courts on the lawn, totally free of charge. There are 2 shooting ranges underground, and you only need to pay the corresponding rental fee of the equipment. If you aren't satisfied with the simple buffet, you can order a la carte. We have an exclusive chef, and you just need to pay for the ingredients. Board, lodging, and entertainment are all provided for, as expected of a high-end club." Klein sincerely thanked Mrs. Mary. He smiled warmly and said, "Send someone to show me around so that I can familiarize myself with the environment. Afterward, give me a lounge to take an afternoon nap." "All right." The red manservant made an inviting gesture. After familiarizing himself with the Quelag Club's environment, Klein entered a lounge and carefully studied the layout of the place. He discovered it was similar to a hotel room of the later generation. It was said to be decorated in the Inta style. "I have to consider how to obtain evidence of Darago's affair tomorrow. It's simply impossible to hide the flash of the camera. In other words, I only have one shot at taking a picture, and if I do that, I'll definitely be kicked out of the club. I have to think of a safe way, I'll read through the papers later and try to determine the progress regarding Ian's case through the news. From there, I can determine which 3 days I should be guarded. Klein paced back and forth, lost in thought. At that moment, his heart suddenly palpitated as he tensed up. Is this the premonition of a clown? However, there are no scenes in my mind. Klein felt the air around him turn still like it was the calm before the storm. Soon, this feeling disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Could it be that danger is approaching? But nothing like this happened when I was attacked by Mussault. Puzzled, Klein pulled out a coin and divined if he would be attacked in the next few days. The answer was negative. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein drew the curtains and pretended to take an afternoon nap. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He sat down and pondered for a long time before muttering to himself, "I will be in grave danger in the next few days." After repeating the statement, he flicked the coin again and saw the copper-colored object tumble down and land in his open palm. This time, the portrait of the king was facing up. It meant a positive result. My reaction just now really was an omen that danger is coming. Klein narrowed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. He was rather puzzled by this matter. Whether it was as a seer or clown, they had never displayed such abilities before. Even if they could predict danger, it was because the target was right in front of him or beside him. There was nobody around me. From the fact that my divination was misled, it must have involved a relatively higher sequencer, most likely Bakerland's assistant. In the end, it actually gave me a premonition. This isn't scientific. This isn't mystic. There must be something else behind it. But I can't be certain why yet. Klein looked around and saw the boundless fog, crimson and still, the palace standing as it had always stood. He reined in his doubts and temporarily stopped thinking about the reason. Instead, he focused his attention on the attack that was about to occur. After several more divinations, Klein found that he could only confirm that there would be great danger in the next few days. Couldn't be shortened to 3 days, 2 days, or even 5 hours. In other words, he could only obtain a somewhat vague revelation. And in a dream divination, he saw Ian dressed in his old coat, standing in the street with the elegant gas lamps and the blurry crimson moon behind him. Other than this image, there was nothing else. How should I interpret this? Klein thought for a moment. He could only assume that this was the prelude to danger. Without further delay, he returned to the real world, left the Quelag Club, and went to the nearby Hillston branch of the Backland Bank to withdraw the remaining £100 from his account. The sum of £1,000 from Justice hasn't been cleared yet and reconciled. Without the corresponding information sent to the branches, the account wasn't synchronized and, theoretically speaking, there was a loophole. Klein could withdraw £100 from another branch and seize the opportunity when all the accounts were out of sync. However, this was only in theory. In order to avoid similar acts, the banks had many rules on anonymous accounts. First, it was to enhance the transmission of similar information in the same city. Second, it was to limit a single withdrawal to no more than £500, and third, if the last withdrawal wasn't done locally, a telegram was needed to inquire about it, and today Klein encountered the third situation. Putting away the money, he took a horse carriage to the Backland Bridge area and entered the Bravehearts bar. Under Kaspers's guidance, he saw Merrick sitting in the card room. He wasn't surrounded by zombies. Klein discarded the idea of using his spirituality to rap Azek's copper whistle, slapped a £100 on the table and said to the pale Merrick, "I agree to the deal. I'll pay an advance of £100. I'll pay another £300 every additional day I'm protected. The protection begins now." Merrick's gaze fell past him and landed somewhere behind him. He nodded and said, "All right, she has agreed." "Ah!" Klein turned back in surprise only to see the wall and nothing but air. He secretly activated his spirit vision. He but failed to discover anything. Merrick stuffed the £100 into his pocket and said indifferently, "You can return now. She has begun protecting you, in a hidden way. If I hadn't divined this beforehand, I would definitely think of all of you as cheats." Klein surveyed his surroundings and deliberately acted as though he left with clenched teeth. Along the way, he would occasionally activate and deactivate his spirit vision, constantly observing the outside through the carriage windows. But he didn't find his so-called bodyguard. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein closed the door, went into the bathroom, turned on the tap and washed his hands. The sound of water splashing disappeared as he shook off the water droplets and wiped his palms with a towel. Then, he raised his head to look at himself in the mirror to inspect his appearance. At this moment, he saw himself phasing away in the mirror before transforming into a woman wearing a black regal dress. The woman had light golden hair and blue eyes. She looked very delicate, but her face was abnormally pale. She wore a small black bonnet, lifted her skirt, and bowed at Klein. Without hiding his surprise, Klein took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Only then did he realize that this might be the bodyguard he had hired for £1,000. The image in the mirror quickly dimmed and Klein saw himself again. Everything had been restored back to normal. The figure in the mirror was clear, but it was as though the woman in the black regal dress had never appeared. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision, but didn't find anything. Did I just hire a female ghost as my bodyguard? She's even stranger than a female ghost. At the very least, one can see ghosts with spirit vision. Klein thoughtfully touched Azek's copper whistle in his pocket, feeling nothing but its cold chill. Like before, it didn't have any additional changes. She's unaffected by the copper whistle. Seems like she isn't an undead creature. However, I can't be sure. Back then, the copper whistle was buried with me, but the corpses surrounding me didn't act abnormally. Was it because those buried in the cemetery have experienced a send-off by the priests and bishops? When does it work and when doesn't it? When this business with the ambassador is over, and if I'm still alive, I'll go to the cemetery and try to figure out the scope of its effect and its limits. I can't always carry a time bomb like this. Klein washed his face and walked out of the bathroom. Just as he picked up the newspaper in the living room and was going to read it in the living room or bedroom, he heard the doorbell ring. Klein's mind tensed up when he heard the tinkling sounds. He put on his coat with all kinds of materials in it and walked towards the door gingerly. He clearly knew that danger was approaching in the next few days. After standing behind the door and waiting for a moment, the scene outside naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The crimson moon was faintly discernible in the sky. The elegant gas lamps on both sides of the street lit up the wet road. A boy wearing an old coat stood there. His bright red eyes were deep and adrift. Right? Why did he appear? Isn't this what I saw in my dream divination? Is this the prelude to danger? Klein opened the door and took 2 cautious steps back. Detective Moriarty. Ian took off his brown top hat, bowed, and said in a low voice, "I came to apologize. I'm sorry to have involved you in such a dangerous matter." Klein creased his eyebrows and probed, "What you should have done is head to the police station." Ian looked around and bowed his head. "I just came out from MI9. Ah, is that the name of the military's special department?" Klein stepped aside, pointed at the living room and said, "Maybe we can have a chat. I have to at least know what placed me in this situation." He sighed inwardly. Ian didn't stand on ceremony as he followed Klein into the living room and sat in the same spot as he did the last time. He was just about to open his mouth when Klein suddenly added, "If what you plan on saying will put me in greater danger, then there's no need to tell me about it. No, everything will soon be over." Ian had a calmness that was beyond his age. Klein was relieved and asked out of curiosity, "So, what exactly happened?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a figure emerge from the panes of the oriel window across the room. A black regal dress, long hair tied in a bun, blue eyes, delicate features, and a pale face. It was the woman who had previously greeted Klein in the mirror. This woman seemed to find an illusory high-back chair and sat down. Her left palm supported her right elbow, while her right hand supported her face, pretending to listen attentively while appearing expressionless. For a moment, Klein was left at a loss. Ian, who had been silent for a few seconds, said softly, "In fact, Detective Zriel is a spy for the Fasak Empire. He adopted several vagrant children and taught them how to gather intelligence. I am one of them. So that's how it is. I was involved in a huge spy conspiracy. Klein suddenly felt enlightened. Ian looked at the coffee table and continued, "We have the advantage of age, and are often ignored by others, allowing us to gather a lot of useful information. 2 weeks ago, I stumbled upon clues regarding Helmasuin's manuscript." Helmasuin? Klein found the name familiar. Ian looked up at him and explained, "Tirani von Helmasuin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Roselle, a mathematician, a mechanist, and the father of the second-generation difference machine." So it's him. Klein suddenly remembered the relevant information. He wasn't only a great scientist but also a crazy scientist. He believed that the inherent flaw in the existence of humans could only be fixed through machines. He loved eating sugar as if it was his own energy source. He mysteriously disappeared while researching a third-generation difference machine, and was an important figure that every country was trying to find. His manuscript? Does the manuscript involve third-generation difference machines? Klein asked probingly. A difference machine was a mechanical device for computing. It could effectively improve the efficiency of scientific research and various projects. In Klein's opinion, it was an alternative computer in the age of steam. Of course, it could only do computation at present. Ian shook his head. "I'm not sure. I didn't actually see it. Perhaps it had some related ideas." He paused for a moment, then went on to recount what had happened. "When I reported this to Detective Zriel, he was very happy and told me to follow up on that lead while he immediately reported it to his superior. It took me some time to determine where the manuscript was, but I was afraid of the danger, so I didn't steal it directly. I decided to return to Detective Zriel, and after that it was as I told you. Detective Zriel's house was infiltrated while many of the tiny traps were not restored, and he didn't respond to my contact request. The Zmanger gang tried to capture me. With your help, I confirmed the death of Detective Zriel. I took a fake tooth from his corpse. Oh, that happened after we parted. Detective Zriel told me that, inscribed on the inside of the fake tooth, there was a method to urgently contact his superior. It was a method that even he didn't know of and was something he would only remove if an accident occurred." Klein nodded slightly and said, "So you sent a telegram?" A rare look of surprise flashed across Ian's face as he asked, "Did the people from MI9 tell you that?" "No. A friend of mine happened to see you on Bacardi Street." Klein casually made up an excuse. "I see." Ian nodded in depression. "I got in touch with Detective Zriel's superior in Backland via telegram and arranged the time, place, and manner of meeting, but soon enough, I was found by the Zmanger gang. No, to be exact, it was an intelligence officer of the Intis Republic. That was what the people from MI9 people told me. Fortunately, MI9 arrived in time, and both sides engaged in a chaotic battle. I took this opportunity to escape. However, when I met with Detective Zriel's superior this afternoon, I was once again ambushed by the Intis intelligence officers. Unfortunately, I was caught by them, and I was very afraid of dying, so I told them everything that I knew. However, they didn't keep their promise and still wanted to kill me. At that moment, MI9 finally found me. It is only during such times when you look like a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. Just as Klein was reflecting over this, he suddenly thought of a problem from what Ian had just said. Back when he discovered that something important was left behind on Zriel's corpse and that Ian had successfully taken it away, he had written the matter off, thinking that the Beyonder was lacking in skill, and that the Beyonder had missed out on something because the mediumship provided little useful information. However, after confirming that the ambassador had a mid-sequence Beyonder of the seer pathway, the situation became extremely peculiar. With powerful mediumship, it was impossible for the fake tooth to not be discovered. Leaving the body in such a remote and hard-to-find place didn't seem like a trap. Combined with Ian's description, the answer was obvious. Klein nodded and said, "Have you ever thought of the possibility that Zriel's superior has traitors around him? A traitor who has defected to the Intis intelligence services? That's also why Zriel was exposed and killed when he obtained the clue to the manuscript, as well as why you were ambushed. It was because the Intis ambassador had information about Zriel's superior, which was why he didn't pay much attention to the urgent communication method inscribed on the inside of the tooth. Zriel's report to his superior directly led to his demise." Ian fell into a daze when he heard that. It took him quite a while before he clenched his fists in anger, trying hard to compose himself as he said, "I didn't think of that. You really are an excellent detective." He quietly let out a breath of air and changed the topic. "I have divulged the whereabouts of the manuscript to MI9 and everything else. They also mentioned your predicament in passing. They didn't suspect me of lying, nor did they send anyone to watch me. All of them went to vie for the manuscript. However, with that kind of pressure, no one can lie." Having said that, Ian stood up and gave a deep bow. "Please allow me to apologize again. Sorry to have involved you in this. Actually, you don't need to hide anything from me." Having understood the entire situation, Klein smiled and said, "No. The main problem in this matter was because I made a mistake that made me end up in my current situation." As he was listening, he used Ian's description of the entire situation and his reflections of the past few days and confirmed that he had made 2 mistakes. "When I discovered that Ian's matter ran deeper than it appeared, I still accepted the request. That wasn't a problem since I only felt that it involved gangs, and there would be, at most, 1 or 2 Beyonders who wouldn't dare expose themselves. But the divination lacked enough information and ended with a failure. This was within the limits of what I could have resolved by myself, and typically speaking, there wouldn't have been any trouble. I could even take the opportunity to come into contact with Backlund's Beyonders. After finding Zreel's corpse and confirming that the matter ran deep, I should have considered the sensitivity of my identity and decisively extricated myself from this case. I should have let Ian deal with the subsequent matters himself. This wouldn't be problematic and would be a rather careful choice. One of the mistakes I made was that I didn't flinch or reveal anything about Ian when Massault came to me. I only thought that he was from a gang, and that there were some Beyonders behind that gang. Who would have guessed that it would involve a figure like the Intis ambassador? Even more so, I never expected Massault to be so rash. After failing his mission, he didn't threaten, intimidate me or proceed with other options. Instead, he came straight to kill me so that mediumship could be performed. He didn't even give me the chance to regret my decision. As a result, my situation worsened. So, this isn't too subjective or too serious a mistake. The one mistake that really caused me to be in such a passive situation was a tiny mistake I made from the very beginning. I had rented the house and accepted the mission as Sherlock Moriarty without donning a disguise. This resulted in me not being able to flee after my identity as a Beyonder was exposed to the ambassador. Even as I acted horrified and frantic, making MI9 and the police department believe that my taking flight would only be normal, I didn't dare flee. I was afraid that when the ambassador failed to find a target for revenge, he would inform the officials about me. And according to my experience as a Nighthawk, most official enforcers like the Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and mandated punishers harbor animosity towards uncontrolled Beyonders. They definitely wouldn't ignore me just because I'm a low-sequence Beyonder and would begin an investigation. In time, my looks will be clear evidence. I will then be pursued by high-sequence Beyonders from the Church of the Goddess because I resurrected despite having been involved with a Grade 0 sealed artifact. There's no chance for such matters to be suddenly forgotten or thought of as nothing by others. I had to plan for the worst-case scenario in advance, and if I only reacted when the ambassador took action, it would definitely be too late. Whether it's an assassination, finding a bodyguard, or buying items, all of them will require time. Only if the ambassador and his assistant dies or attention is diverted to the investigation of his death will I be able to resolve this latent danger. His assistant doesn't have an official status, so he can't interact with the officials. For a mere Sequence 9 or Sequence 8 at best, someone whose whereabouts are unknown, there's no reason to go through the effort to report me. Of course, his death is the best outcome. Then there won't be any latent danger. Compared to finding Mr. Azek for help or having attention placed on me because of 0-08 again, as well as being pursued by high-sequence Beyonders, assassinating the ambassador is the relatively simpler choice. Even if it fails, I can only bear one of the 2 outcomes. Everything originated from a small oversight at the beginning. I just imagined that in a metropolis with over 5 million people and few people knowing me while I deliberately avoided the Nighthawks, there was no need for me to don a disguise every day, since it would be easier for others to notice something amiss. Yet, for such a small mistake, I would have to pay over 10,000 gold pounds as the price without having any guarantee of resolving it. I'm really like a clown, with one mistake triggering a chain reaction, only to result in a desperate attempt to balance myself so as to please the audience. This is all because of my lack of experience. This is the first time in my 2 lifetimes combined that I've ever been a fugitive. Once this matter is completely resolved, exposing my identity as a beyonder would no longer be that dangerous. They would only think that I obtained a potion while finding a bodyguard and not doubt my origins. Of course, I'll have to get used to wearing glasses and a mustache in the future, so that the people around me will gradually get used to my new image. In the future, when they ask me about me, they will only think of this new image. Having thought through the entire matter, Klein's laugh became more pronounced, making Ian feel strange. It's time for me to leave. I'll need to disappear for a while. Otherwise, I might be thrown into jail. Ian put on his hat, bade farewell, and left. Klein didn't stop him, watching him disappear into the crimson moonlight, while the woman by the oriel window had disappeared without him realizing it. With both sides being aware of the whereabouts of Helmasuin's manuscript, this matter would come to an end tonight. Therefore, the ambassador would have the freedom to take revenge. Is this the reason for the impending danger? Klein gained a rough understanding of the divination results and the inexplicable omen. If he didn't have the language of foulness charm or the powerful bodyguard that cost him 1,000 pounds for 3 days, he would have shamelessly gone to the police station or the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery's headquarters in Backlund, St. Hireland Cathedral, for a temporary stay. He could avoid any possible attacks and await the assassination of the ambassador. As for how successful the assassination would be, Klein wasn't confident either. He had already considered the worst outcome and had a plan for it. But now, with double the preparations, he no longer wanted to avoid it. He would stay at home and pretend that he knew nothing. Deep down, he was even looking forward to having his attackers come knocking at his door. Sequence 9 Hunter Massault was killed by me. If they send someone else again, they would at least be a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 or 5. They might even come in numbers, but regardless, as long as I finish them, I'll obtain formulas and beyonder characteristics. I can then make up for some of my losses. Yes, I'll tell Miss Bodyguard that I had good luck and managed to benefit from the black ear that I bought and became a beyonder. After all, when the battle becomes intense, there's no way to hide it at that point. Besides, what I'm saying is nearly the truth. I did benefit quite significantly from the black ear. As Klein considered what would soon follow, he almost instinctively drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest. May the goddess bless me that the beyonder who comes is the one from the seer pathway. He prayed silently. As he thought of this, he looked around the room for his bodyguard. He was worried that she would run away without a sound after hearing the whole story. The lights in the dining room were warm, illuminating the coffee table, sofa, and chairs. There was no one else in the room except him. As Klein gradually grew nervous, he suddenly saw a face appear on the glass cover of the gas lamp in the living room. The face was pale, with pale gold hair and delicate looks. This lady is quite confident in her own strength. Klein's mind calmed down and he whispered to himself, I'm also a beyonder. I made a gamble on an item I bought from Caspers's gathering and benefited from it, but it was only beneficial for me. What he said was true. No matter what method he had to face, these sentences would endure a truth test. But when these two sentences were put together, one would think that the benefits made him a beyonder. The face on the glass cover nodded slightly and quickly disappeared without any other reaction. Klein's expression didn't seem to change, but he secretly exhaled in his heart. Without taking off his coat, he went back to the sofa and picked up a newspaper and started reading. After a while, the tinkling sound echoed again. Someone had rung his doorbell again. Who is it? Klein immediately tensed up. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, touching his tarot cards and language of foulness charm. He slowly walked towards the door, and with the help of his abilities as a clown, he predicted what he would see after opening the door. The crimson moon was still faintly visible, the elegant gas lamps were unchanged, and a sergeant in a black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulets was impatiently waiting by the door. He had a short, brown beard, and he was none other than the sergeant who had dealt with Sherlock Moriarty's case of self-defense. I think Jurgen mentioned his name. Sergeant Faxine? Well, I can receive the £10 bail tomorrow or the next day. What is he doing here? Did MI9 send him to find Ian Wright? Or to inform me that I should temporarily hide away from danger? Confused, Klein grabbed the handle. Inside the Intis embassy of Bakland's West Borough, the lights were on. The scent of various perfumes and alcohol, accompanied by melodious melodies, stretched out to every corner. A ball was being held. During his years as an ambassador, Bakerland had often held balls at the embassy, inviting the kingdom's bankers, big factory owners, philanthropists, and other well-known, rich and powerful people, as well as lawyers. Random opportunities were also given to some of the lower-ranked merchants. In this atmosphere, he would tell the guests about the prosperity and openness of Trier, and how the Intis Republic was no longer dominated by the likes of the nobles, bankers, factory owners, and lawyers. They, directly and indirectly, took over a large portion of the parliamentary seats, determining the direction of the government policies, enjoying true freedom and high statuses. Today, Bakerland was doing the same thing. With a wine glass in hand, he flitted around the guests, as if to prove that he was present at the ball without leaving. They should have gotten the manuscript by now. After learning that Ian Wright appeared at the telegraph office from that trembling detective, I've been putting plans into action. Now is the time to reap the rewards. Bakerland, with his thin but classy face, took a sip of the blood-like Ormer wine and headed for the balcony, intending to take a breath of the cool night air. After learning that Ian had sent the telegram, as a veteran conspiracist and professional intelligence officer, Bakerland was acutely aware that Ian was contacting his superior's superior. Therefore, he quickly made the double spy that had infiltrated the Fasak Empire's Bakland intelligence team investigate and obtain the meeting time, location, and manner agreed upon by Ian and the team leader. After that, he pretended that nothing had happened and continued to send people to look for Ian near Bacardi Street. He successfully found Ian and also attracted the attention of MI9. According to his plan, his intelligence officer had deliberately let Ian go, so that MI9 would think that they were on the same starting line. After paralyzing his main opponent, he called in other unexposed intelligence agents to ambush Ian and the Fasak Empire's team leader. He wanted to find the manuscript and smuggle it out of the Lone Kingdom without being detected by the MI9. The situation had progressed as smoothly as he had expected, but the news that came back in the evening left his heart heavy. People from MI9 had actually appeared. They had appeared despite being supposedly fooled. With Rosago around, it's definitely not because of divination. Besides, MI9 isn't good at divination at all. That means we have a spy among our ranks. Let's hope that Rosago can be one step ahead of them and grab the manuscript to hand over to Shadow for extraction. Bakerland had deliberately organized the ball in order to avoid suspicion, but as such, he was unable to involve himself with the developments. All he could do was pray that his subordinates would amount to something. According to his plans, once Rosago succeeded, he would immediately transfer the items to another intelligence officer, one that had never been activated before. Then Rosago would lure MI9 away and, by creating some trouble, keep them out of sight and distract them from his partner. During this process, Bakerland requested Rosago to kill the detective while he was at it. If it wasn't for him, no one from MI9 would have known about it. Everything would have gone smoothly. My involvement with the Zmanger gang wouldn't have been revealed, and I wouldn't be transferred back to the country. He actually didn't run away, thinking that MI9 would keep protecting him, and that staying at home is safer than running away. Bakerland rubbed his face. He had already received orders that after the operation regarding the manuscript had been completed, and he would hand all intelligence matters to the highest-ranking military officer at the embassy and await the arrival of the new ambassador. Bakerland was rather reluctant to part with Bakland. Despite the bad weather and heavy pollution, Bakland was one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Besides, the ladies here are more conservative, unlike those sluts back home. Slowly seducing them into bed and removing their restraint, bit by bit, is a very satisfying and fascinating achievement. Unfortunately, I have to bid farewell to these beautiful ladies, Bakerland thought gloomily, and he felt more and more resentful of the detective who dared to put up resistance. As for Rosego's own safety, Bakerland wasn't worried at all. He believed that as long as Rosego wanted to, as long as he wasn't targeted by a high-sequence beyonder, he would be able to escape immediately. This was because Rosego had special beyonder powers. As he lost himself in thought, Bakerland's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a young lady in a crimson dress standing at the edge of the balcony with a glass of wine in her hand. She had a pretty face and a gentle temperament. Her hair was ink black and luxuriant, and her light brown eyes seemed to speak volumes. Bakerland went over at once and began to chat with her. He learned that the lady was the daughter of a timber merchant named Eileen, and that her father wasn't very rich and was trying to make his way up the ranks. With his status as Intis ambassador, Bakerland quickly received Eileen's affection. After sharing 2 dances, their bodies became more intimate. "Beautiful lady, I'd like to invite you to my room to sample some Ormer wine of 1286. Eileen replied, almost without any hesitation. "All right." The 2 of them left the ballroom and secretly went to the 2nd floor. They entered Bakerland's room, and he ordered the guards to stay away from them and not to disturb him. Before the so-called Ormer wine 1286 appeared, Bakerland had passionately brought Eileen to the bed. While romping around in bed, Eileen's simple skirt came undone as her pure, fair arms hugged him. While her hands gripped Bakerland's shoulders, her nails and veins suddenly sprouted black, thin, fluffy spider feet. Bang! Eileen's eyes suddenly bulged as white foam poured out of her mouth. Bakerland retracted the fist that he had used to hit her abdomen and stood up from the bed. He no longer had the hasty actions from before and instead wore a cold expression. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked in a deep voice. Eileen attempted to stand up, but the pain was too much to bear. Her eyes were filled with shock and fear. Seeing the expression on the pretty girl's face, Bakerland smiled and said, "It's true that I'm into beautiful ladies, but I know this problem of mine. So, every time I meet a beautiful lady, I'm especially careful. Speak, who sent you? Don't bother resisting. I'm very good at using fire." Eileen clamped her mouth shut and angrily looked at the thin, smiling face of the ambassador, with a touch of terror. Bakerland stretched out his right hand, which was covered in a plume of orange flames that danced silently. He took 2 steps forward, making a gesture as if he was pressing his palm against Eileen's skin. This made Eileen think of the descriptions in many novels in which cruel interrogators would use red-hot iron to brand their target's body, bringing about an extremely painful experience. "No, I can't be that brutal to such a beautiful lady." Bakerland suddenly stopped his outstretched right palm and chuckled softly. He shook suddenly, turning the orange flame into a long red whip. The long whip ignited the air around it, which took on the form of thorns. Pow! Bakerland lashed his flaming whip at Eileen, burning her clothes and leaving a dark mark on her skin. Her face contorted as she screamed. "Who sent you?" Bakerland asked again in a gentle voice. Eileen's lips quivered a few times before she finally opened them. "It was..." As Bakerland subconsciously listened for the answer, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. "Oh no!" Bakerland jerked back and rolled to the ground. In the spot where he had been standing, a flame rose up and formed a wall of fire. Splat, splat, splat. Rain like blood and flesh splattered against the wall and produced sizzling sounds. Some of them penetrated the flame, leaving a thin trail of blood on the ground. At the end of this path was the Intis ambassador, Bakerland, who had stood up once again. He saw that Eileen's abdomen had been torn open and 2 arms wrapped in viscous liquid were sticking out from inside. With a sudden push of the 2 arms, a figure drilled its way out from the belly of the beautiful Eileen. It was covered in a thick, squirming blood-red liquid that continuously dripped down, and it was about the size of an adult male. It was hard to imagine that a normal woman like Eileen, with no protrusion in her abdomen, would actually have such a thing hidden inside her body. How was it stored in there? Boom! The body below Eileen's head exploded completely, turning into pure flesh and blood, surging into the form of a humanoid figure, and mixing with the dripping liquid to turn into a strange red robe. The figure revealed its true appearance. It was so beautiful that it looked like a woman. The blood-red robe it wore looked like a blossoming flower under the illumination of the flames. Rose Bishop. As a veteran intelligence officer, Bakerland immediately identified the name of the corresponding sequence before him. Sequence 6 of the secret suppliant pathway, Rose Bishop. Every Rose Bishop was an expert when it came to flesh and blood magic. Beyonders at this sequence could hide inside the bodies of others, thereby avoiding all sorts of investigations. But the moment they emerge, the hosts would lose their lives. For the Lord! Eileen's remaining head let out a low cry and closed her eyes forever. The Rose Bishop stretched out its right hand and tapped its chest 4 times in the order of bottom to top, right to left. With the color of blood and the light from the flames reflecting in his eyes, he looked at Bakerland and took a sudden step forward with his right foot, passing through the wall of fire. He didn't receive any damage from the fire, with only dark red liquid that continuously dripped down. Bakerland retreated once again as he suddenly raised his voice. "Someone, help me!" Although his most capable assistant, Rosago, and several intelligence agents had been sent on a mission, there was still no lack of Beyonders in the embassy. They were military officials who had received permission from the Lone Kingdom. They were the defensive forces that were available. 1 Sequence 5, 1 Sequence 6, 3 Sequence 7s, and a combination of nearly 10 Sequence 8s and 9s. Bakerland's voice echoed around the room, but it didn't exit the premises. The music outside didn't stop and the ball continued. It was as though the room had become a completely isolated world. "This?" Bakerland stopped his shouting, narrowed his eyes and looked around. The Rose Bishop was in no hurry to act. He said with a chuckle, "It was by your own will, the rules that were decided by yourself. You told the guards not to disturb you or come near, or let anyone close. Yes, I simply magnified your will and rules and made a slight distortion. If you want to escape this isolation, you have to defeat yourself." Bakerland's expression changed slightly. What appeared to be the compliance of rules was, in fact, a distortion of them. The characteristic of using the power of authority to serve oneself made him think of another sequence's name. "Baron of Corruption," Bakerland growled. This was the lawyer pathway, which was Sequence 6 of the Dark Emperor pathway. Before he could finish his sentence, Bakerland's face suddenly turned extremely gloomy as he blurted out, "Shepherd, you're a shepherd. Who are you from the Aurora Order? Mr. A? Why are you assassinating me?" The Rose Bishop, no shepherd, chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. Accept the Lord's blessings." His body suddenly stiffened before he could finish his sentence. It was as though his joints were covered in rust, and he seemed to have turned into a puppet. Bakerland laughed rapturously. The gloominess from before disappeared in an instant. He took out a white handkerchief from his left breast pocket and wiped the corner of his mouth. "I'm glad that you were able to chat with me for so long. It gave me enough time." After the white handkerchief was taken away, a thumb-sized head emerged from his left breast pocket. It was the head of a puppet with completely black eyes. The shepherd opened his mouth and was about to speak when he heard a hollow voice that seemed to come from afar. "You!" After pausing, his body suddenly burgeoned, and his skin turned dark. 2 curved goat horns with strange, sinister patterns sprouted from his head, as well as wings behind his back that reeked of sulfur when they flapped. The shepherd instantly moved 3 meters forward, having transformed into a devil-like creature. But even so, it was as if every one of his joints was firmly shackled. His movements were stiff and slow, and his thoughts were starting to blur. "You still have the power of the devil? As expected of a shepherd, let me send you to your lord." Without further ado, a flaming long spear with a blazing white tip materialized in the middle of Bakerland's right palm. He bent his back, about to throw the spear to pin the shepherd to the wall and burn him to ashes. Sequence 7 Pyromaniac of the Conspiracist pathway had the ancient name, fire mage. Cough, 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 cough. At that moment, Bakerland began to cough violently, coughing so hard that he felt as if he was about to spit out his heart and lungs. His flaming spear lost control from his coughing and disappeared, inch by inch. His face flushed red and his forehead was scorching hot from his coughing fit. His influence on his enemy, that he derived from a mystical item, was lifted. The shepherd was freed from his sluggishness and returned to normal. "Why do you think I was having such a long chat with you? How does severe pneumonia and an unstoppable cough feel like?" the devilish face asked with the corners of his mouth hooked. Upon hearing these words, Bakerland suddenly recalled the enemy's beautiful and enchanting appearance when he first appeared, and regretfully said, "Cough, cough, a disease. You, cough, cough, Hilda, cough, 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 a demoness of affliction." The shepherd dispelled his devil-like form as his figure turned into a series of stacked afterimages. He chuckled and said, "No, I only received a gift from Saint Tenebris. I know conspiracists have all sorts of means available to them, so I'll be using my strongest ability now, so that you won't have any unnecessary hope." A book appeared before him, a translucent and blurry book. The ancient book flipped rapidly and with a soft chant, "I came, I saw, I record. As long as I have recorded it, I'll be able to use it once. This is an ability that Saint Tenebris had deliberately demonstrated to me. Although I only have half of its original effect, it's still enough." The shepherd's voice turned hollow, and his body was enveloped by the darkness that spewed out from the book. He quickly turned into a small giant about 2.3 to 2.4 meters tall. His entire body was covered in cold, black armor. At the space where his eyes should be, there were two glowing crimson-red blobs. The Dark Knight raised a broadsword in his hands, took a step forward, and delivered an unrelenting chop. "No! Why?" As Bakerland tragically screamed, the layers of flames that gushed out of his body were split apart. All sorts of lights exploded and were split open, and his body was split into two halves. Thud! Bakerland fell to the ground. No blood came out of his massive wound. Even his soul seemed to be corroded and destroyed by the black sword that didn't seem to exist. Boom! 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 The plumes of fire that spewed out of Bakerland's body lost control, causing the blast that shook the room and sent the glass rattling. And at that moment, the isolation that had been created by his own will vanished with his death. The shepherd didn't stop, nor did he wait for the Beyonder characteristic to appear. He restored his inconspicuous appearance and seized the opportunity before the military officials of the embassy arrived, sprinting through the layers of walls and into the darkness outside. At 15 Minsk Street, Klein paused with his right hand on the handle. He decided to throw a coin before he opened the door. Since Ian had already come, the revelation that he had seen in the dream had already happened. That meant that danger could come at any moment. While muttering the words, "The visitor outside will bring danger," Klein flicked up a quarter pence and watched it fall to his palm, its number side facing up. "Negative," Klein muttered to himself as he reached for the handle. However, he didn't let his guard down. He knew that there was a mid-sequence Beyonder of the same pathway as him on the ambassador's side who could interfere with his divination. If it was that person, it would be normal for him to get the wrong result. "It's a pity that I don't have the time or an opportunity to investigate it." Above the gray fog, Klein looked through the door for a moment with his spirit vision. Realizing that nothing was amiss, he opened the door and took 2 steps back. Dressed in a black and white checkered uniform, Sergeant Faxine took off his hat and said with a serious expression, "I've been sent by the higher-ups to tell you that you must be careful tonight and tomorrow. Be careful of strangers." "All right." Klein nodded solemnly. Sergeant Faxine touched his short hair and said, "There are other arrangements. I'll explain them to you in detail, and you can decide on your own." He cast his gaze towards the living room. Klein made a polite gesture of invitation, then watched as Sergeant Faxine closed the door behind him, walked over to the sofa and sat down. "What are your plans?" Klein kept his coat on, hands still in his pockets. Faxine leaned forward slightly, clasped his hands, and said, "You should be well aware that you have offended that ambassador. Tonight or tomorrow will be the most dangerous period for you. The higher-ups have given you 3 choices. The first is to go to the Holy Wind Cathedral for 2 days. I know that you're a believer of the god of steam and machinery, but St. Hireland Cathedral is too far, and it's easy for trouble to arise on the way there." Klain nodded indiscernibly and waited for the sergeant to give him the second choice. Suddenly, his vision blurred and his head went numb. He felt as if there was a layer of thick glass around him. He saw that Sergeant Faxine's opening and closing of his mouth was slowing down, and he noticed that his thoughts had become sluggish. This feeling was very familiar. Klein suddenly thought of the puppet from the Antigonus family, sealed artifact 2-049. Back then, he was repeatedly affected in a similar way, but he had been awakened by Captain Dunsmith and the others. To ensure that the others could detect any abnormalities in a timely manner, they kept stretching and retracting their arms. The Antigonus family holds the seer pathway. This person's ability is similar to the Antigonus family's puppet. He is the mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. As expected, it's him. Klein came to his senses, but there was no Dunsmith to wake him. The muscles on Officer Faxine's face started squirming. Soon, he turned into a gentleman with black hair and blue eyes. He had a handsome face and a tiny stubble. He said with a smile, "Given time, this is one of the most difficult abilities to deal with for anyone that isn't a high-sequence beyonder." As he spoke, Klein saw the image of the woman in the black regal dress appear in the glass of the oriel window. She walked slowly and stiffly out of the glass. Her blonde hair, her delicate face, and her pale face made her seem more like a doll than a living person. "I never thought that you would be able to hire such a powerful bodyguard. If it wasn't for my divination ahead of time, I might have died here. What kind of compensation did you pay? By the way, my name is Rosago." Rosago didn't look back as he continued smiling at Klein, but he didn't expect a fluent answer from the man he controlled. At that moment, he suddenly felt a cold breeze blow across his neck, causing his hair to stand on end as goosebumps appeared all over his body. There seemed to be an invisible person at his back, breathing down his neck. Rosago laughed, raised his left hand, and snapped his fingers. Pow! Flames suddenly soared up from his back, and a transparent shadow was set ablaze, quickly turning into ashes. In Klein's vision, these motions were all broken down into a grid of images. This wasn't because his opponent had turned slow, but was a result of his increasingly sluggish thoughts. "He already has me under control. Why isn't he directly killing me? Do all villains like to engage in lengthy monologues? No, he's not stupid. He's trying to conceal something with this discussion." Klein tried to think, to figure out the problem, but his thoughts were moving at an irresistibly slow pace. He looked intently at Rosago, taking in every detail of his. Finally, he saw a figure in each of Rosago's eyes. A figure with blonde hair, blue eyes, a pale face, and a dark black Gothic regal dress. And at this moment, the woman was still behind Rosago. She was still near the oriel window, walking towards him like a manipulated puppet. He hasn't really controlled her yet. She's still trying to resist and struggle. They are tussling in the realm of mystery. I need to do something. I need to tip the scales of balance. Klein turned his attention to the language of foulness charm he was holding in his left hand. It was cold and slippery, filled with evil. He was glad that he hadn't let down his guard and maintained a battle-ready state the entire time. He could only injure himself to injure his opponent. Klein gathered his strength and struggled to speak. His vocal cords seemed to have rotted, and his throat squirmed in difficulty. He hoarsely said in ancient Hermes with a staccato rhythm, "Foulness!" As his voice echoed in the air, Klein felt a corrosive pain in his left palm, and he heard illusory whispers that could drive a person mad. This was a state that he was familiar with, and it didn't affect his subsequent attempts. The attempt was to inject most of his spirituality into the language of foulness charm, which didn't require the control of his body. In 3 seconds, the voice of the true creator would descend upon the physical world and burrow into the ears of the creature closest to him. 3. The prelude, the din, the illusory, the evil whispers spread out in an instant. Klein felt his scalp tingle, his mind abuzz, his veins throbbing. He found it difficult to focus his mind. A coffee table away from him, Rosego's expression had suddenly turned adrift. His face swelled up as the woman's figure in his eyes suddenly became clearer. 2. The pale woman in the black regal dress behind him quickened her actions, but soon, she frowned in pain. At this moment, Klein felt the weakening of the influence as he wished, regaining his smooth thought processes, and felt as though his joints were once again filled with lubricant. Having experienced ravings all this time, he endured the madness and pain, quickly pulling out and throwing the language of foulness charm from his left palm at Rosego. 1. The iron-black charm, with its many symbols and sinister-looking patterns, melted. Rosego had just regained some of his composure and was trying to leap to the side when he saw a rich darkness and heard a murmur that contained immense knowledge and extreme madness. No human being was able to describe such a sound. All the veins in Rosego's head protruded as if they were about to explode. He tumbled to the ground, writhing and struggling as his skin ruptured, inch by inch, revealing the flesh underneath. At the same time, Klein and the blonde woman with blue eyes also failed to resist the pain as they fell to the ground. Each of them let out tragic screams. The excruciating pain felt like someone had stabbed their temples with a drill rod. Their eyes turned bloodshot as red liquid ran down their noses. They could neither see nor feel the outside world. The experienced Klein was the first to recover. He staggered to his feet and saw that Rosego had torn off his clothes and stripped off his skin, exposing his flesh and veins. He was like a legendary red monster that had been skinned. He constantly tumbled around the ground while groaning in pain, as if he was about to lose control. Klein didn't wait for the result, because he couldn't afford the possibility of the other party gaining the benefits, as well as becoming a devotee of the true creator. He believed that the evil god was definitely infuriated as well. Pulling out his revolver and adjusting the barrel to the firing position, Klein took 2 steps forward, circled around the coffee table, and put the muzzle of his gun against Rosego's head. Bang! 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 Dressed in his black double-breasted suit, he stared at his enemy intently as he shot 5 rounds in a row, watching his enemy's head swell and explode into a mixture of red, white, and black that splattered all over the floor. "Captain, thank you for demonstrating this to me before." Klein panted while he lowered his revolver before he beamed brightly. In front of him, Rosego's headless corpse faltered a little before collapsing to the side of the sofa. Only then did the woman in the black Gothic regal dress stop her screams. Her struggles and rolling slowed down, but her skin seemed to turn a lot more translucent. Seeing the flesh on Rosego's corpse squirm, Klein didn't hesitate to use his self-created requiem charm. Under the calm and serene atmosphere, the corpse finally stopped moving. Upon seeing this scene, Klein thought of something. He took out another charm and chanted in a low voice, "Crimson!" Then, he injected some of his spirituality into it and threw this charm at his bodyguard, the woman with the pale golden hair and pale white face. As the slumbering powers emanated, the woman who was still weakened under the effect of the lingering voices instantly quietened down as she fell into a deep slumber. Just to be sure, Klein threw another slumber charm, afraid that he would be interrupted during what he was planning to do next. 15 Minsk Street once again had its peace. This time, nothing was broken. Only the ground was contaminated, as the fight between the 3 parties was mystical and beyond the physical realm. Looking at Rosego's corpse and then at his sleeping bodyguard, Klein mocked himself. It's also good to court death often. At least I gained some immunity. He didn't attempt the mediumship ritual immediately because Rosego was now tainted by the true creator, and directly communicating with the spirit was tantamount to committing suicide. But that didn't mean Klein had no choice. He planned on doing the mediumship above the gray fog by bringing Rosego with him. With his current spirit body's level, even with the augmentation provided by Azek's copper whistle, he was unable to move a portable camera, much less a corpse that was several times heavier. However, mediumship wasn't done with a corpse, but the channeling of the remnant spirituality. Klein took out a candle, quickly set up a ritual ceremony, summoned himself, and responded to himself, turning into a special spirit body. After becoming a spirit, he saw the distinct remnants of Rosego's spirituality, and he realized that Miss Bodyguard's physical condition was a little strange. She was actually in quite a similar state as he was, but there were also great differences. Without wasting any time thinking, Klein carried Azek's copper whistle, wrapped the remaining of Rosego's spirituality, and entered above the gray fog. After conjuring the appropriate ritual items and setting up a simple altar, Klein quickly began the mediumship ritual. During this process, he was shocked to discover that he no longer needed to pray to anyone to be able to directly communicate with the spirit. It was like he was a real spirit medium. Phew, is this some special power that I possess in the mysterious space above the gray fog? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he began to recite the divination statement. The potion formulas for the seer pathway. The potion formulas for the seer pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and tried to communicate with the spirit via dream divination. In a gray illusory world that didn't seem surreal, a gas lamp suddenly lit up, illuminating the stone slabs on the ground and a desk with a goatskin scroll placed on top of it. After the seer and clown formulas appeared one after the another, Rosego stood there with a fur shirt, listening to a voice of unknown origins. Before the advancement, I have to warn you that you've been too reliant on divination. Divination is a revelation, a result. It is unable to tell us the process. For example, you might decide to invest all your money because your divination says that a railway stock can make money. But in fact, what that revelation really means is that in the long run, in 30 years, the railway stock will make money, and before that, it will fall more than it rises. Fate isn't so easy to master, and there are many times when it's impossible to quantify it. Divination isn't all-powerful. In addition, divination can be interfered with and cause you to be misled. There are too many things in this world that cannot be understood. If you completely rely on divination, then you'll definitely die because of it. Divination is a revelation. It must be combined with one's own carefulness, caution, and self-control. Rosego was unable to divine the corresponding danger because the language of foulness was involved with the mysterious space above the gray fog, and that led to him dying at my hands. Otherwise, with his mystical abilities, it would have been difficult for Miss Bodyguard and I to escape today. This is also a reminder for me. Even if I had the gray fog to isolate all interferences, I cannot afford to be careless. No matter how certain my actions are, I need to leave some leeway. From these words, it seems like they aren't aware of the acting method. Otherwise, some of those words could be directly summed up as being respectful and fearful of fate. As his thoughts raced, Klein heard Rosego's reply as he unfurled the parchment. Sequence 7. Magician. Main ingredients. 1 true root of a mistreant. All the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Supplementary ingredients. 60 milliliters of purified water, 30 milliliters of mistrance juice, 3 grams of droplet gem powder, 4 drops of fantasy grass essential oil. Magician. This is also part of a circus. It can form the foundations of a circus with seers and clowns. Klein first lampooned before he recalled the suited clown that he had encountered before. From the looks of it, he was a magician. His abilities seemed to include firing air bullets, the ability to fire air bullets, flaming jumps, and drawing slips of paper as weapons. Not bad. Just being able to cast spells quickly can greatly increase my battle prowess. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein saw the scene before him change. This time it was a splendid room, surrounded by golden statues and ornaments. It was the same voice from before, but it reminded Rosego of the same thing. According to my experience, after you consume the faceless potion, you have to remember this point. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. Faceless? Sequence 6 of the seer pathway is faceless man. This should be the beyonder power that allowed Rosago to transform into Officer Faxine. From the looks of it, the fake detective's reel was also played by him. Creeping hunger allowed Kalangos to transform into a person with different looks. This matches this beyonder power. From the looks of it, some faceless died at his hand. Such a power cannot augment a person in a straight-up battle, but it's more useful than 90% of all beyonder powers in many occasions. It's no wonder that Rosago dared to come and attempt to kill me, and wasn't afraid of falling into a trap. This power is of great significance to me. At this thought, Klein's eyes widened as he saw Rosago pick up a thin gold page with words written in Hermes. Sequence 6. Faceless. Main ingredients. Mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients. 80 milliliters of a thousand-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon toothgrass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. Thousand-faced hunter? That seems to be a type of dragon, but not a particularly powerful kind. It shouldn't be a dragon of the spiritual system, but it's still extremely rare. It's almost extinct. Klein instantly recalled the corresponding mysticism knowledge. At this point, the scene before him didn't change, but Rosago's attire and location did. He wore a white wig, a dark tuxedo, and had a thick beard. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The potions must be consumed in conjunction with a ritual. If you succeed, you'll obtain one of the most irresistible beyonder powers beneath that of the high-sequence beyonders. The speaker's voice had changed, turning into one that sounded even older. Having expected that, Rosago asked, "What's the ritual?" "Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and drink the potion while she's singing." The speaking old man opened an ancient book that depicted countless mysterious symbols in it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the book's surface as lines of ancient Hermes appeared in midair. Sequence 5. Nimble-Right Master. When Klein saw this, he suddenly had a headache. It was a signal that his spirituality was close to being drained. In the previous battle, just the language of foulness charm alone had consumed most of his spirituality. Later on, not only did he use 3 more charms from the Evernight goddess's domain, but he had also summoned himself and responded to himself. To hold out until now showed how much progress he had made compared to before, as well as the noticeable improvement in the digestion of the clown potion. The scene flickered and was on the brink of shattering. Klein held on and scanned the remaining content of the formula. Main ingredients: dust of ancient wraiths, core crystal of a 6-winged gargoyle. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of spring water from Sonia Island's Golden Spring, 10 grams of Drago bark, remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, 1 pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. Advancement ritual: consume potion in the midst of a singing mermaid song. Gotcha. Klein stopped holding out any longer as he allowed the dream to shatter into countless illusory specks of light that disappeared. He pinched his forehead, almost fainting. As the remnants of Rosago's spirituality and the hints of madness faded away, he was pushed back into the real world by an invisible force. The ground, stained with blood, brains, hair, and all sorts of fragments, entered Klein's vision. He bent over and retched a little, clearing his head a little. "I'll be sent out of the mysterious space above the gray fog when I'm out of spirituality." Klein looked around and saw that Miss Bodyguard was still asleep. He hurriedly extinguished the candle, tidied up the items related to the ritual, and then panted heavily. After a while, he finally regained some of his spirituality. At that moment, a gust of cold wind blew at the back of his neck, causing him to shiver as his mind froze. Klein turned his head abruptly and looked at the oriel window again. He saw that Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic regal dress had woken up and was floating in the air. Her pale blonde hair and pale face seemed to have diminished a little. Her entire person seemed less corporeal, to the point of her skin appearing somewhat transparent. Klein quickly explained according to the explanation he had thought of. "After I blew his head off, I discovered that his body was still squirming. Because I was afraid he would come back alive, I quickly used all the charms on me. I was very nervous and panicked at the time. It might have affected you. This is probably the risk that the divination had revealed earlier. If she's not satisfied with the explanation and thinks that I attacked her, then I'm finished, Klein thought nervously. His true feelings made his performance even more perfect. Miss Bodyguard lowered her head and looked at herself, then asked with an unperturbed tone, "What charm was it at the beginning?" "I bought a black ear at the gathering for £400. I was told that I could hear the voice of a great existence, and that if I was lucky enough I would benefit greatly. If I was unlucky, I would die on the spot. Back then I couldn't get a bodyguard, and since I was in such danger I could only take the gamble. The result was pretty good," Klein replied absolutely truthfully. "When I heard the voice of the great existence, that black ear shattered by itself and turned into such a charm." Miss Bodyguard's blue eyes swept over him slowly. The room was silent, as if it was frozen. Finally, the lady in the black regal dress nodded. "You'd better find a psychiatrist." "Do you mean that I've become a potential lunatic?" "Yes. She has guessed that it was a relic of a listener, and she understands that Rosego's spirituality must have been tainted by the true creator. She wouldn't suspect that I had deliberately made her sleep to take that opportunity to perform a mediumship. It would also explain why I had gotten rid of the effects of the ravings faster than she did. After all, I'm a potential lunatic created by the true creator." Klein smirked. "Let's hurry up and clean up the scene. MI9 might come over to take a look." He pointed at Rosego's headless body. As he spoke, Klein put on a pair of gloves and squatted down to look for any relics. He quickly found more than £10 in cash, some essential oils and herbal powder, 2 crudely cut paper figurines, and a strange piece of paper. This piece of paper was orange in color, and on it were symbols corresponding to the sun. The magic emblem formed a blank rectangle, and just by holding it in his hand, he found it very warm and sedate. "What is this?" Klein didn't hide his puzzlement. Without him realizing it, Miss Bodyguard was already floating behind him. She answered simply, "A mystical object corresponding to a notary." Notary! Klein was surprised at first, but he soon remembered that Rosego was an intelligence officer in the Intis Republic. People there believed in the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery. Similarly, the eternal blazing sun was also the god of deeds. This is the sequence 6 or sequence 5 of the Bard pathway. If the notarization is valid, the Beyonder powers will be temporarily enhanced. If the notarization is fake, the Beyonder powers will be forcefully dispersed. Miss Bodyguard didn't explain any further and gave a rough description of its use. Klein was about to say something when he saw an eerie glow emitting out of Rosego's headless body and bloody brain mush. They attracted each other to form a blob that transformed into a black, pupilless eye. "Then what is this?" Klein asked again, feigning ignorance. "Something worthless." Miss Bodyguard maintained her way of speaking. "Worthless?" Klein asked with a frown. He actually understood what Miss Bodyguard meant. Normally, if Rosego eventually lost control, he would leave behind a strange and terrifying sealed artifact. If he didn't, his Beyonder characteristic could be used as the main ingredient of a Nimblewright master. In short, it would be of great value. However, the problem was that he hadn't lost control but was also tainted by the true creator. Hence, it had become a potion's main ingredient that was branded by an evil god. Using it to concoct a Nimblewright master potion was equivalent to committing suicide by ingesting poison. Miss Bodyguard looked at the entirely black eye and said in a low and ethereal voice, "It has been contaminated by an evil god. It has no value anymore. If it really is of value, and one that's very valuable, I would even worry that you'd finish me off in passing." Klein pointed at Rosego's remains and said, "These are our common spoils of war. We'll each pick a few. You first." Miss Bodyguard shot him a glance. Without a word, she floated over and took the notary document. "Just like I thought. In the future, I should find and learn the knowledge in mysticism to remove an evil god's contamination." Klein took out an iron cigarette case and bent down to pick up the black eye. As soon as Klein's fingers touched the black eye, he heard illusory sounds as a throbbing pain seared through his head. But, at the same time, something strange appeared in his vision. These were countless illusory black threads that spread out from Miss Bodyguard and his own body. They emanated from their bodies, out into the void towards some boundless distance. This was a scene that would horrify people with trypophobia. Klein suddenly gritted his teeth, unable to endure the corruptive feeling any longer as he placed the black eye into the iron cigarette case. Everything restored to normal, and the negative side effects he suffered subsided. Only then did Klein have the energy to make guesses. Is that the essence of a Nimblewright master's beyonder powers? It allows one to see and control certain threads connecting every person's body and spirit. What a pity that it's contaminated. The side effects are too great, and it cannot be used as a mystical item. For now, disregarding an attempt to purify it above the gray fog. This will be considered the second time that I'm provoking the true creator, so it is very likely that he would prepare himself and seek me out. If that happened, I probably wouldn't have a chance of reviving again. I should learn and master the relevant knowledge before making a decision. Phew. He exhaled, and after Miss Bodyguard chose the crude paper figurines and the corresponding materials, he bent down again to pick up the 13 pounds 5 soldi and 8 pence. Then, looking at Rosego's headless body and the blood all over the floor, he said, with a slight headache, "Let's clean up the scene." The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard floated to the side and calmly said, "Let me do it." "You?" Klein stopped, puzzled and shocked, before turning his head. Miss Bodyguard floated to Rosego's side, crouched down, and went to lie down over the body. She slowly sank in and fused with the corpse. The fingers of Rosego's body twitched twice, and the blood, brain matter, and fragments around it flowed backward, forming a new head at the neck. However, the head was covered with countless cracks, just like a disgusting toy made from tiny fragments. It was like glass that had been shattered but didn't crumble immediately. There was still blood and brain matter flowing inside it, as well as the reflection of the bullet from the revolver. Klein couldn't help but take a step back, feeling that this was definitely one of the most terrifying forms in any ghost story. Rosego's corpse climbed to its feet, picked up the police cap, and half covered its face. The murder scene had been cleaned, leaving zero traces. Incomparable professionalism. Klein marveled in his heart. He watched as Miss Bodyguard steered the corpse to lumber to the door. He subconsciously warned her, "Don't take a carriage or walk in brightly lit places. It would frighten the carriage driver and other passers-by." Miss Bodyguard didn't stop, completely ignoring his words. Suddenly, Klein thought of something. He realized what he had overlooked as he quickly added, "On the way back, go to the Rice police station, Sergeant Faxine's home, or search around Minsk Street for the clothes Rosego was originally wearing." Rosego came wearing a police uniform, and the powers of a faceless were obviously limited to himself, so where were his previous clothes? He couldn't have been wearing a police uniform all night. If MI9 and the police found Rosego's clothes nearby and realized that I'm not hurt, things would be a little tricky. Miss Bodyguard is an expert that's not considered a legal beyonder. For a normal detective to pay £1,000 to hire a bodyguard is enough to arouse suspicion. Klein kept thinking, trying to seal all the loopholes ahead of time. Just as he was about to use his divination ability to help Miss Bodyguard find Rosego's old clothes and return the missing uniform, Rosego's corpse paused and replied in a rusty voice, "I know. She seems very confident. Oh right, Miss Bodyguard's state is between the physical body and the spirit body, and the principle behind divination is to travel the spirit world with an astral projection. Thus, she can rely on her instincts to divine." Having realized this, Klein didn't say another word. He handed the cartridge case to Rosego's corpse and watched it open the door, walk out, and close the door politely. "The spoil of war that I chose is a beyonder characteristic contaminated by the true creator. I believe that no one would be able to divine it. Even if they did, they would feel the danger ahead of time and wouldn't dare to proceed with the divination." While thinking over the matter, Klein walked back to the sofa and sat down, feeling a lingering sense of fear. The battle had lasted no more than a minute, nor had it been fierce enough to destroy anything. But the ferocity and danger of it had been second only to what he had experienced when facing Megos and the baby in her womb. Even with the powerful Miss Bodyguard and the language of foulness, he had almost fallen under Rosego's control and killed without being able to put up a resistance. The ability of a Nimblewright master is very odd and very powerful. According to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosego should include all of the main ingredients of the potion sequences 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. If it wasn't contaminated by an evil god, if it was matched with the supplementary ingredients, an ordinary person could instantly become a sequence 5 Beyonder. Of course, this kind of advancement method, one depending entirely on luck, has long been abandoned by history. It's the most primitive and most dangerous method. Advancing step by step according to the sequence is the best way that has been verified by the lives of countless predecessors. If I can get rid of the corruption of the true creator in the future, then I can also use the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosego when advancing from sequence 6 to sequence 5. The additional characteristics will only make me stronger. Like the captain. As Klein recalled the past, he raised his hand to pinch his forehead. He turned to think about something more important. Rosego's appearance meant that the struggle for the manuscript had ended. Could his lack of charms have to do with him finishing all his charms in the battle? To come at such a critical juncture, it's likely he had the intention of diverting attention. MI9 probably didn't expect him to seek revenge so boldly under such circumstances. They didn't send anyone to monitor me, and could only passively wait for Rosego to give them the signal. Rosego was Bakerland's assistant, and his actions should be directed only by Bakerland. After his death, as long as Bakerland is dead, there would be no more latent dangers left. I wonder if the assassination has begun or if it succeeded. Tonight, because of the battle over Helmasuin's manuscript, the powers defending Bakerland would be at its weakest. If it were me, I'd definitely not miss this opportunity. I'm sure Bakerland didn't think that someone would assassinate him. With nothing to do, Klein fished out a coin and, recited with a suppressed tone, "Bakerland is already dead." Ding! The penny tumbled in the air and fell down into the palm of Klein's hand, head facing up. It meant a positive result. Bakerland is dead? The assassination was a success? Klein was overjoyed. His tensed-up nerves immediately relaxed. Without Rosego's interference, he believed that the result was correct. This matter has finally ended. Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He leaned back slowly on the sofa and looked out of the window at the faint crimson moon amid his fatigue and relief. Inside the Intis Republic's embassy, 2 military officials were squatting beside Bakerland's body, examining the cause of his death. Their partners and their superior had already gone out, chasing in a bid to capture the assassin. However, everyone knew that it was already too late. There was no hope left. There's severe lung damage, suspected to be the result of a disease, an extremely strong fatal blow, one much stronger than all the sequence 5 Beyonder attacks I've ever seen. One of the military officials said in a low voice, "Disease? On the floor and on the bed. There are obvious marks of flesh and blood magic on the ground and on the bed, but none on the wall. Besides, the commotion of the fight wasn't transmitted outside." Finally, with the lethal blow having the characteristics of corruption and obliteration, there are at least 4 unconnected Beyonder powers. Another military official stood up and began to describe the situation as if he was talking to himself. He suddenly stopped and looked at the other military official. They said in unison, "Shepherd." After a few seconds of silence, the squatting military official frowned and said, "It might be a group with at least 4 different Beyonders. Then we'll wait to be judged. It's normal for us not to discover the infiltration of a single Rose Bishop, but how did the other 3 do it? It's impossible." The standing military official denied the guess as he hesitantly said, "However, I have heard of another sequence that can create similar effects. I think it's called Scribe. I don't know what pathway it is, nor do I know which organization it belongs." The squatting military official nodded and said, "A shepherd is the prime suspect. The Aurora Order are a bunch of lunatics. It's nothing odd for them to do anything. Let's begin investigating the identity of the woman that seduced the ambassador. Damn it. The Lone Kingdom definitely won't permit our investigations. Those Aurora Order bastards are lunatics who deserve to be fucked by donkeys. The standing military official shook his head in frustration. They were bound to be punished for the ambassador's assassination. 15 Minsk Street. Klein pretended as though nothing had happened. Putting up with his fatigue, he flipped through the papers. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly saw Miss Bodyguard, in her black regal dress and long, pale blonde hair, appear in the oriel window. "Is it done?" Klein subconsciously asked. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly without a word. "Phew." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Thank you for your protection. This matter ends here. I'll pay you the remaining £900 in 2 days. As you know, there's a withdrawal limit. Or should I hand it over to Merrick?" The pale-faced lady opened and closed her mouth, her voice seemingly ethereal as it echoed in the air. "Just give it to me. I promise to protect you for 3 days, not just once. Lady, you really abide by the contract. However, this would be very inconvenient for me. Are you going with me to catch the adulterers in bed tomorrow? 3 days. Today is Thursday, and the protection would be over by Sunday afternoon. Yes, thankfully it wouldn't affect the tarot gathering." Klein rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, how should I address you?" "You don't need to know." Miss Bodyguard lifted her gothic regal dress, bowed slightly, and disappeared from the oriel window. "She really has quite the character." Klein smiled in response to Miss Bodyguard's reply, a very obvious smile. Yes, to be able to fend off Rosago, a nimble right master, for a short period of time to the extent of having a seesaw battle. She's most likely a Sequence 5 Beyonder. I wonder what sequence pathway she belongs to and what her potion name is. Her state is rather unique. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have even had the chance to use the language of foulness. Klein picked up the newspaper beside him and pretended to read, but he was actually thinking. However, he quickly turned his attention back to the issue of whether there were still loopholes on the matter. For example, the contaminated Beyonder characteristic left behind by Rosago had an intense luster of spirituality. It was very likely that it couldn't be concealed by the iron cigarette case alone, so it would be exposed under the prying eyes of others using spirit vision. Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and looked down at his pocket. He could see faint colorful lusters emanating from within the iron cigarette case, but it wasn't obvious and was rather thin. This was mixed with the color of his own aura, making it difficult to distinguish or detect it. That's right. Only a high-sequence Beyonder can identify it through 2 levels of interference. No wonder all kinds of materials like herbal powders and the corresponding essential oil extracts are kept in metal bottles and not wooden vessels. It's because they contain spirituality, and those with better spirit vision can see through wood and see the color of the auras. Klein suddenly understood some of the important details in mysticism. In the past, he did things according to the rules without considering the reasons behind them, but now, he understood the underlying reason behind the rules. After repeatedly checking and ensuring that everything was in order, Klein put down the newspapers and walked to the 2nd floor. He had originally planned to take off his clothes and take a bath to completely relax himself. But when he thought of how Miss Bodyguard could appear out of nowhere in his house, he felt a little uneasy. Therefore, he only washed his face, brushed his teeth, and soaked his feet in hot water. Returning to his bedroom and taking off his coat, Klein hid his belongings before he collapsed onto the bed. As he was exhausted and had held on for quite a while, he ended up with tense nerves that prevented him from quickly falling asleep. Opening his eyes to look at the crimson moonlight on the ceiling, Klein didn't attempt to sleep with the help of cogitation. Instead, he aimlessly unfurled his thoughts, as if he were riding a horse without pulling at the reins. As his thoughts wandered, he quickly noticed a problem, having encountered too many coincidences in Tingen City and later learning how it was related to sealed artifact 0-08. My second case after arriving at Backlund allowed me to get the next 3 potions formulas. Is that too much of a coincidence? Although this is in line with the revelation from my divination, Backlund contains the opportunities for me to become powerful. Isn't it too fast and simple? Simple doesn't refer to the difficulty, but rather to the degree of twists and turns in the matter. This matter was very difficult and dangerous, but it wasn't complex and appeared simple. According to my expectations, I would have gathered information regarding the secret order through Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and Miss Zio and her companion, and then I would catch the tail of this ancient organization. After numerous twists and turns, I would eventually obtain the formulas, and that would have taken at least 3 months. Who knew that I would have succeeded in less than 3 weeks? Can't be that it was arranged by someone again, right? Yes, let me think through the circumstances again. It's no coincidence that the Intis Republic is related to the secret order. Emperor Rosel's diary has confirmed this circumstantially. The abilities of the seer and faceless are very suited for an intelligence organization. For a mid-sequence beyonder of a similar pathway to become the assistant of an intelligence czar like Bakerland is reasonable and normal. That's not a coincidence. The reason that the ambassador sent someone to take revenge on me likely has to do with him wanting to divert attention. Then, sending Rosago, who can most easily succeed and escape, is a choice with reduced risk. That's not surprising at all. It was quite normal for Ian to look for new detectives in the papers after none of the detectives he knew were willing to accept his mission of tracking down Zriel. There weren't many new detectives advertising on the papers at the time, and I was probably the only one. Well, I was the only one on the Backlund Bulletin. Just like what I've concluded previously, the problem with Mussault was that he was too rash, and I was worried that it's not easy to disguise myself usually as it can end up attracting more attention. Therefore, I didn't try to disguise myself. Although these two possibilities, especially the former, has the probability of being influenced, it does match the corresponding person's personality, mentality, and origins. And this isn't the main point. This doesn't explain the problem of how my second case ended up involving a mid-sequence beyonder of the seer pathway. It was destined by fate? That doesn't feel right. Thinking ahead, after I transmigrated, the first and second case I found myself embroiled in was related to the seer pathway. Of course, it could be explained as an arrangement by 0-08. Right, the Antigonus family's notebook even corrupted the misfortune cloth puppet and showed me the complicated vertical eye symbol that involves the Antigonus family's treasure. The reason I came up with back then was that with the termination of the Antigonus family's bloodline, it viewed me, a seer who had survived despite having interacted with it, as its inheritor. Now that I think about it, this reason is extremely trifling. What if I'm a devout believer of the Evernight goddess? However, I only made a guess at that time and didn't confirm it. The Antigonus family's treasure is obviously related to the seer pathway. Thinking deeper, why did I transmigrate? Why did I happen to possess Klein's body, and not anyone else? Back then, Klein had just proceeded with dark divination and was made to commit suicide by the Antigonus family's notebook. And that notebook is clearly related to the seer pathway. In addition, the first time I saw Rosel's diary, it had content that involved his regret of not choosing apprentice, marauder, or seer. That was very coincidental. From beginning to end, except for those parts involving 0-08, everything appeared to be in a mess. It doesn't seem like a conscious arrangement, but more like a kind of passive attraction, a mutual attraction, an attraction that has breaks between them. I attract things and items regarding the seer pathway, and at the same time I'm attracted to them? It does seem odd thinking about it. This kind of attraction even directly influences fate, preventing even Mr. Azik from seeing through it? Is there some strange characteristic to me? And this characteristic allows me to resurrect a limited number of times? With this in mind, Klein suddenly had the impulse to go above the gray fog to perform a divination and confirm his ideas. But he quickly rejected this idea, not only because Miss Bodyguard might be watching in the mirror, but also because he believed that his greatest characteristic was the mysterious space above the gray fog. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for him to have an answer if he were to use it to divine about it. At least for now, there aren't any obvious signs of manipulation. It would be acceptable if it's just pure attraction. And I've already chosen a beyonder pathway that cannot be changed until sequence 4, so I can only take things one step at a time, right? I should be firm about not heading to the Hornacis mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure. Heh, I have a feeling that I would say how nice it is in the future when I actually do it. Klein silently made a self-deprecating remark as he felt his exhaustion gradually wash over him. His eyelids couldn't help but close. The last thought before he fell asleep was, I should participate in more Beyonder gatherings and gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients for Magician through Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, and the Sun. I wouldn't reject anything for Faceless if they were available. In addition, I should obtain mystical items that have less severe negative effects. Before my digestion and increase in strength, it's best to have more life preservation abilities. Apart from this, investing, taking on jobs, saving up money, and attempts to look for Lenivus to use him as the starting point for my revenge can also be considered a form of practice. Those were Klein's future plans. At 7 in the morning, he woke up as usual. It was still gloomy and hazy outside. Klein got up and walked to the door. As he passed by the full-length mirror, he saw that Miss Bodyguard had suddenly appeared. She wore the same black bonnet. Her face was as pale as ever. Her voice pierced through the glass and slipped into Klein's ear in an ethereal fashion. Someone from MI9 came last night. I should say as expected. The police came late. But I still have to thank them for being late. Klein smiled and asked, They didn't find anything, right? In regards to the answer, he was very certain that if MI9 had discovered something, he wouldn't have been able to sleep undisturbed. No, Miss Bodyguard's figure faded and disappeared into the mirror. This ability of hers is very powerful. Even spirit vision can't detect her. Perhaps she can be seen with Rosego's Beyonder characteristic? Find Miss Bodyguard through those hidden threads? Klein's mind stirred as he returned to the bed and took out the iron cigarette case from under his pillow. Just as he touched it, before he could even open it, a bone-piercing cold rushed at his neck. He felt his hairs stand on end, and his entire body trembled. Pow! His hand loosened and the iron cigarette case fell to the ground. This is a warning from Miss Bodyguard. Klein laughed dryly, pretending as though nothing had happened as he stuffed the iron cigarette case into his pocket. After washing up and putting on his clothes, he arrived at the first floor and took out the newspapers that he had subscribed to from his letterbox. Flipping open the Tussock Times, Klein saw the headline, Intis Ambassador to Backlund murdered. Terrorist organization, the Aurora Order, claims responsibility. The result is out so quickly. Besides, the Aurora Order had only accepted a job, so why would they claim responsibility? Yes, a terrorist organization needs to show off their stature and build up their image. Only then would they be able to attract enough fresh blood. This complements their secret preachings. Mr. A is very good. He should be a shepherd. Klein stood in the hallway, reading the news. According to the news, there was evidence of the Aurora Order's assault on Ambassador Bakerland. In the follow-up investigation, they found a letter deliberately left behind by the Aurora Order which claimed responsibility for it. At the end of the news, the reporter briefly introduced the Aurora Order and listed some of the illegal crimes that they had committed. Their fame instantly surpassed most of the secret organizations. Regardless, this matter had come to an end. Klein exhaled, turned his head to look out the window, and he saw a thin mist filling the air as a drizzle began pattering down. Shouldn't there be bright sunshine and sunny weather during such moments? Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. And now he had to go out to catch some adulterers. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Count Hall, Audrey, with a white napkin covering her, watched as the dining maidservant cut her a piece of bacon, laid out 2 fully fried eggs, spread fruit jam on a piece of soft bread, and added sauce to some grilled mushrooms. In a true noble family, maidservants were divided into many categories. Apart from personal maids, there were maids for the different bedrooms, study room maids, activity room maids, guest room maids, dressing maids, shoe maids, jewelry maids, dining maids, laundry maids, and kitchen maids. They were strictly assigned to their own tasks, with one task handled by one maid. Although this was a great waste of manpower, for nobles, propriety was everything. Unless there was a large amount of debt, they would never reduce their requirements in such matters. Audrey took a sip of the brownish-red tea, allowing the faint scent of malt and rose slush in her mouth. At this moment, she heard her father, a member of Parliament of the House of Lords, the powerful banker Count Hall, mumbling as he held a newspaper in his hands. The Aurora Order is really crazy. Aurora Order? Audrey blinked and asked curiously, "What did they do?" "Oh, baby, you don't want to know. They assassinated the Intis ambassador, Bakerland. It does them no good." Count Hall shook his head as he flipped through the newspaper. Audrey's elder brother, the Count's eldest son, Hibbert Hall, swallowed the grilled mushrooms in his mouth and expressed his opinion. Perhaps they want to destroy the relationship between the kingdom and Intis and let the war spread from the colonies to the northern continent. This child of noble birth had a handsome face and bright golden hair. He looked like a classical sculpture, regardless of which angle one viewed him from. No, if that was the case, then they wouldn't leave behind so much obvious evidence. Moreover, recently, the kingdom has too many new policies that will be implemented and will need some time to stabilize the environment, so we won't rashly start a war. What happened last night was already reported in the newspaper this morning, and the details of the events and the murderer are enough to explain the thoughts of His Majesty and the ministers. Count Hall directed his son. Audrey listened to her father and brother discuss the matter in a daze before realizing what had happened. Bakerland has been assassinated? Mr. A succeeded? He really is from the Aurora Order? The reason why he intentionally exposed that it was the Aurora Order who did it was to prove that he was the one who completed the task and that he hadn't cheated me out of my money. This is too fast and efficient. I only paid the first sum yesterday afternoon, and I'm hearing the result this morning. A good result. Audrey was astonished and delighted. It was an uncontrollable joy, but also an instinctive fear. It was definitely something to be happy about since the mission entrusted by Mr. Fool's adorer had been accomplished so easily. However, the power and actions displayed by Mr. A and the Aurora Order who was backing him left Audrey subconsciously scared. Thankfully, I talked with Glaint yesterday and reached a loan agreement. As a Viscount, he should have successfully raised the money without drawing attention to himself. I'll give Mr. A the remaining funds in the coming 2 days through Zio and Furs. I can't afford to show my face. I won't be attending Mr. A's gathering for the next month or two. It's good that I already have other circles. Audrey took a reserved bite of the soft bread which was slathered with jam. As breakfast drew to a close, small cakes of cream, cherries, and strawberries were served to her plate, and she suddenly felt a little smug as she calmed down. Mr. Hanged Man wanted to take part in the mission, but he might have only just now completed his initial assignment. But it's already over. Serves him right to be at sea. Audrey was in a good mood, and she was smiling as she savored the dessert. At Hillston Borough, Zio and Furs looked at the newspaper in front of them and made no further movements for a long time. This was done by Mr. A, wasn't it? Zio looked at her friend with a shocked and puzzled look. Furs turned the stone bracelet on her wrist and shook her head in a daze. Perhaps. I know about the Aurora Order, but I don't know if Mr. A is a member of the Aurora Order. He should be. After all, we only gave him £2,000 yesterday. I doubt anyone else would also want to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland, Zio said with uncertainty. Furs was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed and said, "Whether it was Mr. A or not, we still have to give him the remaining £8,000. At the moment, no one can prove that he didn't do it. If we want to stay in this circle, we can't renege on the debt. Anyway, we're not the ones paying, and we'll still get £500 for the work." With that, Zio became happy. The thing is, I always have a feeling that finding Mr. A again would be dangerous. Furs pondered and said, "I'll go by myself to make the last payment. It'll be better for the both of us." But Zio was a little worried. "If you follow me, it'll affect my escape." Furs shook the bracelet on her wrist and said in a disdainful tone, "All right then." Zio scratched her short, rough blonde hair as she helplessly replied. While the two of them were fretting about this, a new message from Mr. A came to them from a private communication channel. He told them not to look for him, but to deposit the rest of the money in separate anonymous accounts at different banks. Phew, Zio and Furs breathed a sigh of relief in unison. In a basement that was as wide as a temple, Mr. A, wearing a hooded black robe, was kneeling in the darkness, murmuring something reverently. In front of him was a 3-meter statue of a man hanging upside down with his legs chained up. This hanged man had a giant's unique single vertical eye, and his arms were stretched out horizontally, forming a cross. At this moment, a man with a black robe came in and humbly reported, "Mr. A, I've already sent the news." "Well done," Mr. A said, without turning his head. The man in the black robe asked curiously, "Why don't you let us investigate who commissioned this mission?" Mr. A lowered his head and said with an indifferent tone, "There's no need. You must remember that this is a critical moment. We will cause chaos throughout the continent, try our best to attract the attention of others, and use these to welcome the return of our Lord. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough." Mr. A suddenly laughed before he started having a fit of coughing. It was so serious that he fell to the ground. Cough, cough. He coughed out blood-colored fragments which continued squirming after falling to the ground as if they were alive. The man in the black robe immediately lowered his head, pretending as though he had seen nothing. After quite some time, Mr. A finally calmed down. He crawled forward, his mouth pressed against the ground as he licked all the blood-colored fragments that he had coughed out back into his mouth. 126 New Year Street, Hillston Borough. The relaxed Klein didn't tail Durago Gale this time. Instead, he chose his mistress, Erica Taylor. After all, adultery needed two to clap. The pretty blonde, with the intricate makeup, arrived early at the Quelag Club via a rental carriage. Klein, who carried a suitcase containing a portable camera and all sorts of disguises, followed her in. "Are there any more rooms to rest in?" Wearing the club's frost badge on his chest, he asked the elegant maid responsible for receiving guests today. The maid, wearing a black and white dress, politely smiled. "Yes. Please follow the attendant upstairs." Klein nodded slightly. He followed the red-vested attendant up the stairs and arrived at the second floor, just in time to see Erica Taylor enter a lounge that faced the streets. "Do you want to see the passers-by on the street or the tennis court out back?" the red-vested attendant asked politely. "Let's do the street," Klein answered casually in a deliberate manner. Under the arrangements of the red-vested attendant, he and Erica Taylor's room was separated by 2 rooms, and he could also see the street outside the club. "How do I take a picture later? Should I find a chance to sneak in and hide in the room, or climb out of the window and travel across the pipes?" Neither of these methods can conceal that exaggerated flash, but the latter can be disguised as a Vogue shot from the outside. "That wouldn't bring suspicion to me and I wouldn't be kicked out. However, this will be easily noticed by Duragu and Erica. Use a charm to put them to sleep? No, it wouldn't be convincing enough. It has to be a picture of them doing the deed. There's only one chance, and I have to take it well enough. This isn't my field of expertise, as I'm not some artistic master. If it was old Neil, he would definitely attempt to conjure a new ritualistic magic to hide the camera flash. Of course, the goddess might not respond to his request. As Klein considered his next move, he saw the image of Miss Bodyguard appear in a silver mirror in the room. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and her matching soft hat. Her hair was pale blonde in color with delicate features across her pale face. "Do you have any way of hiding the flash of the camera?" Klein asked casually. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw ripples on the surface of the silver mirror as a slightly transparent palm suddenly extended. Miss Bodyguard came out of the silver mirror like a ghost, walked in front of Klein, and said with a nod, "Yes." She lowered her body and leaned over, slowly fusing into the camera's lens. Klein's mouth slightly opened as he watched this horrifying scene, taking quite a while to recover from his shock. He picked up his portable camera and tried a test shot in his lounge. The effect was beyond his expectations. The flash was limited to the vicinity of the camera, and the resulting image was also quite good. Perhaps it should now be called a spectral camera, Klein lampooned. He took the camera, went to the window and patiently waited. Not long after, he saw Gale arrive via carriage. In the other room, Erica Taylor saw her lover and hastily left the lounge to meet him on the first floor. Klein seized the opportunity to use a tarot card to open her room, carefully hiding in the cupboard where the extra sheets and quilts were kept. The darkness around him reminded him of the previous night, of that creepy and terrifying Numblerite master, Rosago. Last night was filled with danger, yet today here I am catching adulterers in the act. Life sure is marvelous. While Klein was making fun of himself, he heard the door open. Huddled in the cupboard, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision and saw two interfering auras enter. Erica, I brought you a present. A deep voice sounded as the door closed. As expected, he's a gentleman of the Lone Kingdom. Even in an affair, he seems a little old-fashioned. If it was a man from Intis, he would definitely be shouting sweetheart, baby, angel, and the like. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Of course, this was based on the stereotypes from newspapers, magazines, and novels. Erica Taylor asked in surprise, "Let me guess, is it Fastman eye cream, face cream, or essence? Or Lashini's? What the heck are all those?" Klein was stunned by what he heard. It was clear that Gale wasn't able to react in time either. It took him about 8 seconds before he said, "No stockings." In this world, since oil hasn't been discovered, there were no corresponding cheap chemical products. Therefore, silk stockings were considered high-class items. "Not bad. Let me take a look." Erica's joy didn't diminish. "I bought them yesterday at Phillips. 1 pair for 30 soldi, a total of 5 pairs, Duragu said in a flaunting tone. "How expensive?" "That's expensive." Erica and Klein both said the same thing, one exclaiming, the other secretly sighing. Benson has worked for so many years, earning only £1 10 soldi a week, which is 30 soldi. That's just equivalent to a pair of stockings, and with that salary he was able to provide his brother and sister with an education, feed them fairly well, and even provided them with a place to sleep. An average worker with a bit of skill would only be paid around 20 soldi a week. Kleins clicked his tongue. "No, it's not expensive. Silk stockings are worth that much. I even gave an extra tip of 5 soldi." As he spoke, the color of his aura turned more vivid, and Klein guessed that he had taken off his coat. "Then I'll give it a try," Erica Taylor softly said in a suggestive manner. "I feel like I'm watching a porno again, and it's even a live broadcast. Besides, Miss Bodyguard is also here." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched red colors flowing across red colors, signifying the passion between the two was igniting like fire. The purple color is almost red and isn't stopping. Red wrapped around green, orange. While listening to the wheezing and the low laughter, Klein judged the movements and positions of the couple outside by the change in the color of their auras. Feeling that this was enough, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed. Duragu and Erica were already entangled, their clothes half undone, their movements intense. Klein lifted the spectral camera and aimed it at the passionate couple, waiting to see their faces at the same time. As Duragu and Erica fell back onto the bed, Klein finally captured the most appropriate frame and pressed the shutter button. The click of the camera wasn't distinct, and the intense flash and other abnormalities were limited to a very small area, so the couple wasn't alarmed. With no confidence in his photography skills, Klein added a few more shots, intending to have options to choose from later. He was only planning on handing his employer a single picture because too many photos would make the lawyer suspect why the couple didn't notice him taking the picture. A piece of underwear landed lightly on the floor, and the sound of breathing intensified as Klein grabbed his portable camera and adeptly rolled out of the cupboard, closing the door behind him. He rolled on the floor until he reached the lounge's door. Then he quietly pulled it open and returned to the corridor. Done. With a sigh of relief, Klein politely closed the door in silence, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further ado, he returned to his lounge. "The last £7 will soon be obtained, and I also earned an additional Quelag Club membership worth £50. It covers board, lodging, and entertainment. That's worth even more than £50. Without any connections or contacts, I wouldn't have been able to join this. Even with £100, this mission isn't bad at all. Simple, safe, and profitable. Klein put down his portable camera and sighed with emotion in his heart. At that moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the camera lens. Miss Bodyguard in her black regal dress slowly came out and floated in midair again, but her face remained pale. Thinking of how he had led her to watch some porno, Klein tried to change the topic, in embarrassment. I plan on heading to the cafeteria to eat something. Do you want to come with me? Each member could bring one guest. As for how to explain the sudden appearance of the guest, Klein's plan was to go out for a while and then come back. Miss Bodyguard replied in a neutral tone, I can go without eating for 2 weeks. As she spoke, she turned her back to Klein and floated toward the mirror, disappearing in an instant. What exactly is her sequence? Klein thought curiously, putting the portable camera back in its case. After doing all of this, he went to the bathroom and relieved himself. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Klein looked into the mirror and examined his appearance. As he hadn't shaved this morning, he had quite a stubble. His hair was parted to the sides in a 3:7 ratio, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hung on his face. He looked refined and scholarly, with a tinge of maturity. There's a definite difference from the past. I can still be recognized if scrutinized. Once my beard grows to a certain extent, I wouldn't have to worry that much. I wouldn't need to be afraid of anything when I advance to sequence 6 faceless. Klein took out his golden pocket watch, opened it and walked out of the bathroom. He took his suitcase and went to the cafeteria on the first floor. It was just after 9, so breakfast was still served. Klein chose a double-sided, half-cooked fried egg, a loaf of white bread, a cake of butter, a desi pie, a serving of bacon, and a cup of marquee black tea with a piece of lemon floating on its surface. While looking for a seat, he suddenly saw a familiar face. It was the surgeon who had recommended him to the club Aaron series. The tall, thin gentleman was sitting alone in the corner, having finished his breakfast and was sipping his coffee as he leafed through the newspaper. Good morning, Dr. Series. Klein walked over and greeted the slightly cold Aaron. The surgeon nudged the frame over his nose and said, Just call me Aaron, Detective Moriarty. According to the principle of reciprocity, you have to call me Sherlock. Klein sat down. Any news today? I came out in such a hurry that I haven't read the newspapers. The Intis ambassador was assassinated. A terrorist organization by the name of the Aurora Order declared responsibility for it. This world is becoming more and more chaotic. Sooner or later, there will be an all-out war in the southern and northern continent. Aaron expressed his feelings. The war has never stopped, sir. It's just that we've been able to enjoy peace. Klein finished his fried egg and replied with a smile. What a pity that such an important case wouldn't seek the help of private detectives like us. Aaron flipped through the newspaper. This news doesn't have much to do with us. What's really important is that the House of Lords and the House of Commons will pass a motion either today or tomorrow after a long debate. First, it's the Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill, as well as the relevant guidance and actual plans. Second, is the establishment of the Atmospheric Pollution Council. And third, the establishment of the Independent Alkaline Industry Inspector. The latter two involve pollution. God, they're finally paying attention to this problem. The patients in the hospital with pulmonary attacks have been rising constantly. Has it finally been passed? I wonder how Benson's preparations are. Will it be affected by my death? Klein's smile suddenly beamed. That's good news. To Mary, this is extremely good news. She wishes to make herself or her husband, Daragu, become one of the members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. She has a higher chance since she doesn't hold any positions in a commercial company and is a devotee of the goddess. Besides, in any organization, there's ultimately a need for balance. Aaron mentioned Klein's employer. I suggested to her that she should frequent the club since we have quite a number of House of Commons members of Parliament as club members. In the Lone Kingdom, the members of Parliament of the House of Commons were mainly composed of wealthy people and the representatives of certain nobles. However, there were also many professionals such as doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, and accountants. The Quelag Club targeted a variety of professionals in the middle class, without distinguishing between them by their political inclinations. Klein didn't know much about such things, so he just said a few words in response before changing the subject. "Aaron, it's Friday today. Don't you need to head back to the hospital?" "No, I'm on leave. It's been terrible lately." Aaron suddenly frowned. "What happened?" Klein drank a mouthful of black tea. Since Bakerland had just been assassinated, and Rosego's body had been thrown into a sewer far away, he didn't know when it would be found. Klein was concerned about the aftereffects and the imperfection of his disguise, so he didn't plan on taking missions that were too difficult or easily exposed his identity. Therefore, he was interested in simple matters which held potential and handsome rewards. Aaron put down the newspaper and sighed. "I've been very unlucky recently. I've had a few consecutive failed surgeries. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences. Otherwise, my license would have been revoked. Although it wasn't big news for surgeons to cause deaths in the present era since it was common, the penalties were still quite severe if a serious accident occurred due to a surgeon's negligence. Well, I can't help much. Well, actually, I know of a luck enhancement ritual, but its effect is to send you above a gray fog." Klein lowered his head and began to nibble at his bread. After breakfast, he said goodbye to Aaron, went to withdraw £500 in cash, and gave £300 to Miss Bodyguard before returning home. While waiting for the photos to develop, he hoped for a simple job to be entrusted to him. Unfortunately, none of them came to him. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again, his target Braveheart's bar. Taking the opportunity of having Miss Bodyguard around, he hoped to get in touch with more Beyonder circles. Before leaving the house, Klein tossed a coin to inquire if it was beneficial for him to visit the Braveheart's bar that day. After receiving a negative result, he looked around before whispering into the air, "Is someone monitoring me today?" After a few seconds of silence, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "No." Klein subconsciously looked back, but he failed to find Miss Bodyguard. His attention quickly returned to the answer he received as he couldn't help but let out a snicker in his heart. MI9 isn't even putting me on their suspect list at all. After confirming that Rosego hadn't sought me out, they completely put me aside. Should I feel honored or insulted? It's true that a detective that busies himself looking for cats has no way of being associated with the assassination of an ambassador or getting rid of a Sequence 5 expert. Furthermore, MI9 has been monitoring me for quite some time. My panic, my helplessness, and my struggle for self-preservation were laid out for them to see. It's obvious that I can't inflict any substantial harm to the ambassador. With that in mind, Klein put on his half-top hat, carried his black silver-inlaid cane, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. He spent 2 soldi for a rental carriage that brought him to Braveheart's bar on Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge area. He entered like a regular, walked past the cheering drunkards around the boxing ring, and rapped the countertop when he came to the bar counter. "1 glass of Southville beer." The bartender looked up at him and mumbled, "Casper's is in card room 3. Klein smiled and pushed 5 one-penny copper coins to the man. Then, carrying the wooden cup and sipping a white, smooth, frothy Southville beer, he walked around 2 of the rowdiest, liveliest stages that stank the most and knocked on the door of card room 3. Casper's was playing Texas poker with unlimited stakes. Stacks of cash were piled high in front of him, as well as yellow coins that piled up in a dazzling heap. Noticing Klein's gaze, the black market arms dealer with the huge scar on his face twitched his big red nose and casually said, "I don't like using chips as they don't feel real to me. It's still the texture of cash and the weight of the coins that leaves me intoxicated. It's the same as fucking women." After finishing that sentence, Caspers frowned slightly. "What are you doing here again?" Klein didn't answer directly, but he gestured with his mouth to speak outside. "Damn it. I was going to clean them up with this hand." "Bullshit. I'm folding." Caspers tossed the 2 cards in front of him into the middle of the table. Then he limped to the door and said to Klein, "You'd better have a good reason." After leaving the card room and coming to the corner, Klein said in a suppressed voice, "I want to know when the most recent gathering will be, just like the last one. Caspers looked at him suspiciously. Haven't you struck a deal with Merrick? It's not about hiring bodyguards. Regarding that, I've become very interested in it. Klein was telling the truth. Caspers hesitated and then said, There will be a gathering tonight. The organizer is the same person as last time, but you'll have to wait for more than half an hour. I'll inform them first. You showed your reputation last time, so I don't think there'll be too much of a problem. No problem. I'll pay you. Klein touched the bills in his pocket. You just need to pay £1 this time. Caspers acted like he was very generous. It's worth it, Klein said as the corners of his lips curled up. After paying Caspers, he found a seat and sat down, drinking the rich malt-scented Southville beer and enjoying the competition on the ring. I can beat and take them down at the same time. Klein quickly came to this conclusion. After about 10 minutes, Caspers returned to the bar, looked around and said in a low voice, They agreed. We'll head there after half an hour. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope you haven't forgotten that mask. Klein gave a positive answer. He slowed down his drinking as he began sipping, and he took half an hour to finish the 500 milliliters of Southville beer. It was the same path they took as the previous time, and it was the same house without any light. Klein put on the iron mask that only covered half of his face, and he watched as Caspers knocked on the door rhythmically. The rhythm is different from last time. The knocking changes all the time. Klein listened carefully for a moment, then saw the small plank of the door open and a pair of eyes peer out. After the indistinguishable process like before, he put on the hooded robe and hid his entire face in the shadows. It was still the same living room, with a candle flickering in the dim light. Klein randomly found a seat and quietly sat down. But unlike before, he no longer felt suppressed or tensed. Instead, he leisurely looked around. The cold wind that blew across the back of his neck made him certain that Miss Bodyguard had followed him in without anyone noticing. As expected, there are no Sequence 5 experts in this gathering. There might not even be a Sequence 6, Klein thought. After listening in on the conversation for a while, he saw the round-faced apothecary change his posture as if he wanted to speak. As expected, the apothecary who had half his chubby face exposed quickly raised his hand and said, Black Snake has apparently died in the sewers. Those beasts are still rampant. Black Snake died? Klein was surprised to hear the news. Black Snake was the man who had sold him the remains of a listener, allowing him to successfully create the language of foulness. It was suspected that he was from the Aurora Order. His strength wasn't low at all. Yet, he actually died performing the simple mission of clearing the beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned suspiciously. He suddenly thought of something. When he discovered Zreel's corpse, he had heard thumping sounds deep in the sewers. By the time he led Ian there, parts of Zreel's body had been eaten by strange beasts. That was at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in the East Borough, quite far from the Backland Bridge area, and I wonder if there's a connection. Klein had no impulse to verify this. News of Black Snake's death quickly spread through the dark room, attracting the murmurs of many. A sense of fear spread through them, as though they had experienced it themselves. The apothecary clapped his hands and said, So, what should I do? The whispers suddenly disappeared, and a frozen silence filled the room. As the apothecary had advised him without being afraid of offending him, Klein thought for a moment and said, If I were you, I would give up on the rest of the herbs and never go there again. Why? They'll mature very soon, and those beasts that hide in the depths of the sewers usually won't come out. The apothecary asked hesitantly. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, Black Snake likely has an organization backing him. His death definitely would have caused an investigation. I believe you don't want to interact with them, right? Having the remains of a listener didn't imply that Black Snake was an Aurora Order member. By referring to the true creator as a great being, this was confirmed. Moreover, he would rather believe that this was the case rather than hope for a fluke. Yeah. The apothecary nodded slightly, seemingly having made up his mind. Klein added, If I were you, I would even anonymously report this matter to the police. What? Many gathering members exclaimed. Klein explained without a change in tone. Since the beasts in the sewers can kill Black Snake, it means that they're very dangerous. And since everyone lives in Backland, if it really causes a major catastrophe, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be implicated. That's why the best option is to attract the attention of the police and let the officials handle this matter. We can enjoy a good outcome without any risks. Isn't that nice? Just as he finished his sentence, the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, applauded. Such a great idea. We're afraid of the official beyonders, but similarly, we can make use of them. We don't have to handle everything on our own. That's because I was an official beyonder, so my train of thought would definitely be different from pure savages like you. Klein smiled as he lampooned. After speaking, he became a bystander again, listening to people peddling or requesting for items. As he watched the deals which succeeded or failed, he found nothing of interest. He temporarily didn't announce the beyonder ingredients he needed, planning to observe the circle of beyonders a few more times. Seconds turned to minutes, and finally, Eye of Wisdom arranged for people to leave every 3 minutes. Klein was the first to leave the previous time, so he didn't know what happened next. Now, he noticed that there were at least 5 exits. The attendants of the Eye of Wisdom would lead different people to different passages, trying their best to space them out and drag out time. After more than half an hour, there were only 3 members of the gathering left. Apart from Eye of Wisdom, the other 2 were Klein and the suspected apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed with his aged voice. Looks like you're quite lucky. He recognized me as the man who had bought the ominous item from Black Snake. Klein smiled. Yes, my bet paid off. Hearing their conversation, the apothecary widened his eyes as he examined Klein. After a long time, he finally said, Do you have another mystical charm that affects luck? I already regarded you as a dead person. You're so direct. Klein tactfully answered, Maybe I'm lucky enough myself. Actually, he did want such an item. Eye of Wisdom sighed and said, Young lad, don't always bet on your luck, especially on matters such as this. Even if you've won many times in the past, just one loss would doom you for eternity. I know. That's why I've come to this gathering to see if I can buy any useful items. I can be considered the same as all of you now, Klein said, seemingly casual. Same. The apothecary gave an exaggerated sigh. I should have listened to my teacher. Teacher. He seems to be a suspected apothecary. The apothecary pathway is controlled by the Church of Mother Earth and the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought passes down their teachings through mentoring. Klein's heart skipped a beat and asked curiously, Why do you say that? The apothecary sighed and said, My teacher told me to choose a path that would make one sufficiently lucky. But in the end, I still became a medicine concoctor. As a result, I haven't been able to find the next batch of potion ingredients for this sequence for a whole 2 years. I'm envious of your luck. Make one sufficiently lucky. This is very similar to the sequence pathway for Monster. He really is from the Life School of Thought. Klein smiled and said, What's your reason for choosing it? The apothecary suddenly straightened his back and said, This is a man's choice. After knowing that I can concoct medicine to enhance my ability in that field, I chose this path without hesitation. What a godlike reason. After hearing the apothecary's answer, Klein was unable to control the changes in his expression despite being a clown. Fortunately, he was wearing an iron mask over his face. The apothecary didn't notice the reactions Klein and Eye of Wisdom had, and he began to let his hair down. That's why I really like Backland. There are a lot of prostitutes prowling the streets, hanging outside music halls, theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. They're either professionals or working part-time. They were originally maidservants or workers, each with different flavors. It's said that in places in the West Borough, bankrupt aristocratic ladies might occasionally appear. That's really something to look forward to. Klein nudged the iron mask that covered his face upwards and quickly changed the topic. Did your teacher have any objections to your choice? The apothecary shook his head slightly. No, he just kicked me out of the damn door after teaching me all the knowledge in the field of herbs, telling me to roam the world and experience life. Damn it. He didn't even tell me where to find the next potion ingredients. At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, "If you know where to obtain Spring of the Elves' marrow crystals, please do tell me. I'll pay you for it. Of course, you can also first buy it and then sell it to me for a higher price. You're a lucky guy. Who knows, you might help fulfill my wish." "All right," Klein casually agreed. He then asked, thoughtfully, "When that happens, can I use it to exchange for the potion formula for apothecary?" From his point of view, an apothecary was very useful as support. He could use it to groom helpers. The apothecary, who wasn't considered too fat, quickly shook his head and said, "No way. I can only teach my students." Is this a rule of the life school of thought? He might have made an oath with some secret existence as a witness. Klein wasn't surprised. At this moment, the apothecary let out a laugh. "But I can tell you where you can get the apothecary formula. It's right here in Backland." "Brilliant." Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing that Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off, he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medication to treat mental disorders and other problems?" Klein was acting for Miss Bodyguard, to make her feel more assured. Having been slightly influenced by the true creator and becoming a potential lunatic, that he was desperately trying to find a cure. "Yes, there's a sedative, 10 soli for one. I'll bring you 4 in the next gathering. Trust me, this is definitely much more useful than the ones in the hospitals. I've added some materials with spirituality." The apothecary replied without hesitation. "How expensive?" In the underground market at Tingen, the number of sedatives that originated from the hospitals ranged from 1 to 2 soli, while the variety that leaked from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hivemind ranged from 4 to 5 soli. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein put on a show, looked at Eye of Wisdom and said, "Dear sir, may I attend the next gathering?" "Yes, your last 2 performances are proof of your goodwill. Young lad, watch out for the Backland Morning Post Daily. When there's an advertisement for the purchase of goods by the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it means that there would be a meeting here at 8 o'clock the next evening. The strength and the frequency of the knocking is based on the prices listed. The first number is the number of heavy strikes. The second number is the number of light strikes. The third number is the number of long pauses, and the fourth is the number of short pauses. The rest are meaningless." Eye of Wisdom said with a nod. After describing the information, he sighed and said, "The lives of Beyonders who are neither official or part of an organization aren't as nice as you imagine. On the one hand, we have to keep secrets, avoid the officials, and at any time we have to maintain a cautious and careful state. On the other hand, we have to fight against the possibility of losing control and madness. Too many of our kind have died because of these 2 matters. Even if we successfully evade the officials' notice and avoid losing control and going crazy, we would still fall into the predicament of lacking ingredients and the inability to find items we want or obtain sufficient knowledge. I organized such a gathering to get everyone to help each other. Unfortunately, this is an era of scarce mysteries. Many Beyonder ingredients are rarely seen. Yes, but I have Mr. Hanged Man who knows the coordinates of some of the primitive islands, and City of Silver's the son who is constantly fighting against the various monsters in the depths of the darkness. I can rely on them to obtain some of the Beyonder ingredients." Klein politely stood up with his back bent as he bowed to Eye of Wisdom. "Your character is admirable." After sitting down again, Klein suddenly remembered something and asked after some deliberation, "Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? The kind that Black Snake sold me, but ones without too serious negative effects. I wish to have some sort of ability to protect myself." His plan was to find something that caught his interest, determine the price, and then determine the target accordingly. "However, I don't have any money right now, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't have any in the future. Can't I make an inquiry about the price without money?" Klein silently added in his heart. The apothecary spread out his hands, indicating that he didn't have any, and even if he did, he wouldn't sell them. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, "I do have some, but I don't know what you would like to buy. Give me an approximate range." "Some. He's most likely a savant pathway beyonder who relies on external items." Klein didn't hide his envy as he said, Something stronger than me, not something that improves my combat skills. It's best if it has some mystical powers. He didn't go into details so as to maintain his image as a newcomer. Eye of Wisdom smiled and said, I have an item that suits your requirements. Its former code name was 2-081. 2-081? Klein asked, puzzled. His puzzlement was just a disguise on the surface, but on the inside he was very shocked. Is this a sealed artifact that leaked out from the Chinese gate of the Church of the Evernight Goddess? Klein didn't expect to see a familiar code name here. Eye of Wisdom casually explained simply, many mystical items have rather obvious side effects that can cause certain harm. Therefore, the 7 Orthodox churches would seek them out and seal them. They're called sealed artifacts and are distinguished using numbers as code names. Over a long period of debate and exchanges, the 7 churches formed a uniform naming convention. It labels the different danger grades with 0, 1, 2, and 3. Among them, 0 is the most dangerous. Rumors say that some are terrifying items that can destroy countries or even the world. The 7 Orthodox churches will exchange information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1, telling each other which ones they possess. Therefore, Grade 0 and Grade 1 code names won't be repeated. Grade 2 and Grade 3 are arranged by their respective churches, so different churches might have the same code name. Klein had long known about the general situation within the Nighthawks, but he was puzzled by something. Information regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts is exchanged? Wouldn't that be disclosing major secrets? It will allow the other churches to know how many hidden cards they have. Of course, this could also be seen as a form of strategic deterrence, to avoid direct conflict between the 7 churches. Klein considered the possible reasons. Yes, although I'm unable to explain the reason for doing that, it has indeed happened. Legend has it that during the end of the 4th epoch or the beginning of the 5th epoch, the 7 churches came to an agreement. Eye of Wisdom said at an unhurried pace. My 2-081 was obtained from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It allows you to understand and comprehend many things. Even an enemy's beyonder powers can be rapidly identified, allowing me to know of their strengths and weaknesses. I'll also have a chance at being able to mimic them. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chance of failure. Of course, even success would definitely result in a huge difference from the original. That sounds very strong. Proof that knowledge is power? In the end, will there be a situation where omniscience is equal to omnipotence? I retract my previous judgment. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom might not be an appraiser. His identification of items might have relied on sealed artifact 2-081. Klein clicked his tongue silently as he asked with interest. So, how much would I need to buy it? What flaws does it have? It will keep you in a state where your mind is churning at high speeds. Once it exceeds the time limit, you'll become a retard. Eye of Wisdom replied simply without providing enough details. At this moment, the apothecary beside him muttered, perhaps your brain has already been damaged. You keep talking about your collection. Sooner or later, someone will rob you and kill you. Sir, your persuasions are always so repugnant. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed and said, how do you know that I'm not saying it on purpose to make greedy people attack me? Yes, it's like the entrapment law once described by Emperor Roselle. After the laughter stopped, he patted the armrest of his sofa and sighed. As a person who loves collecting things, it's excruciating not being able to flaunt my collection to others. He then looked at Klein. I'm sorry, 2-081 isn't for sale. It's my best collection, and back then, I spent £6,800 to buy it. A sealed artifact at this level can cost from £400 to £20,000, and is determined by its effects and negative side effects. However, most of time, they can't be bought with money. Then why did you say so much? Klein controlled the twitching of his mouth. Seemingly sensing his reaction, Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, what I really wish to recommend are 2 items. The first is a brooch. It can allow you to ward off spirits and purify them, as well as use a portion of the spells in the sun domain. The flaw is that as long as you wear it, you will never feel coolness. You will forever be stuck in the warm summer of the South. The other is a hat that can change shapes. Wearing it allows you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour and allows you to use some water or wind domain spells. The flaw is that you will desire water. Once you walk on land, you will gradually weaken. The prices of similar items range from £1,500 to £3,500, and sometimes, even if you raise the price several-fold, they aren't necessarily for sale because they rarely appear. Took me more than 3 decades to collect a few. Klein nodded slightly and said, I'll think about it, and I'll make the decision during the next gathering. At this point, he deliberately smiled and said, Besides, I don't have that much money right now. The concrete road had turned dirty from prolonged rain. 2 gas lamps, the height of an adult male, along the 2 sides of the road emitted a bright but misty light due to the moisture on the glass. A rental carriage drove through the night as the surrounding pedestrians either wore hats or carried umbrellas. Klein leaned against the wall, idly admiring the evening streets of Backlund. At that moment, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the carriage drop significantly. A gloomy and cold wind was swirling about. Klein jerked his head around and saw that Miss Bodyguard, dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, was sitting across from him without him even realizing it. Her voice was ethereal and dreamy. That eye of wisdom sensed my presence. As expected, Klein nodded, unsurprised. He has several mystical items. Perhaps he sensed you because of them. I even suspect that he has an organization behind him. Otherwise, it's quite impossible for Eye of Wisdom to collect several relatively powerful mystical items in 30 years with his power alone. Previously, Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos only had a single creeping hunger despite being one of the 7 great pirate admirals. Of course, it was possible that the latter had high standards and ordinary mystical items didn't catch his attention. After all, with creeping hunger, he could be more well-rounded and nearly be without any weaknesses. Yes, for Eye of Wisdom himself to be rich there has to be a rather good explanation as well. He's organized so many gatherings, and once he finds a suitable mystical item, he would spare no expense to get it. Having a few in his collection isn't that unbelievable. It's like he has a gold mine at home or he runs a bank. Klein lampooned silently. He didn't mention in detail that he had guessed that Eye of Wisdom was from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, out of fear that he would expose to Miss Bodyguard that he wasn't someone who had just become a beyonder. The blonde Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though agreeing with Klein's suspicions. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at the window opposite her. A rich smell of blood. There's a strong smell of blood. Klein turned his head in puzzlement and looked out the window. There was a secluded alley in the sparse drizzle. Near the mouth of the alley, a woman wearing a gorgeous dress was on the ground. At that moment, a pedestrian walked past and on careful inspection, let out a sudden scream. The scream startled the horse slightly as the carriage driver quickly tightened the reins, slowing down the carriage. Under the light of the gas lamp, Klein saw the pale face of the woman lying on the ground at the mouth of the alley. There was a deep gash in her stomach, and her internal organs seemed to have been hollowed out. The blood on the ground around her was flowing slowly, crimson and thick. This, as a qualified former Nighthawk, he quickly thought of many similar cases. These were often related to devil worship. And when it came to devil worship, it was almost always tied to ancient organizations. It was the Blood Sanctify sect that first appeared in the 4th epoch. According to the records, this was a loose alliance formed due to the worship of devils. It consisted of several so-called devil clans, such as the Noise and Ariel and Beria clans. They weren't subordinate to each other. In their bid to proselytize faith in the devil, they committed many murders. Back in Tingen, the accountant for the Nighthawks, Mrs. Oriana, was one such victim who was thankfully saved. Of course, not all similar cases were committed by them. Many people felt that such acts were very cool and began to imitate them. It looks like it was done by the Blood Sanctify sect, Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure rapidly turned translucent before vanishing. She didn't care if Klein understood her or comprehended the situation. At that moment, the carriage had already passed the scene of the crime. Klein also noticed that the patrolling police had arrived, so he held back his idea of getting off the carriage to observe and instead chose to act as an ordinary citizen who was passing by. Yes, citizen Mr. Moriarty. The Blood Sanctify sect has the criminal pathway, which is also known as the devil pathway. It's said that after sequence 7, the corresponding Beyonder would gradually turn demonic. However, they would only reveal those signs under certain circumstances. Sequence 9 criminals have strong bodies, keen instincts, and a variety of criminal abilities. But their conscience isn't gone yet. Sequence 8, known by its ancient name Cold-Blooded, has the modern name Unwinged Angel. It means that from that moment forth, they lose their conscience and revel in evil desires, with bodies that look even more inhuman. They would also obtain some of the magical powers of the devil. Sequence 7 serial killer grasps a good deal of knowledge and rituals regarding devil worship. They like to please the devil with special serial murders. I don't know the sequences after that. The information regarding the Blood Sanctify sect and the devil pathway flashed past Klein's mind. The rain outside seemed to become heavier as the rain on the windows converged and fell, and the whole world became quiet and unclear. What's the point of thinking so much? Such matters would definitely be taken over by a Beyonder squad. It might be the mandated Punishers or Nighthawks. There's no need for me to worry. Klein shook his head with a laugh as he muttered in his mind. By the time he returned to 15 Minsk Street, he had forgotten about the murder case. He went next door and knocked on the Sammers' front door, asking Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary that she could come for the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Following that, he washed up and read the newspapers, learning about the current situation and news in Backlund. On Saturday morning the next day, Klein enjoyed his breakfast slowly and went out to pick up the freshly developed photographs. He chose the one with the best view of Darago Gale's and Erica Taylor's face, one that brought out their passion the most. After putting the photos away, he went to the Rice police station before Mrs. Mary arrived and successfully got the bail money that was worth £10 back. In the process, he also saw the real Sergeant Faxine and felt a little uncomfortable. After withdrawing the remaining £500 in cash from his account, Klein was finally done with everything after having a busy morning. Before he prepared lunch, he handed the remaining £600 to Miss Bodyguard in one go, leaving £146 8 solely, and 5 pence on him. That was all his liquid funds. Other than Miss Justice, I have no other debts. Klein cooked himself a T-bone steak and sprinkled it with black pepper sauce. Just as he was enjoying the taste of the medium-well steak whilst in a good mood, the doorbell suddenly rang and resounded through his house. Mrs. Mary? Isn't this too early? Puzzled, Klein put down his fork and knife and he walked to the door. He paused for 2 seconds as the image of the visitor outside the door appeared in his mind. It was an old-fashioned gentleman in a light gray overcoat, a silk top hat, and he held a black and gold cane. He had sharp blue eyes, and his temples were streaked with white. His wrinkles were deeply engraved in his face, causing his facial muscles to seemingly sag. "May I know who you're looking for?" Klein asked after opening the door. The old gentleman said in a thick mid-seashire accent, "Are you Sherlock, Detective Moriarty? Do you have something you wish to entrust to me?" Klein nodded and made way, leading the old gentleman into the living room. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then asked, "Would you like coffee or tea?" "A cup of hot water, please." The old gentleman had taken off his hat and sat down. "Very well, it's very simple. Maybe I should consider getting an assistant to serve tea and clean the place." As Klein's mind wandered, he turned to the kitchen and rinsed a glass. After placing the hot water in front of the old gentleman, he walked to the sofa and sat down with his hands folded. "How may I address you?" "Millet Carter," the old gentleman answered simply. "Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with?" Klein asked directly without bothering to exchange pleasantries. As he spoke, he quietly activated his spirit vision to observe Carter. This old gentleman is in quite good health. There are some problems with the color of the joints of his left leg. Probably arthritis. His emotions are mostly blue from calm thinking with a hint of anxiety. With just a glance, Klein had come to a general conclusion. Millet Carter lifted the white porcelain cup and, while rubbing its surface, said, "The thing is, I've bought a house on William Street. Heh, I come from Mid-Seashire and because of my business, I'll be living in Backlund permanently." William Street, where's that? Having been in Backlund for less than a month, Klein, who had to consult the map or rely on his intuition, tried his best to appear staid and reliable. Millet Carter looked at him, and under his gaze he continued, "Rumor has it that the house was originally owned by a bankrupt viscount. That was about 2 to 3 decades ago. After a few changes of hands, I finally bought it. I planned on doing some renovations that suited the modern style, but I discovered a hidden secret door in the basement which leads to a very large underground structure. Considering that it might not be safe inside, I temporarily stopped construction, and I prevented the workers and servants from rashly exploring it. I hope that you can help me confirm the situation inside the underground structure." Underground structure? Ancient ruins? Secret treasure? Klein thought and said, "Why didn't you call the police? The resources that the police can mobilize are more than 100 times that of a private detective like me can muster. The results of the exploration will definitely be better and more reliable." Millet Carter rubbed his nose bridge. "I don't want too many people to know about this, especially the government. If I confirm that there is no danger within the underground structure, then I intend to use it as part of the structure and repurpose it. I know that this is a high risk for you, and I'm willing to pay £50 for it. But you can't have more than 3 assistants, and I can make up for it later, depending on the circumstances. £50, that's quite a high price. If I were an ordinary detective, that would be equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my income. He's just arrived in Backlund and doesn't know any other detectives. He could only read the newspapers to look for hires and ended up coming to me." Klein hesitated for a few seconds. "Let me think about it." He suddenly revealed an apologetic smile, pointed behind him and said, "I need to use the bathroom." Millet Carter nodded slightly and took a sip of hot water. After entering the bathroom and closing the wooden door, Klein looked at the mirror and took out a copper penny. Because he had Miss Bodyguard with him, he couldn't confirm it above the gray fog, so he could only rely on his own divination skills. "I should accept this commission." Klein chanted 7 times and flicked the coin as he watched it tumble down. Thud! The copper coin fell into his palm, and the king's portrait faced up, indicating a positive response. Klein slightly nodded and whispered into the air, "What does your intuition tell you?" Miss Bodyguard's figure quickly appeared in the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, "There's a certain amount of danger, but it's not great." "Very good." Klein put away the coin, washed his hands, and walked out of the bathroom and into the living room. He looked at Millet Carter and said with a smile, "I'll take this commission." After signing a contract with Millet Carter and receiving an advance payment of £10, Klein didn't rush to William Street immediately. Instead, he made an appointment for 4 in the afternoon. Millet was understanding with regard to this. Alone, Detective Sherlock Moriarty definitely had to recruit people to carry out the exploration. When the old gentleman left, Klein immediately returned to the dining table and cut the steak which had turned cold before wolfing it down. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why must he pick such a time to come? After barely filling his stomach, Klein bitterly began cleaning up. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Mary arrived as scheduled. Her eyes were slightly red and puffy, but her face was turning gloomy. Stellan Sammer, who accompanied her, had no choice but to maintain her silence. Klein handed over an envelope containing his carefully chosen photo. "Madam, please confirm it." Mary paused for 2 seconds and slowly took in a breath. Then, she took the envelope, pulled out the photo and examined it. "Excellent, very excellent. You're the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever met. I'm honored to introduce you as a member of the Quelag Club. This is the remaining £7 for the payment. You deserve it." Mary took out a wallet from her leather handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 notes. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo back into the envelope, put it into her handbag, and abruptly got up to leave. Tap, tap, tap. Her buttonless boots made hurried sounds as she stomped on them. Stellan Sammer struggled to keep up. As she opened the door, Mary stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately, Stellan caught her. With this episode, Mary clearly slowed down and seemed to turn calm. "Madam, you forgot to take the portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later, and she'll bring it to you." Klein silently watched this scene, slightly shaking his head without saying anything. He returned to the second floor, took a nap, waking up comfortably to the bell chimes of the nearby church. Klein had already searched the map and confirmed that William Street was at the border of the West Borough and Empress Borough, a residential area in the heart of Backland. A nice house in West Borough and Hillston Borough costs about £2,500. Millet Carter's house is close to Empress Borough, and it's a property of a former viscount. The area is definitely sizable. The total purchase price will be at least £3,500, maybe even £5,000. That will be enough for a pretty decent mystical item. He actually came visiting me without a housekeeper or an attendant. Perhaps because he's new in Backland and hasn't settled in? Klein put on his double-breasted coat, hat, and held his cane before heading out into Minsk Street. The gas lamps haven't been lit yet, and the streets were surprisingly darker than during the evenings. However, the air was fairly all right, without the suffocating air in the boroughs to the east. Taking a rental carriage, he went all the way to William Street. Klein saw a waiting manservant outside the Unit 8 house. The manservant, who was dressed in a red vest and light-colored trousers, bowed respectfully at the incoming visitor. "Good afternoon. Might I inquire if you are Detective Moriarty?" "Yes. I have an appointment with Mr. Carter." Klein nodded and followed the manservant into a mansion with a garden and lawn. The house was 2 stories tall. The first floor was in a mess, with a lot of construction materials placed everywhere. There were workers coming in and doing some modifications. Millet Carter wasn't wearing a hat. Covering his nose, he walked over. "I'm very sorry about the mess and dirt here, but I do wish that everything will be fine before my family arrives in Backland. I can only urge them to keep working non-stop." Having said that, he looked at the manservant and instructed, "Continue watching them." It's no wonder that he didn't bring any servants with him. Even his servants have become supervisors. Klein smiled and said, "I know a lot of doctors. They tell me that the newly renovated houses aren't suitable for immediate occupation. One has to wait at least 3 months to ventilate it well enough. Otherwise, old people and children who aren't strong enough will easily fall sick." "Is that so?" Millet led Klein to the basement and asked doubtfully. "I've never verified it, but I chose to believe in authority. It's said that this originated from the words passed down by Emperor Roselle." Klein casually fabricated an excuse. Millet nodded, then turned to look at the door. He couldn't help but frown before asking, "Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant? There might be quite a bit of danger in that structure." "I have an assistant. It's just that you can't see her," Klein lampooned as he said seriously. "This is my first visit, so I'll advance very carefully. If there are any problems, I will immediately retreat. I'm experienced in this area, so I won't put myself in a dangerous situation. If I were matched with inexperienced assistants, it might easily affect my nimble and decisive actions." Millet was startled. "You're very professional." "A professional bluff," Klein silently added. Without any further doubts, Millet led Detective Moriarty through the cluttered living room and down the stairs to a fairly spacious basement. There were no gas pipes here, but 4 metal candlesticks were set into the walls, their yellow lights flickering. Stepping on the stone pavements on the ground, Klein couldn't help but sigh in reflection. As expected of a noble's property, even the basement has been nicely decorated. Furthermore, it's almost as big as the living room of my current house. At this moment, Millet pointed ahead and said, "There's a secret door over there. It was discovered by the workers when they were renovating." Klein focused his gaze. With the not very bright candlelight, he saw a gray stone door in the corner. It should have been part of the wall, but it was now exposed. "I'll leave the rest to you. Be safe." The old gentleman, Millet, gave Klein a lighted lantern and cautioned him. "Has this place been ventilated ahead of time?" Klein asked cautiously. Millet shook his head indiscernibly. "It's not particularly stuffy inside, but I didn't let the workers go too far." "All right." Klein checked his belongings, put on a black glove, and, under Millet's gaze, unhurriedly carried the lantern and approached the stone door. He pushed it open with his cane. Amidst the heavy creaking sounds, through the light outside, he saw a deep-colored passageway paved with stone. There were several wooden doors on both sides of the passageway and at the end. They had already begun to rot, but they were still barely usable. Not too ancient. However, the ostentatious style of the door and the depth and thickness of the stone slabs don't match. Did the Viscount's family change it before? Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, gripped his cane and walked forward, step by step, with the lantern in hand. The light dispersed the darkness, and when he passed by the rooms on either side, he was able to see a somewhat empty scene through the open door, which was likely opened due to the exploration from the workers Millet had hired. There was also a long bench and a table that shared the same aesthetic style as the door. There's no sign of spirits flashing. Klein did a brief inspection. Without stopping, he proceeded forward until he came to the end of the hall where a bifold black stone door was. Stretching out his gloved right hand, he half-clamped his cane and slowly pushed against the door. A jarring sound of friction began to reverberate through the air as the stone door slowly cracked open. Spirit light suddenly appeared in Klein's eyes, reflecting an intertwined aura of different colors. His heart tightened as he pushed the door open, before taking a few steps back. The crack in the stone door widened rapidly, and a slimy black creature fell from above. It was a snake with a triangular head and red floral patterns on its head. It straightened its upper body, shot out its tongue, and looked at Klein with cold brown eyes. One snake after another fell from above the door as they piled up at the entrance. Klein saw a large hall beyond them. In the middle of the hall, countless snakes of various colors slithered together, forming an exaggerated nest of snakes about 10 meters wide. The slimy, disgusting feeling assaulted his senses. Klein felt his scalp turn numb as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He even wanted to look away without daring to look straight ahead. Although he was a man, he was still afraid of snakes. Snakes were the animal that he was most afraid of. This stemmed from a psychological trauma in the past. When he was a child, despite being way past his bedtime, he liked to secretly open the door to his room and watch movies with his parents through a crack. Unfortunately, his parents once watched a snake disaster movie. One scene involved the demolition of a building. The result was the unearthing of a large nest of snakes, and the dense squirming remained deeply imprinted in his mind. Can the slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed hard and said to the air, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard in her black Gothic dress quickly appeared by his side, her mouth tightly closed. She didn't say a thing. Klein looked at her and she looked back at Klein, but no one spoke. When a snake slowly slithered out, Klein finally coughed and repeated, "Do you have any solutions?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer. Instead, she floated and suddenly, a cold wind blew in the passageway. Whoosh! The wind howled as it blew into the hall. The temperatures dropped rapidly as it approached the temperatures of the outside world. Whoosh! The densely packed snakes in the middle of the hall suddenly slithered in all directions, searching for a warmer, more suitable spot to survive. 2 to 3 minutes later, a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the hall and the passageway, and countless snakes had disappeared without much of a trace. Whoosh! The continued as Klein said, chattering, That's quite enough." The surging cold wind slowed down, but the cold didn't subside. Miss Bodyguard's figure disappeared once again. Klein lifted his cane-wielding right hand, covered his mouth and nose, and sneezed. Then, he raised the lantern and cautiously walked through the stone door into the wide hall. The style here was identical to the passageway outside. There were 8 circular columns of the same color erected there. Metal poles hung from the high dome, and at the bottom were candlesticks carved into different creatures. An upside-down candlestick. As a university student of the history department, a person who could barely be called an elite in this field, Klein made a preliminary judgment based on this unique arrangement. A structure of the fourth epoch? The history circles of the northern continent countries all recognized that the fourth epoch was shrouded in thick mystery. It was impossible to tell what it truly was. The historical records had too many missing pieces and ambiguities for this period of history. There were too few tombs, ancient cities, and literature that had been unearthed to create an effective confirmation. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. Its rarity implied that there were still some relics and information left behind. The original Klein was a fanatic towards the history of the fourth epoch. He often read journal articles and books, so even now, Klein still remembered a lot of content. Whether it was the Solomon Empire, Tudor Empire, or Trunsoist Empire, they all had similar architectural styles that went against common sense. They were disorderly, asymmetrical, and they stood out for their frequent use of black. The most typical characteristic were the candlesticks hanging from the ceiling and the chopped floral pattern marks on black walls. This was precisely why Klein's first reaction was that the underground structure belonged to the fourth epoch when he raised his lantern. He had seen circular metal poles with candlesticks embedded at the bottom that ran down from the dome, reminding him of the fourth epoch, which was shrouded in mystery, leaving many historians and archaeologists regretful of the lack of knowledge in that ancient period. Several journal articles have mentioned that the number of candlesticks within different buildings are different. Although the three empires find asymmetry beautiful, they seem to have strict and meticulous rules in every aspect. 3 on the left and 2 on the right is the highest standards that ordinary citizens can enjoy. This is based on the structure of the buildings and the houses that remain. Klein raised his arm and held the lantern high. He walked slowly, counting the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was even wider than he had expected. He had walked for at least 100 meters before he saw a platform half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end of the hall. 41 inverted candlesticks on the left and 40 on the right. This is a bit of an exaggeration. What level of aristocracy is this? Powerful nobility? The Antigonus and the Zeridal families are all aristocrats of the fourth epoch. They were also powerful and terrifying beyond their family clans. The other noble families should be about the same. Holding the lantern in hand, Klein continued onward. He saw the stairs at the side of the half-height platform and saw the scuffing on the black stone tiles. Is this really a relic of the fourth epoch? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. With his keen eyesight and the light from the lanterns, he found 2 iron black seats on top of the platform that was half a meter above the ground. The huge, ancient seats overlooked the other seats below. There were 2 seats. 2? Why 2? According to the layout, the seat here should represent the person with the most power and authority, but there are 2 of them. A powerful noble of equal strength? A double count? A double duke? Or a double prince? Klein slowly began to feel that his knowledge of history was inadequate. He clearly remembered that many journal articles mentioned that the 3 empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Trunsoist, had a strict hierarchy. Based on this theory, there shouldn't have been leaders of equal standing within a faction. Strange, Klein mumbled, in a way meant for Miss Bodyguard. What's so strange about that? An ethereal voice suddenly sounded from behind him. In the vast, dark, empty, and silent ancient hall. This voice was exceptionally frightening. Klein's mouth twitched as he explained the characteristics, history knowledge, and puzzling points that he had observed to her. He eventually added, "The ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances." Miss Bodyguard, who had mostly blended into the darkness, listened silently as she gave Klein a penetrating glance. "How do you know so much?" "Because I was a university student in the history department." Klein cursed silently before smiling. "If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a diligent young historian." Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she disappear. Instead, she floated up to the platform first. With the lantern in hand, Klein quickly followed, discovering that the platform was very large. It was about 40 meters in length and 10 meters in breadth. The architectural style is grand and enlarged. It's also one of the characteristics of the fourth epoch, he said casually as he carefully approached the two huge iron-black chairs. He then raised his lantern and carefully inspected it. It seems to be meant for a 3-meter-tall giant to sit on. There's an emblem on the back of the chair. On this side, it's a black crown. On the other side, it's a hand holding onto a scepter. I wonder what they symbolize on their own, Klein said to himself, not expecting an answer from Miss Bodyguard. However, the lady who was floating suddenly said, "This is the Tudor family's emblem." "Huh!" Klein looked over in surprise, noticing that Miss Bodyguard was referring to the hand holding the scepter. Tudor family? Is this a relic of the fourth epoch's Tudor dynasty? Which royal family member owned this palace? Klein frowned and said, "Do you recognize the other emblem?" To think that it was ranked as equal to a Tudor family member. Miss Bodyguard shook her head without a word. Seeing this, Klein had to give up the idea of studying it for the time being and said, "After the Tudor and Trunsoist families established their respective empires, they both maintained the original style that originated from the Solomon Empire, such as inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and so on and so forth. This doesn't comply with common sense. If I were the emperor, even if I had to inherit many things, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the three empires have hidden, unchanging connections?" He guessed that Solomon, Tudor, and the Trunsoist families wielded the Dark Emperor, which was the lawyer pathway. Similar styles were needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard remained silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. "Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Is this a confirmation of my idea?" Klein didn't ask any more questions. With the lantern in hand, he circled the two huge iron-black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. "Let's take a look ahead," Klein suggested. Before he finished his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated towards the end of the platform, but the surrounding gloominess and coldness remained unchanged. A few meters ahead, Klein saw, with the help of the lantern's glow, 7 large, heavy, black stone doors at the base of the hall. They were lined up, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, 4 on the right, perfectly in line with the fourth epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein passed the cane to his lantern hand, tossed a coin at random, and whispered, "I should begin from the left." Ding! The copper penny tumbled down and landed on his palm, portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard silently followed until they reached the door on the far left before saying ethereally, "It's the same on the right." In other words, it didn't matter whether I did the divination. The corner of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. With a deep black background, it was a crimson half-moon that was surrounded by radiant points of light. Klein's pupils constricted suddenly. This is the dark sacred emblem, the symbol of the Evernight goddess. During the fourth epoch, the Church of the Evernight goddess had supported the Tudor dynasty. He thoughtfully placed his hand on the stone door. Screech! The black stone door slowly opened amidst rough and heavy grinding sounds. As the light from the lantern shone into the room, Klein began to see the interior, bit by bit. There was a few meters of open space at the entrance, also paved with dark stone tiles, and a platform nearly a meter high. Klein cautiously moved forward, holding up the lantern to illuminate the item on the platform. A few seconds later, a fiery radiance formed the outline of a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost filled the entire room. It was an extremely beautiful lady with a hazy face. Her right hand supported her head as she laid down on the platform. She wore a layered black classical dress that wasn't overly complex. There was a circle of radiating rays at the bottom of her head. On this lady's dress, there were sparkling specks of radiance. They were pieces of bright and resplendent gems. At first glance, Klein felt as though he was seeing the night and the stars. This was outlined against a circular shape under the lady's head that resembled a full moon. Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess immediately plowed its way from within. Evernight goddess? Miss Bodyguard's voice carried a rare hint of puzzlement. Be it the symbolism or the actual form, it seemed to be a sculpture of the goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape, echoing loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunn Smith about one of the differences between an evil god and a true god. The former was said to have an image that resembled that of an intelligent life form, but the latter only had sacred emblems formed by symbols. But today, at this very moment, in this ancient and bizarre underground structure, he saw a statue that looked like the Evernight goddess. What did this mean? Just thinking about it made Klein shudder. Could it be that the goddess was once an evil god? No. Maybe it's some other evil god that falls into the night domain. However, the dark sacred emblem by the door is no different from the one that is being used presently. Or perhaps, having the image of an intelligent being isn't a standard method to distinguish between true gods and evil gods. After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding of the situation wasn't necessarily accurate enough. It was also possible that the tutors were deliberately blaspheming the goddess. Yes, it could also be a way of setting up some strange ritual. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. It left him feeling puzzled, nervous, and tense. However, he also felt a strange feeling which couldn't be described. After looking around, Klein, who didn't see anything else, took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to the other doors and take a look. I wonder what the other 6 doors correspond to. Would it be equally strange and evil?" He thought gravely. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. When he was out of the room, Klein carefully held his cane and lantern in the same hand, leaving his left hand free so that he could retrieve the contents of his pocket as quickly as possible in the event there was a sudden turn of events. Inside, there were charms, Azek's characteristic, some tarot cards, and apart from the remaining Rosego's characteristic, the all-black eye, his pocket contained all the means available to him. Klein and Miss Bodyguard had barely taken a step to the side when the light of the lantern illuminated the emblem on the door next to them. It was a simple drawing of a baby surrounded by the symbols of wheat, flowers, and spring water. "The sacred emblem of Mother Earth," Klein said in a solemn voice. As a former Nighthawk, one of his basic skills was being able to distinguish the symbols of other churches. Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as though to confirm this. Her black Gothic regal dress looked even eerier and terrifying in such an environment and atmosphere. Her pale face looked like a grieving wraith under the illumination of the lantern. If any other adventurer were to come here and see the scene, they would definitely flee while stumbling out of fear. Holding his breath, Klein reached out with his left hand, pushed open the stone door, and raised the lantern high. He found that the layout here was very similar to the one before, like a perfect fusion between a small prayer room and a giant statue. Across the empty wheat-colored stone tiles, Klein illuminated the 3 steps ahead of him with a lantern. On the platform was a white stone sculpture about 4 or 5 meters tall. It was a plump and beautiful lady, with ears of wheat growing from her feet, and she was surrounded by spring water. Her dress seemed to flutter, and embedded in it, there were different herbs and flowers, as well as the depiction of different animals. The lady's chest was raised high, and in her arms was an adorable infant in swaddling clothes. She stood there, tall and sacred. "Don't tell me that this is the statue of Mother Earth?" Klein said softly with his lips curled. Miss Bodyguard didn't answer or deny it. After checking their surroundings, the duo left the room and opened the 3rd door nearby. Behind this door was a corridor that allowed for people to walk alongside each other. Ahead of them, it was dark and deep, filled with mystery and oddities. It was unknown where it led to. "Let's first confirm the situation behind the 4 doors on the right," Klein suggested. He didn't dare to rashly enter. Using her actions as an answer, Miss Bodyguard floated backward. The duo opened the 4 stone doors on the right, in succession. They separately saw the storm's sacred emblem, which was made up of the symbol of gales and stormy waves, the sacred emblem of the sun, which was surrounded by lines, the sacred emblems of the god of combat, which was made from the combination of the symbol for dusk and a sword-shaped symbol, as well as the sacred emblem of knowledge and wisdom, which was represented by an open book and an omniscient eye. In contrast, there were 4 suspected statues of deities in the room. A dignified middle-aged man in black armor, standing over churning waves, surrounded by stormy winds, with lightning flashing behind him and a trident in his hand. There was a young man in a pure white robe, holding a book of deeds in one hand and a golden sphere which resembled the sun in the other. He was handsome and spirited. There was a warrior sitting on a throne high above, holding a sword in front of him. His face was hidden behind his helmet's visor, his entire body covered with an indescribable sense of decay. There was a hooded elder holding a book and the omniscient eye, with only his mouth, wrinkles, and long white beard exposed. Apart from the god of steam and machinery, there were 6 humanoid statues of the Orthodox gods in this strange hall. Considering the weak position of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery before the appearance of Roselle, there seemed to be some sort of explanation regarding this problem. "This is really strange," Klein exclaimed with a sigh, partially because he couldn't stop it, and partially because he was testing Miss Bodyguard's reaction. This grand hall, which was 100 meters deep, actually had 6 of the Orthodox gods collected within it. This was something unimaginable in the current era. How could the Church of the 6 True Gods allow their gods to live in the same structure as the other gods? This was a custom that only existed during the 4th epoch. Also, what's with those humanoid statues? Although they look normal, unlike the sinister primordial demoness and the true creator statues, they still give off weird vibes. Just what had happened to make the images of the 6 gods evolve into abstract symbols in this day of age? No, perhaps it's been like this all this time. But the master of this place, a noble who's suspected to be a member of the Tudor family, purposely created statues of the 6 deities for some purpose. I thought of an item from a novel from my previous life, The 6-Soul Banner. While he waited for Miss Bodyguard's reply, Klein's mind wandered. Miss Bodyguard didn't answer his query, and instead said blandly, "There's another door." That's right. Klein suddenly felt fear. From his point of view, doors placed in the middle often had a special meaning, perhaps the core region of this ancient structure. Of course, this also likely implied the highest amount of danger. In his opinion, doors placed in the center often had a special meaning, perhaps the core of this ancient building. Of course, this also meant that the situation was most likely the most dangerous. "What are your thoughts on that area?" Klein hesitated for 2 seconds and directly asked. Under the situation of not being able to use the gray fog to eliminate any interference, he felt that Miss Bodyguard's spiritual perception and spiritual instincts were more reliable than his divination means at present. After all, she was in a very special state, close to that of a spiritual body, allowing her to communicate with the spirit world without any obstruction to gain revelations. Miss Bodyguard closed her eyes and replied a few seconds later, "Very dangerous. But the danger is subdued. Once you venture deeper, don't touch anything." Subdued danger. Is this equivalent to having something sealed inside? As Klein guessed, he and Miss Bodyguard walked to the central stone door and stepped onto the dark floor. The light of the lantern seemed to dim a little, as though it found it difficult to drive out the darkness ahead. Klein had his left hand in his pocket, holding Azek's copper whistle and a few charms. After about 30 steps, Miss Bodyguard suddenly stopped. Klein raised the lantern in his right hand and saw that the road ahead was blocked by boulders and dirt. On the left and right were 2 stone doors in the same shape as the ones in the main hall. The right side was ajar and filled with mud and stone. Perhaps this ancient structure was above ground back then, but for some reason, it eventually sank and collapsed, Klein mumbled. "There's only one direction we can choose from." Before he could finish his words, he saw Miss Bodyguard float ahead, stick to the huge rock, fuse into it, and disappear. Klein's mouth twitched, and he began to patiently wait. After a few minutes, Miss Bodyguard came out from the mud on the right, her body completely free of dust. "It's completely collapsed," she concluded flatly. For a moment Klein was speechless and could only smile. Following that, the 2 of them simultaneously looked to the left where the ajar stone door was. There was a tiny crack. Klein went closer and carefully looked through the 3-centimeter gap. His spirit vision, which had originally been blocked by the stone door, immediately discovered something. There were at least 4 bright and powerful spiritual lights inside, 2 that were close to dark gold in color, and 2 that were dark blue like the sea. After using his spirit vision, a narrow scene appeared in Klein's normal vision. The firelight that entered the room illuminated the black stone tiles. On top of the tiles were piles of bones covered with rotten clothing, and a few of them emitted dark gold and dark blue light. Condensed Beyonder characteristics? Mystical items? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein swept his gaze to the ends of the room. Along the dark wall stood a bifold door. A bloody pair of bifold doors. There seemed to remnants of fresh blood on the door. They continued sliding down as they reflected the light. Klein had wanted to let Miss Bodyguard scout the way ahead, when he suddenly felt a change in Isaac's copper whistle that he was holding in his hand. The originally cold and mild whistle suddenly became bone-piercing. It was a profound feeling of death. Klein narrowed his eyes and instinctively took a step back. Then, he noticed that his right forearm was numb and itchy and that it was beginning to swell. A scene flashed through his mind as he immediately took out a tarot card with his left hand and slashed across his arm. What surged out from his wound wasn't blood, but tiny black squirming worms. Sizzle. When these worms fell to the ground, they eroded into smoke. They struggled and huddled, but in the end, they melted under the glow of the lanterns. After a few seconds, all the black worms in Klein's wound finally flowed out, leaving only crimson liquid. He wriggled his muscles to control the small wound and prevented the blood from flowing further. Miss Bodyguard watched this scene quietly, her pretty eyebrows creasing into a rarely seen frown. Klein was just about to speak when he discovered the coldness and deadliness of Isaac's copper whistle hadn't abated. At the same time, his gaze landed on Miss Bodyguard's shadow. She never had a shadow to begin with. Run! Klein shouted and immediately ran towards the hall. Miss Bodyguard quickly floated up, and the two of them saw the lantern light in front of them gradually being swallowed up by a black shadow. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran like a hurricane as fast as he could while the light around him faded away. Tap, tap, tap. The shadow grew bigger and bigger, closer and closer, thicker and thicker. The light from the flame was about to be completely engulfed, and at that moment the door was still a few meters away. At that moment, Klein instinctively rushed forward and then rolled across the stone door. The light from the fire suddenly brightened, and the uneasiness in his heart instantly disappeared. Isaac's copper whistle also returned to its mild and cold state. Miss Bodyguard floated beside him as she turned around and looked at the passageway which had once again sunk into darkness. She said with an uncertain tone, "Evil spirit, evil spirit?" Klein almost drew a deep breath when he heard that. Fortunately, as a clown, he was good at controlling his expression and reactions. In the field of mysticism, evil spirits were extremely terrifying monsters. The best of them could even be said to be on the same level as high-sequence beyonders. An evil spirit is wandering within this ancient structure. For some reason, it's bound or imprisoned within that room. If it was an evil spirit, that explains why Mr. Isaac's copper whistle responded. An evil spirit can be considered as an undead creature. Klein stood up and also looked at the path which was now submerged in darkness. He felt as if there was a pair of cold eyes staring at him. In the cold and gloomy hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's return." From the way Isaac's copper whistle reacted, it's likely that the room contains a terrifying evil spirit. Its danger level is highly likely to be above that of Nimblewright Master Rosago and Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. It's been roaming these confines for centuries to thousands of years. Perhaps it's already equivalent to a high-sequence beyonder. If it wasn't for its experiencing difficulties in letting its powers escape the room, I would already be dead. Even if Miss Bodyguard is a powerful sequence 5, there's no hope of us turning the tides of battle with our powers combined. One needs to be aware of one's strength. I cannot be enticed by the suspected beyonder characteristics and mystical items left in there. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently came up with a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him. Without much emotion in her eyes, she asked, "What happens next?" "Next?" Klein silently gritted his teeth and said with deliberation, "Let Millet Carter get the police. Who knows when this evil spirit will escape? It's best to finish it as soon as possible." "No, that won't work. Mr. Carter doesn't know enough. By informing the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention to it. The first batch of people who come to explore this place will suffer heavy casualties, and they might even indirectly help the evil spirit escape from its restraints. Also, for me to see these statues, a detective like me might be silenced." "Did you see the bones and spiritual light in the room?" Miss Bodyguard once again cast her gaze towards the dark path behind the ajar stone door, and very slightly nodded her head. Klein thought quickly and said, "My guess is that these are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and one of the Beyonders left behind some mystical items. This might have had something to do with the Viscount family that lived beyond this premises. I plan to inquire about their last names, go to the library, and look for information about their descendants. Perhaps I might gain some valuable clues. After coming to a preliminary confirmation of the situation, I'll make a choice based on the severity of the situation. I might get some explosives, destroy the door, or send an anonymous letter to the police, detailing the existence of the evil spirit. However, I'll have to think of a way to avoid the risk ahead of time. This isn't too urgent. I can take my time." Miss Bodyguard quietly listened to what Klein had to say. Looking ahead, she said in an ethereal voice, "Are you not considering to get people to exorcise this evil spirit? Even if there were no mystical items left behind, the remains after the evil spirit dissipates are still precious enough. It's the first time I've seen you talk so much, probably." Klein replied without hesitation, "The risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you. And from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't imagine any other way of finishing it, other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face somewhat translucent. "You still have some sense," she commented calmly, then drifted toward the exit of the ancient hall. "Other than being suspected to be under the true creator's influence, in what way do I look like a madman?" Klein silently lampooned. He held the lantern and cane and followed behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt as if he was being watched by the cold eyes of the dark corridor. It was only when they walked out of the stone door that suffused an ancient aura did the feeling suddenly disappear. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, scuffed marks, and the creepy statues of the 6 deities, allowing them to continue their 1,000-year-long slumber in that unchanging darkness and silence. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern in his other hand and hurried back to Millet Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had disappeared into thin air as usual. Millet Carter was pacing about in the basement. When he saw Klein exit, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had long thought of an excuse as he said with an expression of fear, "Terrible. There are a lot of snakes in there, and many spots have collapsed. I plan to gather some information, gather some manpower, and once preparations are done, do another round of exploration. During this period of time, it's best that you don't send anyone in. Believe me, there are more venomous snakes in there than you can imagine." Millet drew a gasp and asked in fear, "Will they slither out? Do you know any experts that can deal with the snakes?" Klein immediately nodded. "I'll get people to help and try my best to deal with this matter. It's the cold autumn now, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone to disturb them, nothing will happen. Okay, please hurry. I'll close this door and prevent anyone from entering." Hearing that, Millet relaxed a little. When Klein saw that his employer was truly intimidated by what he said, he quickly put down the lantern, nudged his gold-rimmed spectacles and said, "Next up, I'll gather some information. I'll first gain a preliminary understanding of the layout of the underground structure before I explore it again. That requires you to tell me which Viscount was the original owner of this house." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was an estate of a former noble, so he answered immediately, "Viscount Pound." "What do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Millet pondered and said, "Not much. I only know that he won his aristocratic title in the Battle of the Violated Oath. It once enjoyed an illustrious period, but decades later, suddenly declined due to unknown reasons. The family kept losing its heirs, causing it to eventually have to seek out distant relatives to keep the aristocratic title. And the new Viscount Pound is heh. He squandered most of the family's fortune, and he was demoted to baronet by the king. He's probably still in Backland and can go bankrupt at any moment." Battle of the Violated Oath? The Battle of the Violated Oath that began in 738 during the Fifth Epoch? Having successfully graduated as a history student, Klein instinctively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened about 6 centuries ago was a war involving religion. The southern Fanapotter kingdom originally believed in both Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom, but due to some influencing factors, the two churches began to be at odds with each other, and their believers often clashed. During that period, its two neighbors in the north, the Lone Kingdom and the Intis Kingdom, seized the opportunity to start a war in the name of protecting freedom of religion. In the later stages of the war, the Fasak Empire joined the fray and attempted to destroy the ploy by Lone and Intis. However, they still failed to turn the situation around. The result of the war was that the border between Leon and Fanapotter, as well as Intis and Fanapotter, countries such as Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, gained independence. They mainly believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, leaving the Church of Mother Earth as the only religion in the Fanapotter kingdom. The conflict that lasted 5 years was called the Battle of the Violated Oath because both sides of the war accused their adversaries of violating the Holy Oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch. After that, there was more than 300 years of peace in the northern continent. This didn't mean that there was no conflict between nations, but rather, there were no wars on that scale again. It lasted until Roselle invented the steam engine and improved the sailboats and artillery. This is the information recorded in the history textbooks. Thinking about it now, since it involved faith, there must have been some Beyonders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Beyonder war. However, it said that that era was a period with few Beyonders. Squadron battles? Could the Pound family's sudden waning and continuous loss of heirs, which happened decades ago, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient structure underground? Klein thoughtfully asked, "Do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives?" "I'm sorry, I don't know." Millet shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. It was almost 5 in the afternoon and the sky was as dark as the night. Klein thought that the public libraries would have been closed by then, so he temporarily put aside the underground structure and prepared dinner for himself. He had wanted to learn to make Fanapotter noodles based on a recipe in the newspapers, but he ended up with noodles mixed in meat, sauce, and vegetables. To his surprise, it tasted pretty good. After having had his fill, Klein tossed a coin casually, divining if he should inform the police. He received a negative answer. The Backlund evening was as serene as other cities, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering through different dreams in an adrift manner when he suddenly realized, with a jolt, that he was dreaming. Someone is invading my dreams? Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in confusion. He found himself in a scorching yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky, and a huge monster dyed in black and gold flew over. The creature had a thick, lizard-like body and a pair of wide wings covered in a hide on its back. It descended and blotted out the sun in the sky. A dragon, a powerful dragon. Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gaping mouth that emitted pure light, and 2 dark golden vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to envelop everything. Soon, large swaths of the desert was obliterated. Amid the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 or 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of the giants. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor which seemed to be spattered with blood. This giant knight swung his broadsword upwards, and countless bluish-white flames, which appeared a little purple, condensed into long spears. They shot at the dragon. It was as if he had an entire army of illusory beyonders helping him in battle. In the midst of the meteor shower, the giant knight leaped onto the head of the dragon, and he swung his sword down. The afterimages he had created earlier instantly overlapped, and the sword rays turned into intersecting lightning. Pow! The ground shook wildly, and the dragon fell, splattering its dark gold blood. At that moment, the scene changed to a huge bloody door. It was the same bloody door that Klein had seen in the ancient structure that very afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a crack, allowing him to catch a glimpse of a black high-back chair. A man of normal height sat on the high-back chair. He had his head lowered, silent and deathly still. As his vision got closer and closer, Klein saw the man's clothes clearly. He seemed to be the knight that had just killed the dragon, and he was still wearing the black armor that was stained with blood. The only difference was that he was no longer 3 or 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His handsome, young face had terrifying signs of decay, his eyes ice-cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and awoke from his dream. Opening his eyes, he saw the crimson moonlight shining through the curtains. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein pulled back his blanket and got up. For a seer, putting weight on dreams was a basic requirement, and the dream he just had could never be dismissed as a simple nightmare. Dressed in relatively comfortable clothes, he came before the full-body mirror and said in a low voice, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself above the mirror. She replied expressionlessly, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the side of the bed. He picked up the gold pocket watch and popped it open. Seeing that it was still early, he lay back down to sleep. This time, he no longer encountered the same dream as before. Sunday morning the next day, in high spirits, Klein made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with buttered bread. In the Lone Kingdom, or rather in the countries of the northern continent, it was a must for gentlemen to read the newspapers at breakfast, and Klein was no exception. He opened up the newspapers he subscribed to: the Tussock Times, Backlund Morning Post, and Backlund Bulletin. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first examination will be held in early December, and the second examination will be held at the end of January next year. The final interview will be held 2 weeks after that. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in this exam and begin the registration process. Reporters surmise that most of it will be held in Backlund. Klein scanned the contents, picked up his cup, and sipped his Side black tea. He couldn't help but think of Benson and thought to himself, the bill is passed at the end of September. The positions will be announced in the beginning of October, and registrations will be completed by early November. The examinations will start at the beginning of December. The timing is tight and very unreasonable. That implies how much of a rush the king and the prime minister is in to have this enacted. But that's advantageous for Benson. He prepared 2 months ahead of everyone else. Even if he can't compare to the elite graduates of the universities, he would definitely be able to beat most of his competition, and the positions the elites are aiming for wouldn't clash with his. He should be fine. Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw out a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless him." But then he remembered that Miss Bodyguard was nearby and resisted the urge. After all, he had claimed to be a believer of the god of steam and machinery. After finishing his last mouthful of bread, he continued reading the papers. Both houses have passed the National Atmospheric Pollution Council bill, allowing the government to set up such an organization. The coming month will be a critical period for the various parties to become a member of the council. An independent alkali industry public prosecutor has been approved with the goal of minimizing the pollution levels in acid and alkali factories. The 5th page doesn't have an advertisement for the purchase of goods from the Ernst firm. There's no need to consider participating in the Beyonder gathering tomorrow night. Tingen City, 2 Daffodil Street. Benson read and reread the news in the papers, forgetting the bread on his plate. The Civil Servant Unified Examination Bill was passed. Dressed in a long black dress, Melissa looked at her brother, who was acting oddly. The newspapers from the past few days had been playing up the bill that would be passed this time. Benson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and exhaled slowly. Yes. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was completely silent. It even lacked the sound of knives and forks colliding with the dining plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by Bella, the maid who came out of the kitchen. Benson smiled and said, "This is foreseeable. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." "Oh." Melissa's expression was unusually quiet. Benson took a bite of his bread and smiled. "The news that the Backlund Polytechnic will be restructured into a university. It'll formally accept students next year. It won't need tests on grammar and classical literature, but will instead focus on the technical aspects. It's very suitable for graduates and students of technical schools everywhere." "Melissa, I think you can try." "But," Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. "Its tuition will be half as cheap as the Tingen, Perth, Kboy, and Backlund and the other universities. It's equivalent to the Constant Industry University in Mid-Seashire, and there will be even more opportunities for scholarships. Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and this stuff? This is the best opportunity for you to have access to much advanced and deeper knowledge. Give it a try. How about it? Don't worry about wasting money. Although that money can allow us to maintain our present lives without working, we're still young. We must not define our lives like this. As you can see, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. It might be better if we change environments. I know you can't bear to part with Tingen and this place. Well, we'll come back eventually, but not when we're young." Melissa looked at the various components on the tea table as her lips moved a few times, and she said, "What about Bella? After Klein's death, she didn't want to hire any more maidservants. But when she thought of how tragic Bella's life would be after she lost her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, the extra expense of 5 soldi a week was already nothing to the Moretti family, which had an annuity of at least £300. To this, Benson shook his head and laughed. "There are still a few more months before that happens. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and provide her with a bedroom. Furthermore, her cooking skills are much better than before, so she can apply to be a chef at someone's home. It's a pity, Of course, everything depends on the premise that you can pass the entrance exams at Backlund's University of Technology." He had wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have much time to learn how to cook, but after looking at Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Before Melissa could say anything, Benson smiled and touched his hair. "I'm planning on resigning tomorrow and will focus on preparing for the exam. Most of the positions are said to be in Backlund. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together." Melissa was silent for a moment before she slowly nodded her head. At the same time, she put down her fork and knife, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." "All right." Benson watched his sister leave the dining table, and the smile that had been plastered over his face rapidly vanished. He took out the silver pocket watch with the vine leaf patterns, took a close look at it, and sighed very quietly. During the whole of Sunday, Klein busied himself with the public libraries in the Cherwood borough in search of information related to Viscount Pound. But the Viscount's family didn't have a single biography, nor did it arouse the interest of any historian to conduct a special study. They were scattered across the annals of history, and Klein, who had no search function to use, felt a throbbing pain in his head as he faced the vast collection of books and essays. He spent 6 hours browsing through a lot of information, but failed to find any useful information. "I have to find someone who has a deep knowledge of the history of the nobility. Or I have to bribe someone in the police department to get the address of Baronet Pound. He's an aristocrat, and the police department must have a corresponding record, and there aren't many aristocrats. When Klein got home, he stood in front of the mirror and talked to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded slightly as if agreeing with Klein. She then suddenly spoke out in a dreamy voice. "The employment period is over. I know, the 3 days are up." Klein thought for a moment and asked, "If I can obtain some clues about the Pound family, would you like to know?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer but gave a slight nod. Through Merrick?" Klein asked. After nodding her head again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted up her skirt, and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and the reflection in the mirror was no longer anything special. Klein looked around and didn't relax as a result of that. He proceeded systematically to prepare dinner and fill his stomach. He waited until it was late in the night before returning to his bedroom and drew back the curtains. Then he took out the iron cigarette case and reached out to touch Rosego's all-black eye. A series of illusory roars immediately rampaged through his mind, seeming to tear apart his mind and destroy his thoughts. With great difficulty, Klein resisted the pain which was making his head explode. Once again, he saw the black threads spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed and illusory, reaching out endlessly. He quickly released his grip to escape from the negative influence. After nearly a minute, everything returned to normal. "Phew, I can finally go up to the gray fog and verify the spiritual perception I had before," Klein silently said to himself as he quickly set up the ritual, summoned himself, and responded to himself. Then, in his spirit form, he carried Azek's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigarette case, and returned above the gray fog. Klein sat at seat of honor at the ancient long table, using his fingers to create spiritual flames and burning the blood-stained documents in the corner and any other items that were no longer needed. When he was done, he opened the iron cigarette case and was surprised to find that the all-black eye had become silent, no longer showing any signs of madness, but that corruptive influence was still settling within. It just wasn't active, as if it was in hibernation. "As expected, it's impossible to separate them directly," Klein muttered. Following that, on the other side of the ancient table, a man in a hooded robe appeared. Just like his previous attempt to create a clone, this man was stiff and lifeless. It was obvious that he wasn't someone real at a glance. There was no way he could deceive the members of the Tarot Club. However, Klein already had an idea regarding this. He extended his hand and held the all-black eye. There was silence in his ears, and there were no longer any terrifying howls. Using the amassed Beyonder characteristic, he could see that there were also black threads floating out from the fake body opposite him. Soon after, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye, touching a few of the illusory threads. All of a sudden, he felt like he was holding on to something. With a thought from him, the fake person raised his hand. "It worked. I can use the ability of the Nimblewright Master to create a fake Tarot Club member. However, this is draining on me. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can see it." Klein happily practiced, over and over again, even learning how to manipulate his clone's throat and mouth to let him speak. When his spirituality was almost exhausted, he smiled and said to the fake person in front of him, "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card do you wish to draw?" After saying that, he closed his mouth. The fake person opposite him lifted his hand to stroke his chin as he laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card, the World. If the Fool signified the beginning of the Tarot Club, then the World signified the end, a perfect ending of a cycle and sublimation." Klein had named his smuff the World, because he hoped that it would lead to a beautiful beginning and end. "In the future, I'll be able to make the world make requests or do things that wouldn't be convenient for me. This will greatly reduce the possibility that my image as Mr. Fool will collapse. With an alt? No. A smuff truly is what makes life complete." Klein sighed in relief and waved the world away. Following that, he spread out his spirituality, wrapped himself, and stimulated a descent into the gray fog and returned to the real world. He had left Rosego's all-black eye above the gray fog. After all, he couldn't usually use the item anyway, and he had to constantly worry about having it discovered by others or losing it. After putting away the summoning ritual materials, Klein looked up towards the crimson moonlight that passed through the curtains, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. When it came to understanding the aristocracy, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99% of the people of Leon. And with his smuff, the world, he could directly ask her about the Pound family without worrying about affecting his image as the fool. Of course, this had to be done in a more tactful manner. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also looking for information on the Pound family, and only with enough information would he be able to perform a divination above the gray fog. Phew. Klein thought hard for a while before he relaxed and fell asleep. After entering the gray fog, it was as though the remnants of the evil spirit's aura had completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because of the thin fog outside. He continued as planned, heading to the rest of the public libraries in Backland, but he no longer queried the librarians nor did he mention the Pound family. He only leafed through the materials concerning the nobility by himself. At 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. Inside the vast and ancient palace, he sat down at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured the fake world on the opposite side of the mottled bronze table as he familiarized himself with operating the world. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it, sending a message to the crimson star that symbolized the sun to prepare for the gathering. While he waited, he played with the all-black eye and fitted it with a silver chain. Then, he wound it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, rays of light shot out from the palace that resembled a giant's residence. Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun, each projected a blurry silhouette dyed in crimson. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the Tarot Club when her gaze suddenly fell upon the figure seated at the very end. It was a stranger wearing a hooded black robe. He was also illusory and hazy. "This is..." Audrey looked at Mr. Fool with both puzzlement and delight. "Has the Tarot Club grown bigger again? Is it Furs or Zio? No, the height doesn't match. Is it someone else?" While Audrey was deep in thought, Klein leisurely leaned back and said, "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through his gray fog-augmented spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of the sun's astral projection had become a little purer, but it had yet to reach the standards of Sequence 8. His initial judgment was that the sun had completely digested the Bard potion. "Hello," Audrey greeted politely, curiously scrutinizing the new member. She quickly read some of the corresponding details through the hazy fog. "Mr. World is a person who is reserved. He seldom moves and always wears a straight face. I wonder where he's from. Lone? Intis? Or a place as mysterious as the City of Silver?" Audrey nodded thoughtfully. After so many gatherings, she had deduced one thing from the fact that the sun couldn't engage in their conversations. That was that he was most likely not speaking the Lone language and that the information that he heard was most likely translated by Mr. Fool. After the Hanged Man, Alger, and the son, Derek, greeted the world respectively, to which the newcomer gave a rather cold response, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The 2 candidates you have nominated are still under examination. I'll give you a simple task. You can entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be this strict." Not only was Audrey not disappointed, she even felt that it was only necessary. The members of the Tarot Club must be strictly selected. Not just anyone can become one. She thought proudly before adding in a somewhat guilty tone, "And for me to be pulled in by Mr. Fool at the very beginning shows that I was lucky, and luck is a unique quality as well. All right, please issue the mission." Audrey gave an affirmative answer. Klein stretched out his right hand and placed it on the table, showing a picture of Lenivus and his dressing. "Investigate the man in the painting. He's in Backland." Klein had the portrait appear in front of Miss Justice. Audrey looked over and saw a young man with neatly combed black hair and round glasses. He had a full forehead. It was a colored oil painting, with taunting brown eyes that seemed abnormally protruded, and at the bottom were the words formerly known alias, Lenivis, and other information. It's a simple mission, which means that the target isn't strong. However, there must be something special about him that makes Mr. Fool aware of his existence. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper purpose behind it. For someone as powerful as him, it shouldn't just be a test. Audrey momentarily allowed her to throng her mind. Only after a few seconds did she say, "I'll entrust it to them." The two ladies seemed to have many connections in Backland which would serve to help in finding Lenivis. After confirming the matters pertaining to his revenge, Klein fell silent, and he deliberately allowed his smuff to take center stage. The world surveyed the area and spoke with a hoarse voice. "Mr. Fool told me that I can issue missions and gather ingredients here. Is that so?" "Yes." Audrey elegantly nodded and said, "However, you need to wait patiently. What's going to happen next is Mr. Fool's reading time. I completed my mission to assassinate Intis Ambassador Bakerland, but I didn't even mention it to occupy this period of time," she thought, raising her chin slightly. "Miss Justice, you really have a great sense of mastership. I'll have to pay the price of knowledge later so that the assassination of Bakerland can truly come to an end." Klein looked away, amused, and looked over at the hanged man. Alger Wilson didn't speak blindly because of the appearance of a new member. He remained silent and observed in secret. At this moment, when he saw Mr. Fool looking at him, he quickly and humbly bowed and said, "This time, there are still 6 pages. The final page will be given to you next time." "Sure." Klein nodded. The hanged man quickly focused his mind, recalled the contents, and expressed them with his mind. He quickly finished writing 6 pages of the diary, and saw them suddenly vanish and appear in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and swept through the contents of the first page. February 9th. I have a 3rd child. I named him Bornova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were just low-sequence beyonders back then. She is free to choose the path she wants to take. My eldest son, Seal, is the most unfortunate. He inherited a minute amount of beyonder characteristics, but he has to follow my path. Perhaps he could make changes at sequence 4, but attaining high sequences are never easy. My second son, Bornova, was born between Bernadette and Seal. I have his characteristics equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. This has reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest my potion even faster, accelerating my advancement. And when he was just born, he was already showing various traits of an astromancer. Zeridal came to congratulate me in secret and praised Bornova as a lovely angel. I asked this master of divination what he would accomplish in the future. He only smiled and didn't answer me. When I asked him about Seal's future, he finally said that death is an inevitable ending, but that might be a good thing. Seriously, a seer's words are always so vague that it makes one want to pry their mouths open. When I finally asked about Bernadette's future, he suddenly became very serious. He said she would hate me, detest me, turn her back on me, and she would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes you really shouldn't ask about the result of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable and kind Bernadette, who cares for her brother, adores her father, and pampers her mother, would hate me and betray me. Why would that happen? What excessive act did I do? Maybe she'll have someone she loves but I'm not satisfied with. Some punk that I'll end up killing? No, Zeridal isn't a soothsayer, and the divination he receives might be wrong. Forget it, Roselle. I think I smell the scent of some contrived family melodrama. After reading the first page of the diary, Klein couldn't help but lampoon silently. At the same time, he naturally recalled what Zeridal had told him about the future of Bernadette, an important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of the Beyonders? What level would someone be deemed an important figure? Klein turned the pages thoughtfully. May 22nd. Florin of the Sauron family actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is simply unacceptable. I swear that I'll one day make him pay the price for his arrogance today. However, Some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering over. Florin said that the history of the Sauron family exceeds 2,000 years, making it longer than even the Church of the God of Craftsmanship's history. They witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness, in the fourth epoch, and they have survived until this very day. Other than the Augustus family of Lone, the Einhorn family of Faysac, and the Castilla family of Fenapotter, the other powerful families that have been deemed their equal, such as the Antigonus family and the Zeridal family, have been relegated as vestiges of history, or have turned to nothing but rats in the sewers, hiding from the public as shady existences. He said that making me his subordinate, a subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, is a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to fuck all 8 generations of his ancestors. However, for the Sauron family to have a history exceeding 2,000 years is indeed surprising. The fourth epoch is known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the 7 orthodox deities of the present times or Death, Primordial Demoness, Dark Side of the Universe, and the true Creator, they all remained active in the real world. Legend had it that they frequently did miracles. For the Sauron family to last to this day and enjoy its current high standing, it's definitely not an easy matter. Their long history has given them far more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps even extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. They are truly a colossus that stands tall above the earth, one that people can't look straight at. Upon reading this, Klein had a lot of ideas. For Roselle to be able to overthrow the rule of the Sauron family, he must have experienced a horrifying and heart-stirring struggle. Even if the Sauron family didn't have a Grade 0 sealed artifacts, they definitely had no lack of Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Adding to the possibility of having high-sequence Beyonders, even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supported Roselle, it's unlikely that any good outcome might come out of it. Could it be that, before all of that happened, the Sauron family was already beginning to wane and weaken, and the Intis Revolution was just an external manifestation of this state? What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose sealed artifacts? Did the high-sequence Beyonders die? Did that attract the attention of many ambitious people? Judging from this diary, the Augustus family of Lone is no stranger to the Antigonus and Zeridal families. Internally, they should have corresponding records. The Sun had previously mentioned that the City of Silver has endured for more than 2,500 years in the Dark Ages. According to my initial judgment, that's the date of the Cataclysm. In the past 200 years, the Sauron family claimed to have a history spanning more than 2,000 years. I wonder if it will extend to the point before the City of Silver. I'll try to find an opportunity to mention the Sauron clan and see the Sun's reaction. If the Sun still has a look of stupefaction, it would indirectly mean that the Sauron family only rose up after the Cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the Cataclysm to become nobles in the fourth epoch, and royalty in the fifth epoch. Well, even if the Sun doesn't know, it doesn't prove it completely. Perhaps he didn't learn his history well. When Klein turned to the third page, he found that the content should have been written in the early days of Roselle's appointment as consul of the Intis Republic. From the diary entries on this page, it can be seen that Roselle had developed and promulgated a new civil code which encouraged inventions, protected trade, and the incubation of the Industrial Revolution. It wasn't him merely satisfying his own warped humor of acting as this world's Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. What he did allowed him to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The Eternal Blazing Sun was also the god of deeds, the guardian of businesses. The closer to the times the civil code was and the more prosperous trade was made it more in line with the needs of the Church. Judging from this part of the diary, the relationship between Roselle and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. When he brazenly claimed the title of emperor more than 10 years later and called himself Caesar, it's likely that he obtained the simultaneous endorsement of the two churches. Otherwise, it would have been too risky. Then what resulted in his assassination? Klein cast his gaze at the fourth page in puzzlement. August 11th. That retard Florin is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising member of the Sauron family generation to become a high-sequence Beyonder because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there any necessary connection? I looked him up and down, left and right, but I couldn't find any sign of talent. Moreover, in the field of Beyonders, is talent important? Well, figuring out the essence to acting can be a core element of talent, but that's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and not be stupid enough to misunderstand the meaning, or avoid doing things that easily result in a loss of control, then one has a chance to completely digest the potions. Which is to say, just a bit more time and effort needs to be spent. In one's lifetime, it's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the difficulty of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Was Florin's great-great-grandfather a high-sequence Beyonder? Does looking like him imply talent? It can be seen that at the time of writing this diary entry, Roselle was still very young, and that he wasn't aware of the two laws of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could probably understand the hidden meaning behind Florin Sauron's words. A high-sequence Beyonder characteristic remains contained a spirit mark. This was also one of the reasons why it was easy for people to lose control when concocting potions with this ingredient. And people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of success were higher than the average person, so they were considered gifted. How holy artifacts recognized their masters probably shared the same conditions. This achieves the same goal via different approaches as the acting method, but it can't be popularized. Once the advancement is successful, one would still have to do the acting method required of the potion to completely digest its characteristics. While in deep thought, Klein glanced at the two diary entries at the back of the page and discovered how much Emperor Roselle enjoyed the liberalness in Intis, but he was worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With the paper making some noise, Klein placed the fifth page at the top. April 20th. I participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering once again. Those members still leave me shaking. It's hard to believe that they're actually all members of this organization. This time, I learned some of the ancient organization's philosophy. They believe that people will always lose some of their individuality bit by bit until they sleep. Hence, by trying hard to observe and remember oneself, one can use the various types of information to achieve the purification needed to face the final end of days. They've kept and passed down secrets for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable and that doomsday cannot be avoided. They believe in the original creator and believe that he is not truly dead. When dusk comes and everything ends, he will wake up from his slumber and let everything return to him. He will create a new world, a new history. All of the actions from this organization stem from this belief. It can be said that they show great animosity to the true creator. They aren't stingy with their descriptions to describe him as fallen and evil. They wield the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they only allow members to choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already Beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these pathways? I'll first jot it down and analyze it in the future. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha! I have to change my habits of calling these sequence pathways in the future. Using those names in that ancient organization makes me appear quite uneducated. This is very similar to what I've analyzed from my hostile relations and from Mr. A's request, with it being very similar to how the Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secret Suppliant pathways can be exchanged at sequence 4. Is Manipulator a high sequence of the Spectator pathway? Why do many secret organizations declare that the apocalypse would definitely befall us one day? For example, the Demonist sect, this ancient organization, and they themselves do not rely on this to proselytize. Is it a requirement for brainwashing, or would there really be a so-called dusk? Klein thought of many things, but due to a lack of information, he was unable to come to a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but silently lampoon, "Roselle, can't you just write down the name of that organization?" Resisting the changes in his expression and body movements, Klein turned to the last page, which had relatively little content, and read, January 1st, a beginning of a new year. I happened to finish my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secret of the 22 paths of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them across the world. If things fail, they'll be the best insurance that my children can fall back onto. Haha. I'll disrupt the order they wish to have and spread the profound mysteries of the divine. These cards of blasphemy will possess characteristics of being anti-divination and anti-prophecy. Apart from the ones I'm giving my children, the fated ones will receive it. I'm a person who makes sure to square accounts when it comes to grudges, and after I die, who cares if floods deluge the heavens? Oh, I didn't create that sentence. In short, the more chaotic the world is, the better it is. I have to consider how to name the cards of blasphemy that will form a set. The Paths of the Divine, number 22. The major arcana tarot cards also have 22 cards. They can match quite well, but there are a few that don't meet the requirements. I need to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest insurance. I don't know if they'll support me, or the manner in which they'll support me in. I still remember the shock when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So it turns out that the Beyonder pathways are paths of the divine. It really is true that the blasphemy slate is blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1, there is still a sequence 0, and there's a corresponding potion and ritual. Each pathway has a sequence 0, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true God. For example, sequence 0 Sun, sequence 0. There's still a sequence 0 above sequence 1. Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true God. There can only be one sequence 0 per pathway. Is this the true meaning of the paths of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, does a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Beyonder characteristic, an ordinary person can become a god one step at a time? This is truly blasphemous. Could the main ingredients of the final potion be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The information on the diary's last page was filled with so much information that Klein almost couldn't think. He almost made additional body movements. The 22 paths of the divine correspond to the 22 sequence 0s. Sequence 0 Sun does sound very powerful. Perhaps there's a sequence 0 Death? I wonder what the names corresponding to the goddess and the lord of the storms are. According to Emperor Roselle's description, some of these cards are identical to the major arcana tarot cards, but some of them are different. The cards of blasphemy he created were standardized with the names of the potions. These can no longer be called potions. Could the reason that the Emperor regretted not choosing the seer, apprentice, marauder pathways be because their corresponding sequence 0s have yet to appear? Then what was the reason for the sudden personification of the hidden sage, who was symbolically a deity? What was Roselle plotting in the end? It feels like he became the enemy of everyone in the world, and that only seems possible if it was set into motion by that mysterious and ancient organization. The primordial demoness is the name of sequence 0 for the demoness pathway. Klein gradually found his train of thought, and he restrained the turmoil that was going through his mind. He knew that he couldn't lose himself in this matter. He had to recover as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Justice and the Hanged Man would discover something amiss and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been reading that page too long. I really want to obtain one of the cards of blasphemy that Emperor Roselle created. I want to know what else there is, other than the godhood-providing potion formulas and the corresponding rituals. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his hands. He rapped the corner of the bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, well done. You finished Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Bakerland is dead? That fast? Alger had left the islands in the past few days and hadn't received the appropriate information. He was astonished for a moment, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing him, feel delighted. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam, he might not have been informed in a timely fashion. After all, cable telegraph could only transmit limited information. Unless it was particularly urgent or important, there was always a delay of a few days. Sometimes, it would even take the colonists of the Rorstad archipelago a month or two to get an update on the latest situation in the northern continent. Restraining his thoughts, the hanged man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick fog and respectfully said with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I just managed to contact someone and couldn't help. This is a commission, not a help request. Don't worry about it." Klein chuckled. He turned his gaze back to Miss Justice, waiting for her to say what she wanted in return. "May the goddess bless me. Please don't let Miss Justice's request be too difficult. It's best if I can repay her with knowledge. I've learned quite a lot of amazing things from Roselle's diary." Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he was very clear that with the gray fog separating them, the Evernight goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey's eyes darted around as she thought for a few seconds. "Be honest and not greedy, Audrey, and stick to your principles." She gave a faint smile and said, "No, I'm actually the one still owing you. No, I owe your adorer the bounty." Rear Admiral Kalangos's bounty was worth a total of £30,000. "I should give your adorer £15,000. Killing Bakerland cost £10,000, so I still need to pay an additional £5,000. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my finances are recently quite tight. I can only pay this bounty in a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" After she finished speaking, Audrey quietly exhaled. She felt that the little stone pressing against her heart was finally gone. Although discussing money and calculating the payment in front of Mr. Fool feels somewhat inappropriate, I can't hide the rewards I received from his adorer. Audrey sighed silently. As for the huge plantation worth more than £8,000, it was a private form of gratitude from Duke Negan and not a bounty. £5,000? I can get another £5,000? Kalangos's total bounty actually reached £30,000. Klein was startled. Immediately, he fell into an intense mental struggle. "I'm supposed to pay this bounty to Mr. Azek, but I won't be able to get in touch with him for a long time. Putting the money aside would be a waste. I might as well use this money to enhance myself. When the time comes, I'll repay him by providing help." Klein made up his mind 3 seconds later as he lightly nodded at Miss Justice. "Sure." Upon hearing Mr. Fool's response, Audrey's graceful seating posture remained the same, but her heart was completely relaxed. At that moment, Klein leaned back in his chair and fell silent. Then, he manipulated his smuff secretly from a commandeering position. The world coughed and said, "Can I speak now?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that he didn't say a thing, she nodded slightly and said, "Sure." At the same time, she once again did a read on the new member, the world, and made a judgment. "When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Bakerland was a result of my commissioning, he didn't show any shock or surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of the matter, not understanding the importance of an ambassador, or he's someone who can keep his calm and is good at hiding his emotions and bodily movements. The way he mouths his words doesn't match what he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool as well, which makes it impossible for me to get his original vocal tics, or know what language he usually uses." Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind before Mr. World's hoarse voice sounded. "I wish to obtain the true root of a Miss Treyant, at least 60 milliliters of its juice, as well as the spring of the elf's marrow crystals and the complete spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther. Which one of you can provide it or provide any relevant clues? What do you wish to exchange them for?" Klein added the Beyonder ingredient needed by the apothecary to his commission, so that the Tarot Club members wouldn't be able to guess the main ingredients of the formula he wanted. Before Justice and the Hanged Man could react, the son who had been silent the entire time finally opened his mouth and said, "I know where Miss Treyants are and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I must wait until I finish my advancement and have sufficient strength to join the corresponding patrol team." Recently, he had been accumulating merit points and rewards. He was working hard to obtain the main ingredients for the light supplement through the City of Silver's officials and private markets. He was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the dangerous City of Silver with its numerous monsters, Klein silently commented in admiration, allowing the world to ask, "Then what do you wish to receive in exchange?" Without hesitation, Derek replied, "A weapon that suits me and can increase my combat strength." The reason why he didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for light supplement was because City of Silver had them all. They could be obtained through his own hard work. Upon hearing this request, Klein immediately thought of the inscribed steel sword that had appeared at the Beyonder gathering organized by the elderly gentleman, Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough, had the effect of exorcism and purification, and could be used for 3 years. It was valued at £500, perfectly matching the son's described requirements. Why didn't you say so earlier? It has already been bought by someone else. Klein silently stared at the members, while the world nodded and said, I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. Is this transaction to be witnessed by Mr. Fool? Klein nodded slightly to express his agreement. At that moment, Audrey shot a glance at the son and warned him. Apart from the Miss Trent's juice, Mr. World's requested ingredients correspond to a sequence 7. The rough price is about £500 to £700. She felt that the son was too naive and was worried that he would be cheated by the unreadable Mr. World with cheap weapons. Although Mr. Fool is impartial and advocates fair equal exchange, it's not his place to stop it if both sides agree. After all, some items are of low value, but there are people who are in urgent need, so adding a premium to the price is very normal, Audrey thought to herself. A sequence 7 formula is about £800, Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein translated with great difficulty, for he didn't know what the currency unit of the pound corresponded to in the City of Silver, and could only use a Series 9 potion formula as a unit. I understand. Derek slightly nodded, and then quietly added, Thank you. The world maintained his silent and staid temperament and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to Justice and the Hanged Man, waiting for their response. Audrey thought for a few seconds and said, Potion formula for psychiatrist and their corresponding Beyonder ingredients. That's sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. You can gather the information first, and there's no rush to purchase them. Once I have clues regarding the Dark Pattern Black Panther and Spring of the Elves Marrow Crystals, we can proceed. If you are willing to exchange it for gold pounds, you can buy it at any time. Although I'm out of money recently, I can still raise quite a bit if it's urgent. Audrey comforted herself. Alger said in a deep voice, Potion formula of the Sailor Pathways sequence 6 Wind Blessed. This will be more expensive than the Beyonder ingredients that you want combined. If you find it, you can think of the additional payment needed to make up for the difference. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to help you gather those ingredients. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to expend any resources ahead of time. Mr. Hanged Man should have a close relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to get the Wind-Blessed formula normally, right? Is he trying to hide the fact that he's digesting the Seafarer potion quickly? Klein was startled. All right, the world answered in a low voice and then said, I have another request. The world looked around and said, I want to get information about all the abject nobles in the Lone Kingdom, including their current addresses. The more details, the better. He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound since Detective Sherlock Moriarty was currently handling an investigation regarding an underground structure that involved the Pound family. Klein didn't want Justice to figure out the world's identity through this connection. I can't ignore any details, he emphasized to himself. Audrey stared blankly upon hearing that. She once again examined the member at the end of the long bronze table and probed, What do you want to do? The world laughed with a hoarse voice. That's not something you need to worry about. I'm only searching for some things. I won't do them any harm. I can swear on this point and allow Mr. Fool to bear witness. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his sequence the nemesis of a spectator or telepathist? Audrey thoughtfully nodded and said, I know some information about abject aristocrats, but it's not sufficiently detailed, concrete, or comprehensive. I need some time to gather all of it. It'll take 3 or 4 days. Is that okay? As a noble, it was compulsory to have some knowledge about people in the same class. Audrey would always hear interesting stories when she attended various balls, banquets, and saloons, but they would all be fragmented and could hardly be considered a comprehensive body of knowledge. After all, she wasn't an expert in this field. and she still needed to fill in the details by flipping through books, asking around, and checking references to not miss any abject nobles. No problem. The world laughed deeply. Then what payment would you like in return? The things I can pay you with right now are some secret history from the fourth epoch, knowledge of some beyonder pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly, I don't think that information concerning abject nobles is worth sequence 7 or 8 potions. Heh! If you have any other requests, I can attempt to complete them. It's not of equal value to sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas, which means I'm unable to make a corresponding request for the psychiatrist formula. Audrey began to ponder seriously. During this process, she sneaked a glance at Mr. Fool, hoping for a hint, only to discover that Mr. Fool was shrouded in the gray fog and had no reaction whatsoever. He was like a god staring at the land beneath him. All right, Audrey finally made a decision and smiled. I want to hear about knowledge regarding other beyonder pathways, but this is on the premise that I'm not aware of them. Dear Mr. Fool, can you be the judge for this? Yes, Klein answered calmly. Then, let's have a private conversation. Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein rapped the table, isolating the sun and the hanged man from hearing or seeing the exchange. He deliberately nodded to his smuff, indicating that they could begin their private conversation. The world looked at Miss Justice and spoke with his usual hoarse voice. Do you know anything about the Demonist sect? Audrey recalled the information she paid the hanged man Alger £1,000 for and answered briefly with caution. I know what they believe in and what era they began from, as well as the beyonder pathways they control and the inclination of their upper echelons. The world laughed hoarsely and said, I understand. You don't know much. The Demonist sect controls the assassin pathway. The sequence 8 is instigator. That's what I know, Audrey said, partially to inform the world, and partially to show her anticipation. The world raised his hand and stroked his chin before saying, Then, do you know the corresponding sequence 7? Audrey shook her head slightly. I'll be very happy to hear it from you. The assassin pathway's sequence 7 is called Witch, the world said simply. Witch. Audrey jumped in fright at this word. She naturally made the corresponding connections in her mind. Then, if a man consumes this potion, how is he supposed to act? Wearing beautiful dresses and putting on exquisite makeup, imitating a lady's every move? She was a little disgusted, yet strangely amused as the thought came to her. No, Miss Justice. When a man consumes this potion, he will no longer be considered a male. He will become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to chortle as he controlled the world's response. Goddess. The witch potion can change a person's sex? Audrey blurted out. This is really unbelievable. Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means it's true. This is simply a miracle. This is the mysterious beyonder world. This is a world filled with all sorts of inexplicable things. This is the world I long for. Why am I feeling a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool and made a tiny confession that she had actually chanted the name of the Evernight goddess in front of him. The world said in a low, hoarse voice, Yes, but it can only make men become women. Women will accordingly have their charms enhanced. Whether it's their appearance or skin condition, they will become significantly improved on the basis of their original looks. This is the reason why the upper echelons of the Demonist sect are all women. Then what flaws does it have? Audrey suddenly felt her interest was aroused. The world answered in an unhurried manner. The requirement for their acting is to become evildoers who bring about calamity, disease, and pain. Audrey exhaled slightly and felt a little disappointed. Her mind whirled quickly, and she immediately had a new question. If, and I'm saying if, an animal consumes the witch formula without dying or losing control, would the enhancement of its charms be more suited to human tastes, or focused on charms for its own species? For example, a female cat which makes all male cats become fanatical towards it. The world was momentarily unsure how to respond. After a few seconds, he said, I've never studied such matters. Before Audrey could ask further, he added, The corresponding sequence 6 for the witch pathway is pleasure, or the demoness of pleasure. The requirement for acting is to bring pleasure to both men and women, mainly in that aspect, as well as controlling or influencing them. The demonesses of this sequence are very good at using special spider silk. Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth. Then she silently closed it again, deeply regretting her pinings from before. By knowing such information, it will allow you to effectively identify demonesses. Heh. Are you pleased with this payment? The world asked. Audrey nodded gently and said, "It helps me a lot. The deal is completed. I will help you gather information on the abject nobles as soon as possible. Shall I give it to you the next time we meet?" The world thought for a moment and asked, "Can it be faster?" "Then, I'll offer the information I gathered to Mr. Fool and request that he bestow them to you." "Mr. Fool, is that okay?" Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick gray fog, Klein nodded his head in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world to whisper, He detected the different way she said the word. Noticing the world's astonishment, the corners of Audrey's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes rolling upwards as she intentionally didn't make any explanation. Klein rapped the long bronze table, indicating the end of the private exchange. Then, he once again manipulated the world to say, "I have one more problem. This newcomer has indeed accumulated a lot of requests." Audrey looked over unsurprised. Alger and Derek both indicated they were listening through their body language. The world said hoarsely, "I want to know if there are any more high-sequence Beyonders in the Sauron family in Intis." While the world spoke, Klein looked at the sun through the corners of his eye and saw that the youth didn't have any additional reaction. From the looks of it, the City of Silver doesn't have records of the Sauron family. This family most likely made an uprising after the cataclysm. Klein looked around thoughtfully and discovered Justice and the Hanged Man looking at each other, obviously unaware of the answer. The sun was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus, he lightly tapped the table again and said, "Let me answer this question. What can you pay for it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled the world to say, "A formula. A sequence 7 formula." "Okay. Deal." Klein created an environment for a private exchange as he silently stared at his smuff for a few seconds. Audrey and Alger, who were blocked, once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were both curious about the answer, but they also felt that it was of no use to them. It wasn't worth it to spend a sequence 7 potion formula in exchange for that. After the private exchange, Klein deliberately made the world bow and say in a hoarse voice, "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It was very helpful to me. This is an equivalent exchange. There's no need to thank me." Klein endured the goosebumps that suddenly surfaced on his skin as he answered indifferently. The open communication that followed lasted less than 10 minutes. Then, he announced the end of Tarot Gathering before severing the connections with the Crimson Stars. After the figures of Justice, the Hanged Man, and the sun dissipated into streams of light, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a smuff, a lot of things are really much more convenient. Unfortunately, the all-black eye cannot be used outside the gray fog. What a pity. As he thought that, he controlled the world to stand up and bow. Then he let it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert some of his attention in order to control his smuff, Klein had expended a great deal of his spirituality. He didn't continue staying in that space, and after retrieving the all-black eye and placing it behind the bronze table, he immediately returned to the real world. At that moment, there was a rare case of Backlund sunshine, seen in autumn or winter, behind the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't have the time to take in this view. He slept for half an hour to recover some of his energy. After waking up, due to having gained Miss Justice's promise and the fact that it wasn't urgent, he had no plans on searching for information at the library, and instead, decided to head to one of the many cemetery sites on the outskirts of Backlund before nightfall. Klein was going to test the influence of Azek's copper whistle to understand its scope and limitations. Of course, the experiment would only be carried out after dark. The reason why he was heading out now was that it would be very strange and very eye-catching to hire a carriage to visit a cemetery in the evening. When the steam metro arrived at the southern bank of the Tussock River, Klein rented a carriage and headed to the Aston Cemetery on the outskirts of the South Borough, which was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Under the darkness of dusk, the trees around the cemetery seemed to bare their fangs and brandish their claws, blocking out the light like monsters lurking in the darkness. After the carriage driver took the 4 solely Klein paid, he looked at the cemetery and muttered, "Do you need me to wait here for you?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein came up with an excuse, and he immediately noticed the change in the driver's face. "This is a cemetery. To visit a friend with the sky already dark." The driver could hear his own heart thumping. Klein jolted to his senses, smiled, and added, "He's the tomb keeper here." The carriage driver was immediately relieved, but he didn't dare stay. He quickly drove the horses and left. Klein circled the graveyard until the night truly set in. After dark, the smoke and dust emissions decreased by a lot. In addition to the biting cold wind, the fog in the air thinned a lot. Although few stars could be seen, the crimson moon made a furtive appearance, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times clockwise, drawing out the crimson moon. Then he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the iron fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around with a high degree of caution, randomly found a secluded corner, took out Azek's copper whistle, and held it in his hand. Not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photograph on it was dirty, and the epitaph appeared extremely blurry in the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before figuring out what they were. "Friend, if you are passing by, help me up. Thanks. A very humorous gentleman. I choose you." Klein stopped, leaned back against the trees that sheltered the grave from the sun and rain, and waited patiently in the cold, chilly night. He threw Azek's copper whistle up before catching it firmly, repeating it several times to pass the time until 20 minutes later. No signs of the dead coming back to life. Klein clicked his pocket watch shut, surveyed his surroundings, and confirmed the results. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Azek's copper whistle won't be able to affect corpses that have been laid to rest through a priest's ritual." Klein silently muttered to himself, and he put the ancient and exquisite copper whistle back into his pocket. There were 3 kinds of burials in the Lone Kingdom. The first type had coffins and corpses, suitable for the middle and upper classes living in abundance. The second type was the ones without corpses, so a cremation was held. The remaining ashes were placed in urns. This was the choice of the lower middle class and technical workers who could pay for the cremation but found coffins to be too wasteful. But there were also times when religious and governmental factors had an impact, such as the believers of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The majority of them underwent cremation, and the poor people only needed to pay a small fee for the cremation due to the help they received from the government. The third only belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford coffins, and they didn't wish for cremation, so they just wrapped the corpses up and buried them. But Klein had already determined from the tombstones and tombs that the target of his experiment was the kind which involved a coffin and a corpse. If Azek's copper whistle really can cause the dead to rise, even if the target had rotted into a pile of bones, there shouldn't be a complete lack of reaction. Even if the lid of the coffin cannot be opened, it should have at least created a dull thud. As he walked towards the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a non-rigorous part of the experiment. "Yes, I need to categorize them. The corpses here have been buried for quite a while. I should find a target that was recently buried. Only by doing so will I be able to arrive at the most accurate conclusion." After that, Klein basically played a game of cat and mouse with the cemetery guardians before finding a grave that had completed a burial ceremony during the day. This time he waited for half an hour, but he still didn't find anything abnormal. "Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Azek's copper whistle can't affect a corpse that has undergone a ritual that puts the soul to rest. That's quite weak. No, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't meant to cause the dead to come alive. It's used to summon messengers, so affecting a corpse is a negative effect." Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the iron fence. He planned on heading home to have a change of clothes before trying out his second experiment. The target of the second experiment group were the recently deceased corpses that haven't been laid to rest via a ritual. Such targets often existed in a hospital's morgue. Climbing over the fence, Klein made his way back to the South Burrow on foot in the dreary, dark night. The surroundings were deathly still and quiet. Only the evergreen, dust-covered trees lightly swayed. It reminded him of the night he had been resurrected from the dead. Back then, he too had to walk from the cemetery to the city. Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if trying to get rid of the melancholy that filled him. More than half an hour later, he rented a carriage in Southborough and headed for the nearest steam metro station. There was still about an hour before the metro stopped running, and this could save him quite a bit of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap as he made his way to St. Eston's Hospital in the Backland Bridge area. This was a charity hospital belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many of the poor died here due to illness, and since there was nowhere for them to place their bodies, they had to be kept in the hospital morgue. There, the corpses awaited cremation from the government or be donated to the medical schools. This phenomenon was very common in summer, but there weren't many in the autumn or winter after it cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or equipment to keep the temperature cool, the hospital's morgue couldn't keep the corpses for too long. Donated bodies would be quickly embalmed and bodies to be buried the next day would be cleaned up. Of course, these were the rules enforced in summer. In autumn and winter, the rules were relatively relaxed. Therefore, there were still many corpses left overnight in the morgue during this period. The morgue at St. Eston was underground. It was relatively cool even during the summer, and was biting cold during autumn and winter. Based on what he had learned as a nighthawk, Klein relied on a clown's agility and balance to sneak into the basement while avoiding the doctors and nurses that were on duty. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt a chill down his spine. After quickly moving past the janitor's room, Klein took out a piece of wire and lightly unlocked the door to the morgue. This was one of the methods of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the door to the morgue with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he cloaked Azek's copper whistle in his spirituality to determine if such a method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the corpses were bagged up and placed in different iron cabinets. Only a few were placed on the long table in the central open space, as if they were awaiting examination. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein was no longer afraid of such scenes. He just instinctively felt uncomfortable. Carefully, he closed the door and walked around the long tables. After about 10 minutes, Klein let out a breath of cold air and confirmed that none of the corpses had come to life. It was about time. He took out his gold pocket watch and opened it. When he was ready, Klein withdrew his spirituality and stopped enveloping Azek's copper whistle. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect, but he had a baffling feeling that the surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his instincts. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated towards the door. Time ticked by, and Klein determined that it took about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on a long table suddenly sat up. Bang! 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 The surrounding iron cabinets emitted a series of banging noises, as though all hell was about to break loose. Bang! 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 Upon hearing such a commotion and seeing the corpses sit up, Klein suddenly said in a low voice, "Crimson!" Immediately following that, he injected his spirituality into a requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned quietly, and serene and gentle blackness spread out. The corpses lay down once again, and the banging sounds coming from the cabinets came to an abrupt halt. Klein, who had experienced a similar situation, didn't relax and used another requiem charm. As there were many corpses around him, he used a third charm to be safe, using up everything that he had. Not bad. Indeed, it only affects corpses that haven't been put to rest via a ritual. This includes corpses that haven't been dead for too long and zombies. Using my spirituality to shield the whistle can prevent such effects, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that none of the corpses were making any abnormal reactions, He prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elderly janitor had been attracted by the banging sound in the morgue. He was approaching with a lantern in hand. Klein looked around. Placing his hand on the door, he nimbly jumped up, stopping at the spot between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the bumps and cracks as he maintained perfect balance. Creak. The elderly janitor opened the door with his key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, held up his lantern, and examined the iron cabinets and long tables, as well as the corpses. Behind him, Klein nimbly jumped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped from the morgue. He used the janitor's room to hide for a few seconds before carefully returning to the upper floor. After the elderly janitor surveyed the surroundings and didn't find anything out of the ordinary, he mumbled a sentence, in fear of the corpses, and quickly left. He locked the door and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guardroom, he wrapped a thin blanket around himself and took several minutes to calm his racing heart before mumbling to himself in a low voice. Those old guys always tell me about the weird things that happen in the morgue, hoping to scare me. Those weird sounds just now should count as well. It doesn't matter. Those corpses didn't come back to life either. Pooey. There are no such things as zombies and wraiths. At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably along the quiet, dark streets, happy to be free of a latent threat. He looked at the elegant gas lamps that lined the sides of the street and looked forward to the future beyonder gatherings. As long as he obtained a weapon with a special effect, he would be able to obtain one of the main ingredients of a magician. Although I don't have much money right now, I still have a lot of assets that I can use to exchange. For example, the telepathous potion formula, or the formulas for Bard and Light Suppliant. Furthermore, my clown potion is digesting at a faster rate than I expected due to series of events and my discovery of the essence needed for acting. It's close to being completely digested. Along the streets of Backlund at night, Klein left his mind wandering. On the outskirts of Empress Borough, in a wide, empty horse track, Audrey Hall deliberately led a chestnut mare to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She was wearing white pants and knee-high black boots, adorned with a simple blouse and a black jacket that reached her waist. In addition, she donned a helmet of the same color. She looked especially valiant and beautiful, and Susie, her golden retriever, was obediently sitting by her feet. What seemed like a tiny leather satchel hung from her back. Disguised as Viscount Glaint's servant, Zio glanced enviously at Audrey's long, straight legs, and unconsciously tiptoed. Just horse riding is so blasé. Only when it is combined with hunting does it become imbued with life. Of course, I mean the equestrian skills for men. No matter what a beautiful lady does, it would still be a sight to behold. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly. Audrey replied with a slight smile. The next hunt is still months away. Every year, from June to the New Year, the aristocrats of the Lone Kingdom would come to Backlund to attend various banquets, dances, and salons, as per tradition. This was a very important event for them, and many things would be decided within a few months. After the New Year, the nobles would return to their fiefdom, their castles, country estates, and large plantations, and spend their leisure time there. In such times, the most popular sport was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of similar status to enjoy the pleasure of horse riding and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they weren't stingy with buying hounds. The most famous of the hounds was the foxhound. I already missed that life. Backlund is a place where people feel constrained, and its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still enjoy its extravagance. Viscount Glaint wore his gloves and stepped back to make it easier for Audrey to talk to Zio and Furs. Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you called us here this time? Zio initiated the question as she retracted her gaze. Audrey took a large portion of most of her recent income. She was honest and generous, a rarely encountered good employer. I seem to smell the ink of money again. Hopefully, the mission wouldn't be too difficult. Miss Audrey is perfect in every way, except for one thing. Every mission is unexpected and very dangerous, Zio thought, feeling both anticipation and apprehension. She couldn't help but glance sideways at Furs. She noticed that her companion, disguised as a maid, was looking right at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes looked very similar. Audrey held her gloves, smiled reservedly and elegantly before saying, "It's a simple request this time." As she spoke, she motioned with her eyes for Zio and Furs to open the leather satchel on Susie. Zio, who had always been known for her proactiveness, immediately took 2 steps forward and bent down to reach out with her hand. During this short period of time, she had originally wanted to pat Susie's head to show that she meant no harm. But just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head, turning her body half around, placing the small leather satchel in front of her. "I'm usually popular with animals, for example, mosquitoes." Zio kept her expression unchanged as she unzipped the satchel and took out a stack of papers from Susie's leather pouch. She stood up and took a look at the stack of papers. She saw that it depicted a young man with ordinary looks, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and mocking brown eyes all looked very familiar to her. "I must have seen him somewhere." Zio looked down and saw the corresponding description. Formerly used name, Lenevis, wanted swindler. "I know where I've seen him before." Zio was suddenly enlightened and almost made an inelegant gesture of slapping her forehead. Before she met Audrey, one of the main sources of her income was flipping through newspapers, researching wanted posters, and using her connections in many gangs in East Borough to seek out criminals who were worth fat bounties. "I had thought of finding this Lenevis, who has a bounty of £100. Besides, he swept away more than £10,000 in cash. However, I've recently been too busy with Miss Audrey's requests and had forgotten about this matter." Zio and Furs looked at each other and then asked frankly, "How much is this request worth?" "How much is the request worth?" Audrey was startled for a moment. She had completely forgotten the matter of payment, as from her point of view, it was a test from Mr. Fool. When were examinees ever given money? £100. Audrey deliberated and gave a number. "Deal." Zio and Furs answered in unison. "If we can catch him, not only would we receive £100 from Miss Audrey, but we can also obtain an equal amount from the bounty." "What a great mission!" Zio asked casually, her eyes shining. "Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he swindle you of your money?" "I don't even know who he is. It's really a simple request. £100 was enough to complete the deal. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only £100. Audrey, with a polite smile, ignored Zio's question and instead mentioned, "I received word that he's in Backland." "Ah yes, there are a dozen or so portraits here, different portraits. I took into account that Lenevis must have disguised himself, so I'm giving you pictures of him without glasses, with a beard, with a change of hairstyle. Pictures based on conjectures. I'm also very good at drawing and painting." Audrey tilted her chin. Zio immediately forgot her previous question and said in pleasant surprise, "This is really good news." She felt as though she could already see the bounty of £200 beckoning at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her. Therefore, all she could do was continue with her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly. She muttered, "Do you have any leads on the matter regarding the psychology alchemists?" Furs adjusted her long curly hair, looked at Viscount Glaint, who was listening to the side, and said, "I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. Rumor has it that the Spectator and Telepathist potion formulas have previously appeared there. I'm suspecting that one of the members from the gathering is from the psychology alchemists. I'll apply to bring you with me the next gathering." "All right." Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had read their true state of mind from the colors, body language, and the subtle expressions of Zio and Furs, to judge their enthusiasm for the mission. They didn't lie regarding the psychology alchemists either. Viscount Glaint mumbled, "Audrey's matter seems to be on the brink of success. Where's my formula, Audrey?" "There are really no clues as of yet. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, where the Phaenopotter kingdom is." Furs gestured with deep regret. "All right, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait, Glaint replied in a humorous tone. All right. Thank you for your help. See you again next time. Audrey bowed gracefully, wore her gloves, and mounted her horse as she rode down the track. Susie happily followed, as if she had found new entertainment. As he spent the night experimenting, it was already 9:34 of a Tuesday morning by the time Klein woke up, biting into a piece of bread slathered with butter. He wore his coat and hat, hurried out the door, and wrote on the message book hanging by the doorbell's pull rope. Owner is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon. Actually, he didn't have much to do. It was purely to guard against a sudden visit from Millet Carter. If the other party found out that the detective he hired for a full £50 wasn't out and about, searching for information or organizing people to confirm the layout of the structure, and was instead at home leisurely drinking tea and reading novels, he would surely revoke the commission and not pay the last £40. I really have nothing to do but wait for Miss Justice's information. Klein stood at the end of the street and looked at the haze in the sky, while helplessly muttering to himself. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. In the morning, I'll practice shooting at the Quelag Club, read the newspapers, enjoy a free lunch, take a nap in the afternoon, exercise through playing sports like squash. Once the Bravehearts bar opens, I'll take a carriage there and see if I can learn about more Beyonder gatherings from Casper's. Klein had no intention of looking for Merrick. Although he was certain that he had more than one circle of Beyonders, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard would also belong to those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell potion formulas, as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator has given you the ability to divine and a strong body, would he still grant you potion formulas that you do not need? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the details with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage that headed for Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, he entered the Quelag Club and saw an acquaintance. It was Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher who had recommended him to the club. He was Mary Gale's friend. Dressed in a black tweed overcoat, the brown-haired Talum walked over. He sized up Klein and said with an odd smile, "Good morning. Mary and Daragu are getting a divorce. Are you suspecting the reason why I joined the club?" Relying on the clown's ability, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Really? That is really surprising." Talum gave him a deeply suspicious look and suddenly laughed. "I have a friend who's been troubled about something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and fighting skills are." "A commission?" He only asked about my marksmanship and fighting skills, not reasoning. "This is a request involving violence." Klein smiled and said, "I was planning on heading to the shooting range. You can take a look, but fighting requires an opponent to be able to see my standard." "I've learned how to fight before," Talum eagerly replied. Bang, bang, bang. Holding onto a revolver that he rented from the Quelag Club with one hand, Klein pulled the trigger repeatedly, hitting the bullseye accurately with the worst shot hitting the 8-ring. By feeding his practice with live bullets, along with the superhuman control that he had after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was considered rather excellent. If I continue practicing for a few months, I could even be considered a sharpshooter. Klein unloaded the revolver in satisfaction and cleared the empty shells. They fell to the ground noisily as he looked at Talum Dumont with a smile. "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talum, had already taken off his black tweed overcoat and light gray sweater and adopted a boxing stance. "Come on, let me see the standard of your fighting skills. I can tell you frankly that I've received training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never let it go to waste. As a Beyonder, if I can't even beat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I might as well die." Klein cursed silently. Without taking off his double-breasted coat, he set down his revolver. Klein took 2 side steps and gestured to Talum that he could begin. He originally wanted to wriggle his finger to add to the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his time. Talum appeared to be a little excited as he began bounce-stepping a little. He suddenly pressed forward and threw out a punch to the right. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand, bent low and twisted his waist before reaching out his right palm, and did a smooth backflip. Thud. Talum flew out, landing on his back. Klein didn't exert any strength towards the end, only throwing him off his feet through the use of inertia. Impressive. Talum quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective. Your marksmanship and fighting skills are excellent. I only beat a weak chicken like you, so how can you tell that my fighting skills are very high? Klein secretly lampooned and asked with a smile. Now that you have a better picture, can you tell me what kind of request your friend has? Heh, he will come to the club later. You can talk amongst yourselves. Talum massaged his back as he said, as for what the request exactly entails, I'm not sure either. Oh right, he's a reporter at the Daily Observer, Mike Joseph. He's probably hoping for some short-term protection. All right. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued practicing his shooting, but he didn't limit himself to a revolver. He also practiced with a hunting rifle, a single-shot rifle, and a repeating rifle. He hoped that if he encountered any problems in the future, he would be able to use any of the firearms around him. Shortly before 12 noon, he returned to the first floor, went into the buffet cafeteria, and got a serving of roast chicken and a piece of pan-fried steak, as well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster. After placing his meal down, Klein got some Potter seafood rice, fruit salad, oyster broth, and marquee black tea. Facing this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he praised the goddess in his heart. If this was eaten outside, it would probably cost 3 soldi. Klein switched between using silver knives, forks, and spoons as he ate in contentment. When he was almost done with the food on the table, Talum Dumont led a man, in a heavy overcoat and a half-top hat, over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I was talking about, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talum smiled and introduced them. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his late 20s, with rather sparse eyebrows and rough skin. His pores were unusually prominent. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming. The 2 thin lines from the meager mustache gave him a somewhat mature charm. Klein couldn't help but stroke the stubble that had become thicker around his lips. He got up and invited the other party to sit down. Then he smiled and said, Today's cream cheese lobster is pretty good. You can give it a try. All right. Mike Joseph didn't refuse. He took a plate, made a circle, and picked up a lot of food. He came in a hurry, so he hasn't had lunch yet. Talum smiled as he explained for his friend and placed a stack of newspapers on the table. I can tell. Klein set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and sipped his black tea leisurely. He was very satisfied with the meal. At that moment, Mike Joseph came back with 2 plates of food. He took a few quick bites to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones which had organs removed? Klein's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Talum nodded and said wistfully, As expected, every detective is paying attention to this serial killer. Mike pulled out one of the papers and pushed it to Klein. This is the latest story. Klein took it and discovered that it was the Daily Observer where Mike worked at. On the front page were the words, 11. Another lady killed. Civilau's yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Backland Police Department was located at Civilau Street at the edge of Empress Borough, so they were also known as Civilau's yard. 11? Is already the 11th case? Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading. He found that it was indeed the same as the case he had previously encountered. The victim was a woman dressed in a gorgeous long skirt and had her intestines removed from her stomach. This is clearly a case with signs of devil worship all over it. The Civilau's yard must have handed the case to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind squads. They have people capable of divination, mediumship, and all sorts of magical and effective beyonder methods. How is it that the case hasn't been cracked? Why isn't the criminal arrested yet? Does the criminal have rich anti-investigation powers and is able to destroy the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the deceased soul, along with her innards, were extracted to fulfill the requirements of the devil worship ritual? Yes, he's definitely capable of interfering with divination. Indeed, if the devil pathway beyonders lack such powers, how could they dare commit serial murders? Klein thought as he said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation? I'm sorry, I can't take this case. Without the invitation of the police, I cannot take it. I have to maintain a good relationship with them. The so-called good relationship is the kind where they invite me to the police station for coffee." Klein did some self-critical lampooning. The real reason for his refusal was that it was easy to run into official beyonders involved in the investigation of the serial killings, perhaps including the Backland Diocese's Nighthawks. No, not an investigation. No, the precise description is that it's not an investigation to seek the murderer. I just want to finish my report. Mike Joseph swallowed some shrimp and explained. Report. Klein put down his white enamel cup, crossed his hands, and leisurely asked Mike Joseph. Mike Joseph said, "If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after, you'll see my in-depth coverage on the serial killings. The most important part is my reveal of what the victims have in common so as to alert people who fall into this group." "Oh, what do they have in common?" Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, "Besides being a woman and wearing a colorful dress, there's one other important thing they have in common. I did a thorough investigation of the victim's career and found an interesting tidbit. Some of them are maids, others textile workers, tailors, and even teachers. On the surface, there doesn't seem to be any overlap, but in reality, they've all been street girls." "Street girl? A teacher?" Klein asked in surprise. In the Lone Kingdom, teachers were part of the middle class and received at least £2 a week. That was enough to make a woman lead quite a good life, so there was no need for her to be a street girl. The corner of Mike's mouth twitched as he sighed and said, "Yes, in the past. They may have had very difficult times before they found a job that could support them. I've done a survey before. In Backland, 1 in 6 women aged 15 to 55 is or has been a street girl. Hey, this is our country. Foreigners who come here are surprised that a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, would actually be filled with street girls. This number is a little exaggerated. If it were true, it could only be said that reality can be more exaggerated than fiction. This damned world." Klein was speechless. After some thought, he said deliberately, "One question. How does the murderer know that the victim had been a street girl? They don't have labels on them. And even you needed a thorough investigation to discover this." "As expected of a great detective, this might be the clue," Mike Joseph answered without feeling surprised. "No, if it was a beyonder from the devil path, then the standard he would choose from would be someone who appears to have sunken low but didn't actually degenerate completely. Furthermore, they should have a keen intuition towards degeneration, and they might be able to see the corresponding color that runs deep. With the colorful dress as a trigger, the target will basically be locked onto." Klein answered himself and asked, "So, what else do you wish to investigate?" Mike nodded and said, "From these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls except one. She's still a prostitute at present. Yes, she's the youngest, 16-year-old Sibber. This makes it very, very odd. I wish to visit Golden Rose, which is the place where she works for further investigation. I want to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my questions will anger the people there. So I plan to ask you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson, and you just need to protect me at the most critical juncture and allow my escape. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1, and if there's a fight, it'll be raised to £5. What do you think?" Klein laughed and replied, "Let me wash my hands before replying you." He bowed politely and sauntered over to the bathroom where he tossed a coin and obtained a positive answer. 19 Hope Street, Sherwood Borough. This area was located close to the Tussock River, which went through Backland. Pedestrians could see the turbid but unusually wide water surface through the cracks and crevices in their houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, alighted the carriage and pointed at a 3-story, grayish-blue building ahead of them. He said to Klein, who was standing next to him and wearing a black double-breasted suit and a half-top hat and gold-rimmed glasses, "That's the Golden Rose, the best legal brothel in the area of the Backland Bridge. as well as Sherwood Borough. It opens at 3 in the afternoon and stays open until 2 in the morning. The best legal brothels in the Sherwood and Backland Bridge regions? In other words, there are better ones in these two regions, but they're illegal? Klein silently mused and shot a glance at the entrance, which had an inlaid golden rose. It didn't hang any signboards. "This doesn't count as a street girl, right?" he answered without thinking. "Of course, it's of a higher grade." Mike personally led Klein to the front of the building and pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, Klein caught a whiff of a mixed fragrance that was slightly pungent and heard a soothing yet suggestive melody. Instinctively, he looked around and saw bouncers, in black coats and half-top hats, standing on either side of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a legitimate business, they were obviously meant to deal with drunkards and boors. The Golden Hall was surrounded by all sorts of sofas, chairs, and even a piano. In the center, there was a dancing area. At that moment, there were many ladies sitting in different areas with their hair colored in gold, brown, pale yellow, or black. Some of them looked mature, some shy and young, some young and attractive, and others who were rather beautiful. These ladies were either enjoying the melody, giggling whilst in conversations with each other, quietly reading newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon, so there weren't many customers. At a glance, this place looked more like a proper ball than a brothel. If you come after 8 in the evening, you'll see some interesting performances. Heh. If any of the ladies catch your eye, go over and invite them to dance and then ask them for their prices amidst the beautiful melody. If both sides can come to an agreement, you can head to the second or third floor and have a wonderful time in some room. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here the entire night. Mike turned his head from left to right, suddenly losing his previous calm and gentlemanliness, appearing a little more frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile, and he approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Is he showing his true nature? Or is this in conduct of a professional? Klein watched, a little flabbergasted as he subconsciously followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Sibber, was only 16 years old. In theory, a girl of similar age is more likely to be a friend and would know more. At that moment, Mike lowered his voice and explained. He then raised his thin eyebrows and asked in a normal voice, "Which lady caught your fancy?" "I'm just your bodyguard," Klein responded with very normal logic. Mike slightly nodded and suddenly laughed. "I'm not used to being watched when I do that sort of thing. I'll be standing watch outside." Klein understood what Mike meant and took a serious, professional stance. Without another word, Mike walked up to the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand, inviting her to dance. Being a prostitute at this age, Backlandshire is so bedazzling and dirty. To think that there would be a middle-aged gentleman of seemingly good bearing patronizing this place. Even the sides of his hair are white. Klein lowered his hands and stood very straight, watching Mike and the young girl engage in a slow dance. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with slight annoyance, "It's too expensive." As the two approached each other, he added in a low voice, "The girl knew Sibber, but the owner, Ma'am Lopez, forbids them from speaking with anyone else on this matter. Otherwise, they would be severely punished." God! When the punishment was mentioned, the poor girl even shuddered instinctively. I can imagine how horrible it must be. Helpless, Klein sighed in sympathy, and asked in a suppressed voice, "So, what are you planning to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls again. I plan on going straight to Ma'am Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder and said, "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and warned in a serious tone, "If we encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." Okay. Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards a single sofa in the corner. There was a charming lady with thick makeup, in a gorgeous dress, seated there. If you don't want to give up after a dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest you talk to Ma'am Lopez first and find out the prices of the different girls. Mike raised his voice. The lady heard their conversation and looked over. She slowly got up and smiled. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Did any girl catch your fancy? Yes. Mike suddenly sized her up and said with a chuckle, I really admire you. I admire you too. You're acting like this is your home. Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second. Then she gave a fake laugh and said, Sorry, I'm not feeling well today. You should know that there are times every month where women feel quite under the weather. Seeing that there was no way to get Lopez into a room for a conversation, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly turning serious. Ma'am, Lopez, I'm a reporter. I wish to understand more about Sibber's matter. Here's my documentary proof. Lopez's face darkened and she replied impatiently, I've already told everything I know to the police. You should ask them. Sibber was a vagrant orphan who was adopted by me. That night, she accepted an invitation from a guest to spend the night at his house, and she died on her way back in the morning. All right, please leave, or invite a lady to dance. As she spoke, Lopez waved over two of her bouncers. Klein stepped in to shield off Mike Joseph and escorted him back to the hall. Upon seeing this, the two bouncers didn't rashly chase him away. After a few steps, Klein said in a low voice, She's lying. Oh! Mike turned his head in surprise. When she spoke, her eyes darted around. She didn't dare to look at you directly, but she was also secretly sizing you up, which means she was lying and watching your reaction. In addition, her stance was highly defensive, and she appeared very agitated. Klein gave his analysis. Mike opened his mouth and exclaimed after a few seconds, You really are a great detective. Only with your keen observation and outstanding deduction skills were you able to discover such useful details. That's only because I had my spirit vision on and could see that Lopez's emotional colors weren't right. I came up with the reasons after. Klein smiled and said, Thank you. It's time for us to go. Mike Joseph looked back at Lopez and saw that she was walking towards the side door of the hall, as though she was going to her own lounge, and that the side door was in a corner of the room. It was very quiet around there, and there were many areas in the hall that couldn't see what was going on inside. There were also two bouncers standing guard outside. Perhaps we should follow Ma'am Lopez and observe her reaction. Maybe the anxiety from just now will make her do something. Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. Can you take care of those two bouncers quickly? Sir, I'm only responsible for your protection, and that's against the law. Klein smiled in response. I'll pay you more, a total of £5 based on the combat price from before. If there's another fight when we run, it would be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. Deal. Klein reached out and shook his hand. Afterward, the two of them circled around to avoid the two bouncers from before and quietly approached the side door. Guests, please stop. Please leave this area. One of the bouncers stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. Sorry, we'll immediately. Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, heavily striking at the bouncer's abdomen in front of him. The bouncer instinctively clutched his stomach, his body bent over. As for Klein, who had now stood up, he raised his left hand and chopped the bouncer at the back of the head. Pow! The bouncer fell to the ground and fainted. His companion was clearly caught by surprise at this turn of events. He just stared blankly and failed to react in time. Klein immediately slid over and covered the bouncer's mouth with his right hand and punched his abdomen with his left fist. Bang! The bouncer suddenly bent down and spat out his undigested food, and Klein promptly withdrew his right hand and chopped downward with his palm. At the same time, his left hand supported his opponent, allowing the bouncer to slowly fall onto the ground without making a sound. After exchanging looks, Klein turned the knob, pushed open the side door, and stepped inside. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter. Klein lampooned under his breath, walking briskly but at a rapid pace along the paved corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. Tell Capim not to send anyone over in the next few days. Capim? Send anyone? Klein looked at Mike and found him looking equally puzzled. At that moment, They heard Lopez's footsteps that were headed towards the corridor. "Let's go." Klein tugged Mike and ran for the exit without turning back. During this process, he closed the side door and broke the lock in passing. It could prevent the people inside from coming out for a while. Then, as if nothing had happened, they hurriedly walked through the hall and approached the exit while hearing faint, angry voices. After reaching the streets, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and said in amazement and sincerity, "I've experienced many similar scenarios, but not once was it as simple and relaxed as it was today. Thank you. I need to return to find out who Capim is." As he spoke, he took out his wallet, fished out a 5-pound note and muttered, "But frankly, your price is really expensive. It's worth more than half a week's salary. But you can claim for reimbursement, right?" Klein answered with a grin. Following that, he asked in concern, "Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your newspaper firm and get the police to arrest you?" "That's a fake ID card." Mike Joseph shrugged with a gesture of familiarity. Klein could only admire him. After watching Mike board a carriage and leave, he walked diagonally across the street, waited for a public carriage and kept an eye out for anyone chasing after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat stepped out the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and gray temples. It was the same old gentleman that Klein had seen in the Golden Rose. "He's not a customer of the Golden Rose. He's just like us." Klein suddenly came to this realization. "Hello, I'm Detective Isengard Stanton. I'm assisting the police in this case. Can we have a chat?" The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage tracks. "Detective? A colleague." However, the fact that he's able to assist the police in dealing with such a serious case shows that he truly is a well-known detective, at least within Civilau's yard. Isn't the serial killer involved in devil worship supposed to be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? All the police department needs to do is send a few assistants, so why would they need to seek the help of a private detective? Yes, the 11 serial murders must have caused a sensation. Civilau's yard is under a lot of pressure, and they aren't willing to just wait in misery? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but on the surface, he revealed a smile. "All right." He boarded Isengard Stanton's rented carriage and saw a young man with brown hair inside. "This is my assistant," Isengard, who had a thin and angular face, introduced. "Please have a seat." He didn't close the carriage's door, nor did he let the carriage driver drive the horse forward to show that he meant no harm. Klein deliberately sat down uneasily and asked worriedly, "What would you like to talk about, Mr. Stanton?" Isengard took out a dark pipe and said, "I want to know what you've learned from following Ma'am Lopez. Did you hear or discover anything?" I'm also a detective, and you should know that we have confidentiality agreements in this business." Klein deliberately replied as though he was in a dilemma. "I'm asking you on behalf of Civilau's yard. This has nothing to do with a confidentiality agreement." Isengard rubbed the pipe with his thumb. "A pound, how about 2 pounds? Having learned a lesson from the previous incident with Mesalt, together with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein replied without hesitation. "Sure. All right." Isengard smiled and took out 2 one-pound notes from his pocket. Klein acted as though he was recalling something before frankly saying, "We only heard one sentence. Ma'am." Lopez attempted to order her subordinates to tell Capim that he's not to send anyone over in the next few days. "Capim?" Isengard nodded, seemingly enlightened. "Got it. You know Capim?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Isengard handed the notes over and said with a faint smile, "He's one of the most controversial magnates in Sherwood Borough. In Backlund, innocent girls often go missing along deserted streets, and after a long time, they might be chanced upon in all sorts of legal or illegal brothels. A lot of rumors point to Capim as the criminal honcho filled with blood and filth on his hands. But due to a lack of evidence, he remains free to this date. Furthermore, he knows a lot of important people. If that's true, then this fellow should die 1,000 times over." Klein nodded, sighed, and said, "This is Lone. This is Backlund, Mr. Stanton. I shall bid you farewell." Thank you for your cooperation. Isengard got up midway as a polite gesture to send him off. By the way, your fighting skills are excellent. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. How should I address you? Sherlock Moriarty, Klein answered briefly and got off the carriage. Only when he boarded a newly arrived tracked carriage did Isengard Stanton instruct his assistant to close the door and order the carriage driver to head towards Hillston Borough. Turning his head to the side, he looked out of the window. The gray-haired elderly gentleman had put away his dark pipe, pulled out a brass ornament from his pocket, slowly stroking it in his hand. The brass ornament was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the center. The appearance and get-up of Mr. Moriarty from just now were a bit out of place. He wore very cultured gold-rimmed glasses, but he had deliberately grown a beard around his mouth, making him look crude and barbaric. This is not quite in line with the norm. In this day and age, people who wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care a lot about their image, the image of having knowledge and bearing. Maybe he's trying to hide something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual aesthetic sense. Isengard seemed to be talking to himself, but he also seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment, Klein, who was sitting on the carriage, mumbled to himself silently as he leaned against the wall. That Detective Isengard Stanton is problematic. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he had a blue color of rational thought and indifference and maintained a purple color of spirituality dominance. There weren't many other colors of emotion appearing. For normal people, unless they're wholeheartedly focused on studying a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain similar states for extended periods of time. Other emotions will inevitably appear, the difference being the issue of how long they can remain in that state. Yes, either Detective Isengard Stanton is one such genius at observation and reasoning with extraordinary talent, or he's a beyonder. The tracked public carriage had 2 floors as it ferried more than 40 passengers towards the Backlund Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window and admired the 2 to 3-story buildings on the other side of the road. Occasionally he could see brown houses 5 or 6 stories high, a sign of Backlund's latest trend and of the kingdom's most advanced construction technology. After a transfer, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Bravehearts Bar. As it wasn't the peak period at the bar yet, the moment he entered, he saw Caspers drinking at the bar. The old man with the brandy nose had requested for a glass of Langsky Proof. His eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation in his throat. Klein moved closer, rapped the counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Merrick here?" At the same time, he had one hand in his pocket as he gripped Azek's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effects. Before he finished his sentence, he felt gazes sweep past him. It was evident that they were observing him. By the time he finished asking his question, the gazes moved away from him and focused on Caspers. The old man with the huge scar on his face opened his eyes, and when he saw that it was Klein, he said in a bad mood, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either. He didn't come." Klein let out a breath of relief, no longer using his spirituality to rap Azek's copper whistle. "When I mentioned Merrick, someone looked at me. When they heard that I was asking him for his whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is also looking for Merrick." Klein resisted the urge to turn around and observe as he analyzed the abnormality. Combined with an original doubt of his, he felt that the question now had a general answer to it. "I was puzzled last week. Why would a Sequence 5 Miss Bodyguard accept a 3-day protection mission for £1,000? This isn't to say that the price is too low, but rather that someone of that level already counts as a powerful person. In the Church of the Goddess, she's qualified to be a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can gain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the position of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon. Among the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies, Sequence 5 also implies that the person would be the person in charge of a borough or at least the number 2 or 3. Even if it were a beyonder who isn't a part of any organization, a person with such strength would be able to establish a small organization of their own. No matter which point of view it was from, Miss Bodyguard could enjoy tributes from her subordinates, so there was no need for her to personally take the job. At the time, I thought that I had most likely hired a Sequence 6 security guard, who would be able to last a little longer against the expert sent by Bakerland, creating a chance for me, but who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong. Judging from today's events, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick are probably similar to me. Their identities are sensitive, and they have to hide away. Yes, their situation might be even worse, and they have to constantly worry about being hunted down. TCH, to be able to hunt Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have any high-sequence beyonders, they must have some holy artifacts or multiple Sequence 5 members. Of course, this is just my hunch. Perhaps it has to do with the exposure of Merrick as a beyonder, and he's now targeted by the Machinery Hivemind squad. After some thought, Klein said with regret, "Is that so? I was planning on playing cards with him." Upon hearing something that didn't match Klein's usual manner of speech, Kaspers was alarmed. He didn't look around either, but chortled and said, "I'll be having a card game tonight. Texas, do you want to join in?" "No, I just want to play till dinner." "Sigh, I think I'll just head home." Klein sighed and left the Bravehearts bar without even ordering anything to drink. He had intended to ask Kaspers about other Beyonder gatherings, but in that situation he carefully abandoned the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a card room or some relatively sealed area to talk with Kaspers, but just to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein was in no hurry to return home. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in East Borough and started divining above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. After easing his mind, he reached Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found all sorts of subscribed newspapers crammed into his mailbox. "I was in a hurry to leave today, so I didn't even have time to read it. At the Quelag Club, I had a good meal after shooting practice and took a nap, before being forced to play a few tennis matches with Talum. My skills aren't good enough, but my physical fitness can make up for that." He mumbled silently as he opened the door and went inside before twisting the gas lock. He brought the newspapers into the living room and sat on the sofa. He lit the wall lamp and started reading. Klein first read through the Backlund Morning Post and immediately flipped to the 5th page and saw an advertisement. It was an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices were 7 pence per liter of flour, 1 solely of butter, 6 pence per pound of lard, 1 solely 3 pence per pound of cream, 8 solely per pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there would be a Beyonder gathering in the same place at 8 in the evening tomorrow. The code to the door is to knock 7 times heavily, 1 time lightly, 6 long intervals, and 1 short interval in that order. The remaining 3 and 8 are meaningless. Klein interpreted the content, leaned back against the sofa, and began to look forward to the gathering tomorrow evening. He wanted to sell some formulas to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Wednesday night, 5 minutes to 8. In an alley behind Braveheart's bar. Klein circled around for a while based on his memories before finally finding the house with the dark candlelights. He was disguised today in a grayish-blue worker's uniform, cap, and a beard so that no one would connect him to the guy who had tried his luck by buying Black Snake's item. It would be best if Eye of Wisdom and the apothecary don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newbie who had relied on luck to become a Beyonder and was able to come up with several potions after a week would definitely be suspicious. Klein put his hands in his pockets and felt for Azek's copper whistle, the ordinary tarot cards, and the charms he had replenished. His uniform was specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets with metal bottles filled with herbs powder and extract essence. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the metal mask that could only cover half his face and finished the first step to his disguise. Following that, he used the clown's ability to control his facial expression and his physical tics, as well as his gait while numbing his facial nerves. He wanted to be vastly different from his previous self. However, I'm not sure what Eye of Wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I was already a faceless. But if that's the case, I wouldn't need to join such low-level Beyonder gatherings. Klein stood outside the door in silence for a few seconds. He then raised his right hand and knocked on the door, 7 hard knocks and 1 light one, with 6 long pauses and 1 short pause in between. Almost without waiting, The small wooden board on the door was silently pulled open, and an eye appeared behind it. It examined the visitor from head to toe. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open and Eye of Wisdom's attendant handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained his emotionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down his hood, letting the shadows cover his face. On the way to the living room, he deliberately took steps he wasn't used to and tried his hardest to eliminate the awkwardness. There was only one candle in the dark and silent room and quite a number of members at the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner like the previous time. Instead, he sat on a high stool right in the center. In short, he wanted everything about his external appearance and behavior to be completely different from the previous 2 times. And it was precisely due to his identity as a clown that gave him this domain of expertise, allowing him to reflect his own body into his mind and gain fundamental control over it. The living room was so silent that it appeared frozen. Time passed by and finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in his ancient voice, "It's time. Let's begin. We don't need to wait for our late friends." Just as he finished his sentence, Klein immediately said with a hoarse voice, "I want to sell potion formulas. They are Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. The former is £220 and the latter is £450. This was the most suitable plan that he could come up with after much consideration. The Spectator and the Telepathist potions were related to the Psychology Alchemists, a secret organization that was still active in Backlund in the Lone Kingdom. If he recklessly produced them, he might attract their attention. And the Church of Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked out by the Church of the Lord of Storms, so the corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Backlund and could do very little. Therefore, it was an extremely safe choice. The potion of the Seer pathway involved Klein himself, and he certainly didn't want to reveal his characteristics. After having experienced so many battles and watched so many battles with Beyonders, he gradually came to understand something. It was that below the high sequences, Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics which didn't overlap. That was to say, each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses, and their strengths and weaknesses were all very obvious. The strengths were indeed strong, and the weaknesses were indeed weak. For example, the Spectator pathway lacked the ability to fight in actual combat, but if they were ignored and were unconsciously misled, then no matter how strong an opponent's combat skills were, it was possible for them to die without knowing why. A clear example would be Hurricane Rear Admiral Kalangos, who clearly possessed the mystical item Creeping Hunger, and had an overall combat strength of a Sequence 5, but he still died in a rather inexplicable manner. Most of this was thanks to Azek, but one couldn't dismiss the role of the Spectator. Due to the fact that the majority of the Beyonder jobs below the high sequence had distinct characteristics and obvious weaknesses with weak bodies, if one could conceal one's strengths and understand the situation of their enemies beforehand, it wasn't impossible for them to defeat someone stronger. In extreme cases, there was still a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this was a perfect hypothesis, but in reality it was almost impossible. Sequence 5 was already considered strong, and the corresponding Beyonder powers could be considered miraculous. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses, but before reaching Sequence 6, it was very difficult to cause any effect on them. On the other hand, many of the Beyonders below high sequences were very afraid of being attacked by a group, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once one became flustered, their attempts to avoid a fault would lead to failure of another. Their weaknesses could lead to fatal outcomes. These problems were why shepherds were ranked first below high sequences. They were so all-round that if they combined and matched their Beyonder powers well enough, they would almost have zero shortcomings. After I advance to the Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to contend against them for a while, and I might even be able to win. If I encounter a Sequence 5, there might still be a chance of escaping. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked around, waiting for someone to speak. If Bard and Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I can only go for second best and consider selling Spectator and Telepathist. In consideration of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility and conservation, the formula of my own pathway definitely shouldn't be sold. The Witch pathway wouldn't as well, for it would lead to many tragic cases. Whether it's instigator or witch, they're the type that necessitates committing evil deeds. Klein was a little nervous, but his face remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At that moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can also accept another apprentice and give him these 2 formulas, making him specialize in praying for light to shine on my herbs. Perfect. How extravagant. His words broke the momentary silence in the room. A man in the corner, who had his hood pulled very low, spoke in a deliberately sharp voice. Perhaps I can give it to my child. At least it's stronger than my sequence. Sequence 9, 200 pounds. Sequence 8, for 100 pounds. If you agree, we have a deal. To be able to take out 600 pounds at one go means he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tingen City. Klein pretended to think, looked at the other members at the gathering, and observed their reactions. Noticing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's bid had reached his bottom line, Klein thought for a while and said, I'll tag on an additional request. You cannot sell these 2 formulas in this gathering, but you are free to do as you wish elsewhere. The man said sharply, All right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness. Klein didn't know how to prove that the formula was real, but he didn't want to ask as it would expose the fact that he hadn't participated in many gatherings. Therefore, he silently pulled up his robe and took out the 2 potion formulas he had written long ago and handed it to an attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner. Instead, he went to the single sofa in the center and handed the folded paper over to the Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper and, without taking an extra look at it, placed it on a small round table beside him. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped his right palm. From his pocket, he took out a ring inlaid with many tiny diamonds. This ring was complicated and exquisite in design. In the middle of the ring was a dark green gem that looked like an eye. Just by looking at it from a distance, Klein felt his head swell and his body turn uncomfortable. It was just like back when he was taking his math examination. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger and then closed his eyes, as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald green gem on the ring bloomed with a resplendent golden color, which was as bright as the sun. Eye of Wisdom quickly extended his right hand and let the gem touch the potion formula written by Klein. The rays of golden light became purer until they eventually turned into a holographic projection. Authentic and effective, Eye of Wisdom announced in a low voice. He immediately removed the ring from his finger, not daring to wear it for another second. His tone sounds just like a notary. That ring is the most prized item in Mr. Eye of Wisdom's collection. Sealed artifact 2-081. It emulates the powers of a notary? Klein watched on thoughtfully, feeling a little covetous. After the notarization, the deal was quickly concluded, and Klein received a thick wad of cash, all in 10-pound notes. After counting the bills 3 times, he didn't fold and put them in his pocket. Instead, he held them in the palm of his hand and waited for an opportunity to spend them. He planned on observing for a moment to ensure that there was nothing he needed before speaking again to mention his desire to purchase things. At that moment, the apothecary looked around and said, I brought a few bottles of sedatives. You really brought it? I've already forgotten all about it. In order to be different from his past self, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't around. After shouting a few times and seeing that there was no response, the apothecary muttered, That guy didn't come this time? Maybe he's dead somewhere. Thank you for your blessings. But it's delightful that you failed to recognize me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually asked for Spring of the Elves marrow crystals again, but it was in vain as usual. Moments after he shut up, a woman whose face was completely shrouded by her hood said with 2 boxes at her feet, I have 2 weapons with beyonder effects. This must be the lady who sold the inscribed steel sword the last time, right? My spirituality instincts as a seer tells me that she has another 2 similar weapons. Backing her is some beyonder armament organization, right? Well, maybe she has an artisan behind her, also known as Sequence 6 of the Machinery Specialist and Savant Pathway. Klein looked over with anticipation. He had agreed to give the son a beyonder weapon worth 500 to 700 pounds, which could effectively his combat ability. He didn't promise the specific type and characteristics. So long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. In any case, the son wasn't picky about it. The woman with the hooded face looked around her and said, "The two weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's a replica of a particular mystical item. It can constantly create formless restraints, influencing your opponent bit by bit, slowing down his actions gradually. The longer you last in battle, the more effective it would be. It can still be used for 2 years, 450 pounds, or the potion formula for Barbarian. This whip sounds pretty good, and it feels like the spider silk ability of the Demoness of Pleasure. However, would it seem a little strange for little son to use a whip?" Klein asked in a hoarse voice. "Can this invisible binding effect affect spirit-type creatures? For example, wraiths?" The lady shook her head slowly. "No." Without waiting for any further questions, she continued introducing, "The second weapon is called the Axe of Hurricane. It can raise the user's agility and running speed. There's also a 15% chance of inflicting a numbing effect to the enemy and a 5% chance of producing a bolt of lightning. If used in a thunderstorm, the chance of the lightning bolt will be raised to 50%. This has all been verified through experimentation and concluded through copious amounts of data. This weapon's effects can last for no more than a year. 520 pounds or the potion formula to Barbarian. This is much stronger than the Whip of Slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that it only has the beyonder effects for a year, it probably wouldn't be this price. Right, according to the description of Little Sun and the scene I vaguely saw, in the air above the city of Silver and the surrounding area, there are always flashes of lightning. The highest frequency is during daytime and the lowest frequency is during nighttime. This is very similar to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this Axe of Hurricane would be a truly mystical item in the hands of Little Sunday. Each strike has a 50% chance of blasting out lightning. It would be absolutely formidable. Even if that doesn't work, looking at the most basic beyonder effects of the Axe of Hurricane, it's still quite a good weapon, and it meets the needs of Little Sun. As for the problem that it can only be used for a year, it's not a big problem to solve. In 1 year, with Little Sun's digestion rate and City of Silver's beyonder resources, as long as he has the potion formulas, he would at least be sequence 6 by then. At that point in time, he'll definitely need to replace his weapon. As his mind whirled, Klein basically determined that he was buying the Axe of Hurricane. At that moment, the apothecary muttered, "Is an axe easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke, and I think it might be more appropriate to make a wrench. Say, can't you sell stuff like revolvers with beyonder effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The woman emphasized the word, collect. "All right, friends who are willing to buy one of these weapons, please make a bid." Before Klein could even speak, he heard a male voice from the long sofa. "Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The woman waited a few seconds before asking again, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 530 pounds. Klein added 10 pounds. The man immediately replied, 550 pounds. This Little Sun, if he raises it to more than 600 pounds, I won't be buying it. I'll get you a new whip. With a definite strategy in mind, Klein called out very calmly, 560 pounds. He tried to make it appear that no matter what offer was made, he could add on an additional 10 pounds. And the 600 pounds he had just earned was just enough to put invisible pressure on the other party. Upon hearing the latest price, the man fell silent and shrugged. "All right then, it's yours." Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Is there anyone else who wants to bid for the Axe of Hurricane?" The woman asked again, but the room was silent. "Sold." The lady didn't hesitate any longer and handed the box next to her right foot to the attendant. The attendant had the eye of wisdom appraise it before bringing it to Klein. Money was handed over in exchange for the item. Putting away the remaining 4 10-pound notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be attached to one's back or tucked in one's belt. Its entire body was iron black in color, thick and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, it was clear that the creator had used a large number of spiritual materials. There were also many symbols and magic runes on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into lightning and hurricane patterns. When Klein reached out to touch it, he felt a faint pricking pain. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. It can be exchanged for the true root and juice of a mist treant. My magician potion is only missing the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. I've made a good deal of money in my past few commissions, and together with my original savings and what I just have left, I have £209, 5 solis and 5 pennies on me. The Beyonder ingredients corresponding to sequence 7 are valued at £500 to £700. I still had to sell formulas or knowledge. Yes, I'll take the time to check on Leopard this week and confirm the progress of his bicycle. Klein stopped bidding and quietly watched from the sidelines. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480, and a Beyonder ingredient called Heart of Featherman wasn't sold because its price reached £1,600 and nobody wanted it. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Beyonder ingredient would be classified in the category of sequence 6. In the following transactions, more failed than succeeded. After all, most of the Beyonders who came to the gathering had a specific purpose, and they wouldn't casually waste money and resources. They weren't like Klein, who bought any weapon as long as the Beyonder effects were good enough. I want to sell a formula potion. Sequence 9 Corpse Collector. £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said with a deep voice, "Corpse Collector? I remember that this potion formula can only be found in the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Church of the God of Combat, and the Numinous Episcopate. Has an undercover Nighthawk sneaked in? Or is he a member of the Numinous Episcopate who's trying to revive death? Of course, it isn't that strange for low-sequence formulas to be found in the wild. This isn't a huge secret. I remember old Neil mentioning that the formula for Corpse Collector involved a desiccated black-spotted frog." Klein controlled himself and didn't smile. He thoughtfully looked ahead and discovered that the potion formula of Corpse Collector was quickly sold. The potion formula for sequence 9 is very easy to sell. Before, there was just a single sequence 8 folk of rage formula that failed to close several times, while my light suppliant formula matched with sequence 9 bard was sold relatively easily. Yes, most Beyonders would collect sequence 9 formulas if they have the money to spare. They can give their own children and students more opportunities to choose from, allowing them to walk a path that they preferred. Under this premise, if a sequence 8 formula doesn't have the foundation sequence 9, they would have to wait for Beyonders who are attempting to advance, and there might not even be one in 1 to 2 years. After all, the circle of Beyonders is very scattered, and most people don't know about the acting method. Yes, they also don't know the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Klein silently thought and didn't speak. After another 15 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked probingly, "Who has the complete spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther?" Silence. No one spoke in the living room. Klein thought for a moment, then added, "I will provide payment that no Beyonder would refuse. For example, the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I wouldn't impart the acting method to anyone else. I've already died once. I wonder if that oath is invalid." Klein forcefully retracted his scattered thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. "Okay, next." He deliberately made a shrug that he wouldn't normally do. The apothecary cleared his throat and said, "I've brought quite a few of my own medicine. Take a look at what you want. It's not expensive at all. It's just a few pounds or even a few soli." When the lady selling Beyonder weapons heard this, she asked curiously, "I want to know if the dangerous beast in the sewers has been eliminated?" The apothecary snorted immediately. "You asked the right person." After saying that, he spread out his hands. "I don't know either. After I got someone to make a police report, I haven't been to the sewers ever since." "Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must have been hard for you to grow up so healthily. From the looks of it, it was very wise of you to choose the apothecary job." Klein couldn't help but lampoon in Chinese. The woman took a deep breath and slowly exhaled without saying a word. When all the strange medicine the apothecary had brought were sold, Eye of Wisdom announced that the gathering was over. He delegated Klein to be fifth to leave through a secret passage in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. With some relief, Klein took off his hooded robe and tossed it to the attendant. Then he walked out of the passage and skillfully circled around it. After confirming that no one was following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed straight to East Borough. There were no gas lamps on Black Palm Street in East Borough, and after dark, it was like an abyss. In a particular apartment here, Klein sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then he summoned himself and carried the axe of Hurricane above the gray fog. If it had been a little heavier, I wouldn't have been able to carry it with me, even if I had Mr. Azek's copper whistle to reinforce my spirit. Then, I would have to switch to a sacrificial ritual. Klein mumbled, sending his thoughts to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. The world has sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare the bestowment ritual. City of Silver. Upon seeing the gray fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and rushed to prepare. Before holding the bestowment ceremony, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease his anticipation. Would it be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a rapier? Derek stopped without realizing, unable to stop himself from thinking, and subconsciously pictured himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, during the ritual, he saw the Beyonder weapon that belonged to him. It was an axe. Dear Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that I'll try to gather the Miss Trent's true root and juice as soon as possible. After receiving the son's reply, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself. From the looks of it, he's rather satisfied with the weapon. Even without the additional effects from the environment, the axe of Hurricane is still quite a formidable weapon. He had passed the information regarding the Beyonder weapon's characteristics and limitations to the son. He didn't describe it directly in order to avoid sounding naggy. He needed to maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively pub. Zio Dericha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed in. To her, what was bad about this place wasn't just because it smelled of alcohol and sweat, but that she would easily encounter people much taller than she was. She had to face their armpits, and the strong odor was nauseating. Using a great deal of effort and even using the powers of an arbiter, Zio finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the man she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. He had a face as long and thin as a horse. His eyebrows were messy and ferocious, but his facial features were relatively soft. He was gulping down alcohol and laughing loudly with the patrons around him. Williams, I have something to talk to you about. Zio banged on the wooden counter. This boorish action immediately attracted many angry gazes. However, they quickly retreated under the stern gaze of an arbiter. Oh, Zio, I haven't seen you in days. Let me see, it's been a week, no, at least 3 weeks. Care for a drink? Half and half, Williams said, half drunk and half surprised. Half and half was one of the most popular alcoholic beverages in East Borough, made from malt beer and fortified grape wine. And because it has precisely made up of 2 constituents of equal proportion, it was known as half and half. Are you really going to let me drink? Zio pricked up her brows. No, he doesn't. The boss, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered on Williams's behalf. He clearly remembered how deadly the girl would become when she got drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the guests to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. The corner of Williams's mouth twitched as he spread out his hands and said, Go on. Why are you looking for me? He was one of East Borough's informants and was connected to several gangs. Zio frowned and said, Williams, can't you quit drinking? Save your money, marry a nice girl, and come home every day to hot water, food, and warm greetings. You can share all the things you've seen in the day with her, and she can tell you about the trivial things that happened in your house. And there will be cute kids who will kiss you on the cheek and play around you. Isn't such warmth nice? She was able to gain a quick foothold in Backlund's East Borough, all thanks to Williams's help, so she had always wanted him to be better off. Warmth, Williams scoffed. It's built on the money I bring back, and I've seen through the farce. If I could bring home 20 soldi a week, I'm sure my family would be warm and just as you described it to be. But if not, Lord, the screams and insults from the woman, the cries and shrieks of children, would drive me crazy. My mom is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, he'll beat me up and make a ruckus, so if that's the case, I might as well use the soldi and the pence on me to trade for drinks. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats, and the mood is really good. If I want women, there are cute street girls outside. They wouldn't quarrel with you. Zio smirked and said, You really are an incorrigible believer of the Lord of Storms. One day you'll die from alcoholism or some strange disease. At least I've enjoyed life, Williams replied without minding what she said. I haven't worked in almost 3 days, so I'm not going to give you a discount. Zio stopped persuading him. She stroked her short, disheveled blonde hair and handed him the portrait of Lenivus that Audrey had given her. Help me keep an eye out for this man. Find him as soon as possible. Here are different portraits of him. Williams spread out the piece of paper in his stupor and glanced at it before skiing. He looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people who die at any moment. Some leave, some come, and others become vagrants. It'll be difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Notify me immediately if you find anyone who looks like him. Zio took out a 5 soldi bill and handed it to him. Here's some beer money. If you can find the person in the portrait, I'll give you another £10. £10. Williams whistled. Zio, when did you become so generous? Or is this person worth more? That's how much his reward is worth. £10 for providing clues. Zio pretended to look around the pub and answered, Don't forget about this matter. I'll come back in a few days' time. She had already run through nearly half of East Borough and issued the mission to the gang leaders and informants she knew, and she had paid several pounds in advance. As long one of them succeeds, I'll earn it all back. All those profits. Zio silently cheered herself on and walked out of the pub with her nose and mouth covered. At that moment, the scene gradually turned chaotic due to some conflict between a few drunkards. Zio glanced over in exasperation, then raised her voice and shouted, Stop! A sense of dominance reverberated within the pub, and it was as though the drunkards had met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down. Some of them even hugged their heads and squatted on the ground. Phew! I wonder when I'll advance to sheriff, Zio sighed, feeling a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. On Thursday morning, Klein took the long trip to St. George Borough, which was like another city altogether, to show some concern for his first investment. With his last tip and the revelation from Roselle's manuscript, Leopard was progressing very quickly on the bicycle project and had already built a crude prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of bicycles. After a trial ride, Klein offered a few suggestions for improvements, saying he would disburse the second investment payment next week, and expressed his hope of bringing in new investors as soon as possible, so that the project could enter an industrial phase. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term bicycle, and intended to adopt the more popular term, bike. Klein didn't care. At noon, he returned to 15 Minsk Street, but before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justice? She has collected the information on the abject nobles so quickly? Still in thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment he heard the doorbell, and when he opened the door, he saw Julianne, the maid from the Sammers next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a Sunday luncheon. There will be a lot of neighbors attending, the maid said as if she was reciting something. After his return last night, Klein had handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her. But he hadn't received any indication of a luncheon. That's right, according to the magazines, the middle class wouldn't invite anyone to an event in person. But instead, they formally sent their servants or maids to send the invitation. This is in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first before he immediately came to a realization, so he promised to punctually attend on Sunday. Who wouldn't want to have a free lunch? And Mr. and Mrs. Sammer aren't very difficult people to get along with. As long as you don't mind their showing off, Klein secretly added in his heart. He watched as Julian left. He closed the door behind him and walked toward the stairs, his eyes scanning the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've cleaned up. I'm a bachelor, so it's not bad that I'm able to maintain a level of tidiness such as this. I have too many secrets, and I might even suffer an attack. It's not too good to just hire an in-house maidservant for chores. Yes, I should discuss this with Mrs. Sammer on Sunday and ask her to send her maid to clean up twice a week. And I'll pay for it. Many tenants and landlords have had similar agreements. Klein calmly walked into the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering the fog, he found that the prayer had indeed come from Miss Justice. This girl of blue blood sat on a piano stool, her hands on the keys. She wasn't playing the piano. Instead, she was whispering the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered the information regarding the abject nobles. I'm requesting permission to hold a sacrificial ritual and seek your help in passing it to Mr. World. That's quick. As expected of a professional, Klein immediately responded. Audrey, who had just returned from the Royal Coat of Arms office and experts in this field, completed the sacrificial ritual with a little unfamiliarity as she threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to the world. Klein's tone was indifferent as he cut off the connection. This time, he was in no hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the part pertaining to the Pound family. The Pound family had indeed obtained the title of Viscount from the Battle of the Violated Oath. After that, they were loyal to the royal family, and they had quite a bit of power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, two of the family's heirs died from serious illnesses, one after another. At that time, the old Viscount had no choice but to bring the child of a distant relative home. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was still young, under the enticement and instigation of the servants, he changed the butler and turned foppish. In just 8 years he had lost most of his fortune and was reduced to a baron. Even the family's house in Backlund was sold. In the years that followed, his title was reduced once again to that of a baronet. Died of serious illnesses? Their corpses are probably nowhere to be found. They should all be in that innermost room in the underground structure, outside that bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed the matter, preventing the royal family, military or churches to investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family must have discovered the underground structure from the fourth epoch about 30 years ago. Perhaps the underground secret door was built by them. But there are more than 2 corpses in that room. There were others who had entered in ancient times to probe the area? Well, I'll have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't reveal my identity. Klein stopped thinking and looked at the last paragraph. He saw what he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently living at 29, Civilau Street, Empress Borough. Civilau's prefecture was located west of the Lone Kingdom, across the Hornacis mountain range from the Intis Republic. And in Backlund, there was a street named after it, on the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the capital's police department was located. Many people chose to settle down here for the peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. The baronet stood by the closed window in his warm activity room at Unit 29, in his cotton-quilted pajamas, staring diagonally across the street at Civilau's yard. He was in his early 40s, but the sides of his hair had turned white. He had puffy eyes and clear wrinkles on his face. His body constantly emitted the smell of alcohol. On the floor behind Rafter lay some torn lingerie, and opposite it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised his glass and gulped the rest of the liquid in it. Then, he walked slowly to the door and returned to his bedroom to get some sleep. As there was no pipe to transfer the heat from the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling chill of late autumn as soon as he left the activity room. "Damn it!" Rafterpound cursed under his breath as he staggered to the bedroom door and twisted the handle. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow shining in. Rafter was about to close the door behind him and collapse into bed when his eyes suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtain. The figure wore a pair of grayish-blue pants and a cap. The entire person was completely hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baronet Pound's gaze, the man slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was painted red, yellow, and white, looking like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and run when he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard two deep and hoarse sentences. "I advise you not to do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't harm you, and I won't take away your belongings, if you still have any left." Rafterpound's expression changed a few times, and he very obediently closed the bedroom door. Then, he half raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want from me?" He hiccuped in his drunken stupor, and his body trembled slightly as he reminded. "Civilau's yard is just across the street. I know, but I think I'm closer to you than you are to Civilau's yard." Disguised as a clown, Klein had changed his voice and tone as he warned. "And my purpose is just to ask you a few questions." Before he came to Civilau Street, he had divined if there would be any danger in making this trip in the mysterious space above the gray fog and had obtained an answer that it was very safe. "Questions?" Rafter's lips trembled as laughed bitterly. "Here we go again. Am I never going to escape this nightmare? Have there been many people coming to you with questions?" Klein continued the topic. "No, not only questions. After my uncle, the Honorable Old Viscount, passed away, too many things have happened to me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason and has vanished. Those servants and maids would change one after the other without warning, becoming unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something, yes, they were looking for something. I wasn't even 10 back then. All I could do was watch, and I didn't dare tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again." Rafter replied as though he was on the brink of collapse. "Looking for something? Were they searching for the underground structure, or the treasures of the Pound family, such as the Beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? The royal family and the churches must have realized this, as the higher-ups must know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family was in ruins, these things should have been taken back, right? Unless the old Viscount paid a huge price and bought some other rare Beyonder characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence to conceal the matter of the underground structure." After Klein finished listening quietly, he generated many guesses. He seemed relaxed, but in reality he could attack at any time. "How long has this been going on for?" I don't know. There are faces around me that I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't also in cahoots?" Heh. I pretended not to notice anything. After trembling for a few years, I was enticed by them to do drinking, sex, gambling, smoking marijuana, and all sorts of things that make me look like a piece of trash. Rafterpound gave a somewhat crazy laugh. "They're finally relieved and are no longer watching me. When I sold that house, whoosh, all of them left with no idea where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police." "Right. They aren't letting me call the police. This fellow has some mental illness. I have no idea if what he said is true or false. In his aura, the change in his mood colors adhere to logic. But what if he just feels that he had let down the old Viscount and fantasized a whole sequence of events like this to find an excuse for his degeneration? Later, he would keep telling himself that until he's utterly convinced. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little of everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. After thinking for 2 seconds, he asked, "What did these people ask you?" "They asked me how the 2 children of the old Viscount died. They asked me what abnormal behavior the old Viscount had over the years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time, so I don't know anything." Rafter waved his arms and growled under his breath. Calm down, please calm down. Klein lowered his left hand and attempted to confirm if Baronet Pound knew of the underground structure via multiple angles. Time flew by as the question and answer session ensued. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't seem to know anything. I'm very sorry to bother you, but it's time for me to leave." He stood up, bowed slightly, and appeared very well-mannered. And almost at the same time, the excitement and appearance of having a breakdown on Rafter Pound's face vanished. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as though he was examining something. When he saw the intruder about to stand up straight, he immediately reverted back to his previous performance. Grief, anger, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. At that moment, a mysterious voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Crimson. Klein injected spirituality into a slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst crisp crackling sounds, a strong sense of serenity spread out, enveloping the baronet, causing him to shut his eyes involuntarily and fall weakly onto the bed. I'm sorry. The questions from before are for the comparison of what shall ensue. Next, it's the process of entering your dream and spirit channeling. Klein patted Rafter's pajamas, and with his hand on his chest, he made another bow. Then, he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. In the gray, fragmentary, constantly coruscating world, Klein soberly walked beside Rafter, watching him see the blank faces of the servants and maids who had no facial features as they gave off abnormal and frightening vibes. He saw Rafter turning his head only to always to see an old face silently gazing at him, watching him curl up in the corner, shivering, and him being enveloped by a shadow, little by little. This matches what he had described earlier. Klein tried to guide the dream to make sense of the situation, but it was as though Baronet Pound had a very serious psychological trauma over these matters. Any tiny bit of stimulation would cause him to scream and run like a madman in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to get any more information. Thus, he withdrew from the dream and cast another slumber charm on Rafter Pound before taking out a mantha extract and other materials, in preparation to channel his spirit in a mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the illusory image of Rafter, an illusory image based on the body of heart and mind. What did the old Viscount say to you before he died? Klein hesitated for a moment before asking. Rafter Pound muddle-headedly replied, "He wants me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein asked again in a tone of deliberate affirmation. "He wanted me to remember the glory of the ancestors," Rafter answered blankly. Klein nodded and asked, "What were those people looking for?" "I don't know." Rafter gave the same answer. Klein continued asking and compared it with the answers Pound had said before, finally coming to the conclusion that Baronet Pound had not lied, and what he had just said was true. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He passed through the storm of thoughts and allowed his extended spirituality to return to his body. Next, Klein methodically tidied up the scene and tossed Azek's copper whistle a few times, using its nature to interfere with any possible divination investigations. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet." After doing all of this, Klein bowed once again. Then he turned, opened the window, jumped into the street, and disappeared into the night. After a while, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around those light blue eyes, there was a circle of ruptured capillaries. He flipped himself up suddenly and stared at the open oriel window. After making a long detour to Eastborough, Klein washed his disguise and changed into normal clothes. As if nothing had happened, he returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what he should do with the underground structure. Instead, he once again entered the fog. At the very end of the ancient long table, Klein slowly opened his palm, revealing several strands of brown hair. They were Rafter Pound's hair he had gathered when Rafter was sleeping. There's still the final step, confirming with divination above the gray fog. Klein silently muttered to himself. Then he conjured a pen and paper. He wrote down the content that he had already thought about beforehand. Rafter Pound's future. I want to see what will happen to you in the future so as to confirm the past. Klein leaned back in his chair and began to recite the divination statement. As the ancient structure involved the 6 orthodox gods, he was afraid that there would be problems if he divined something directly, so he changed his way of thinking and helped Rafter Pound ask about the future. Rafter Pound's future. Klein held onto the baronet's hair, closed his eyes, and entered a deep slumber with the help of cogitation. In the gray, gloomy world, he saw a narrow, irregular cave. Rafter Pound, with his puffy eye bags and gray hair at his temples, was propping himself up on his elbows, crawling forward like a reptile to leave the hole. Then, with a flash, he retrieved a black iron emblem of unknown origins and wore it on his chest. The emblem had a scepter carved on it, as well as a hand that was holding onto the scepter tightly. Tutor! Klein jerked out of the dream and sat up. According to Miss Bodyguard's introduction, the black iron emblem was engraved with the imperial coat of arms of the 4th Epoch's Tudor Empire royal household. It was identical to the one he had seen in the ancient structure. Rafter Pound is definitely not as simple as he seems to be. Klein rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself. As a seer, he had his own interpretation of the revelation he had received from the dream. On the one hand, he knew that it was something Rafter Pound would do in the future, and on the other hand, he believed that it meant that Rafter Pound had a deep connection with the Tudor family. Through the 3 tests of direct questioning, dream probing, and spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't expose any problems, nor did he make me notice that anything was amiss. If I didn't have a 4th test, I probably would have been deceived by him. Yes, maybe he really doesn't know anything at present and that it was a true act. In the future, he might even chance upon an opportunity to form a connection with the Tudor family. But it's more likely that he has already learned a lot from the old Viscount. Without confidence, he intentionally turned decadent and acted crazy and ignorant. For him to be able to hide from my dream and spirit channeling, it should be a result of some beyonder powers. He probably wasn't acting at that time and was really in a muddled state. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself in front of a person like me who is very experienced in such matters. What beyonder powers could it be? What sequence number is he? Or is he the kind that is born with certain beyonder powers? Klein proceeded this line of thought and soon realized he had reached a dead end. He quickly pulled himself out of this dead end and changed his angle of thinking. Rafter Pound has a deep connection with the Tudor family. Can I make a bold hypothesis that he's actually a descendant of the Tudor family? If the blood relationship between him and the old Viscount is real, then things are going to be interesting. The entire Pound family is a branch of the Tudor family that changed its surname to escape pursuit. They contributed tremendously and were conferred aristocratic titles, and they returned to the center of power one step at a time. Meanwhile, they were secretly searching for the secret remains left behind by the Tudor Empire in Backland. After an unknown period of time, they finally found something. Thus, they bought what currently belongs to Millet Carter's house and built an exaggerated basement, which was used to explore the surrounding area. 30 to 40 years ago, they found the ruins and built a secret door to it. But, during the exploration process, an accident occurred. That evil spirit didn't recognize any of the so-called Tudor descendants at all. The 2 heirs of the old Viscount died in that room, in the deepest corner, one after the other. Even their beyonder characteristics and mystical items couldn't be retrieved. Although the old Viscount spent a great price to buy similar beyonder characteristics, making it seem like the 2 heirs had died relatively normal deaths, the consecutive deaths made the royal household and the churches suspicious. Therefore, after the old Viscount passed away, Rafter Pound deliberately exaggerated and distorted the secret investigations of the past to frighten himself into having mental problems. He began to engage in debauchery so as to avoid the attention of others. This can explain what previously puzzled me. How can a Viscount family be placed under the control of some mysterious person without any action from the royal household and the churches? Even if controlling him was necessary, they would do it in a milder and undetectable manner. For example, using a faceless of my sequence 6 pathway. A child can even sense something abnormal, much less the powerful beyonders of the royal household and the three churches? The reason why they were unaware can only be explained by the fact that they were the ones who had sent those people. Yes, back then, I surmised that the Tudor family and the Trunsoist family grasped the Dark Emperor pathway, so due to the need to act, they would establish dynasties to maintain the style and uniqueness of the Solomon Empire. On this point, Miss Bodyguard has indirectly proven it. The Dark Emperor Pathway Sequence 9 is Lawyer, a beyonder job that is extremely good at using order. Yes, Rafter Pound was able to deceive my dream and spirit channeling abilities because of this. Perhaps he's gone one step further? He cooperated with me sufficiently, so in his muddled state in the dream, he was still able to subconsciously use the loophole of order and affect the development in the direction he wishes to have. Upon careful consideration, during the process of spirit channeling, Rafter Pound didn't seem to really lie. However, his truth was only a partial truth. Maintain the family and remember the glory can be referring to the Pound family and also the Tudor family. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit, and he had an overall assessment of the situation. From Rafter Pound's current attitude, the evil spirit shouldn't be able to escape without any external help. Otherwise, the baronet would have long thought of a way to save himself. It doesn't matter if the evil spirit would come looking for him. As long as it escapes the seal and creates a disaster, the secret of the underground ruins would be exposed to the royal household and the churches. When that happens, Rafter will definitely be implicated. The room opposite had collapsed, but it didn't affect the power that restricted the evil spirit. This means that as long as the innermost room isn't directly destroyed, the evil spirit wouldn't be able to escape. The plan is clear then. I would buy some explosives from Casper's and collapse the entrance so that no one can get in, leaving the evil spirit buried underground forever. When I'm powerful enough, I can consider finishing it and help the citizens of Backlund get rid of this latent danger and harvest some valuable items in the process. However, how should I collapse it safely? I don't know anything. Maybe Casper's knows a demolition expert? After all, he is a black market weapons merchant. Klein quickly finalized the plan and decided on finding Casper's tomorrow evening. He would try to settle the matter of the underground ruins within the week. As for the true relationship between the Pound family and the Tudor family, and for Rafter's abnormality, he didn't want to probe too deeply into it. It's none of my business. Klein grumbled and quickly plummeted down past the gray fog and returned to the real world. On Friday morning, Klein went out early as usual and pretended to be very busy. The truth was, he had once again gone to the Quelag Club to practice his shooting and read the newspapers. He enjoyed himself quite a bit. At tea time, he was about to leave after staying there the entire day, but he was surprised to see Mary Gale, his former employer, and Talum Dumont, the equestrian teacher, enter the club at the same time. They were accompanied by a number of gentlemen in double-breasted frock coats and beautiful ladies in fine makeup. Among them was the Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph. Oh, Detective Moriarty. What a coincidence. Mike, with his charming eyes but rather rough skin, took the initiative to greet him. Klein smiled and replied, "Mr. Reporter, are you done with your investigative news?" "It's done, thanks to your help. Let me do the introductions. This is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a good friend of Talum's." Mike waved his arm and said, after both sides greeted each other, Mike continued, "I've roughly figured out who Capim is. I'll tell you in detail when I have the time. In short, I have every reason to believe that Sibber's death was caused by a copycat killer and not by the serial killer. Haha, you will see the news of my investigations on the papers tomorrow." "It's just as I thought." Klein smiled in response. At that moment, Mike seemed to remember something and turned his head to Mary Gale and said, "I'll make an appointment with you for an interview regarding the air pollution situation in Backlund and its solution. However, you have to communicate with my editor-in-chief in advance to finalize the page in time." Mary's eyes lit up. "All right. Thank you very much, Mike. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? This is for the promotion of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. This reporter, Mike, has quite a lot of experience after all. Although the Daily Observer isn't one of the best newspapers, its circulation is considerable. Did Mary suddenly come here today because the other members of the House of Commons who are members of this club were coming? This type of private club is indeed suitable for politics and business. Klein seemed to gain an understanding and bade farewell ahead of time. Before becoming a faceless, he didn't want to get involved in high-level affairs such as this. Evening, in an apartment in East Borough. After a busy day, Williams entered the small room he rented, intending to change his coat, get some money, go to the pub for a drink, and settle his dinner there. In the gloomy darkness, he suddenly stopped putting on his coat. He saw a shadow standing by the window, its face completely obscured by the shadow of the hood. "Who told you to look for Lenevis?" the dark figure asked in a low, slow voice. Williams quickly put on his coat, gulped his saliva and said, "I have a friend, a bounty hunter." Bounty hunters referred to adventurers who used various bounty rewards as their main source of income. There were a lot of them in East Borough and in Backland. Why did he suddenly start looking for Lenevis? This is a bounty that was offered a long time ago. The black figure was extremely tall. Step by step, he approached Williams. "I don't know. Maybe she just wanted to attempt another bounty." Williams took a very tiny step back. The dark figure pressed hoarsely, "Who is she?" Williams immediately entered a dilemma, but after a few seconds, he replied with a trembling voice, Zio Dericha. "I don't know where she lives." "Very good, very honest." The black figure reached out and patted Williams's body. Without further ado, he walked towards the door. Williams secretly heaved a sigh of relief, believing that his rich experience in the underworld had helped him. Don't try to be brave when you shouldn't. At that moment, he saw the shadow snap his fingers. Pa! Williams's thoughts froze, and his body suddenly split into pieces, scattering in all directions, splattering the ground and walls with flesh and blood. Then the shadow broke the gas pipe. Amidst the sound of gas spewing out from the pipes, he picked up the candle from Williams's desk and struck it against the wick. The black shadow left immediately. A few minutes later, the candle suddenly lit up by itself. Boom! The explosion wiped out everything. After dinner, in the billiard room of the Bravehearts bar, dressed in a simple black coat and a dark cap, Klein held a glass of Southville beer, closed the door behind him, and walked over to Casper's, who was bent over the table, trying to hit the ball. Before he could muster a smile and say hello, Casper stopped what he was doing, straightened up, and glanced at him. "Merrick isn't here. There are no other gatherings you want. I have nothing but weapons. Very familiar with what I want. Fortunately, I have a different goal today." Klein curled the corner of his lips and said, "I'm here to buy weapons. Merrick isn't here. From the looks of it, they've been exposed and are targeted by their enemies. They've decided to switch locations. Then I won't be able to contact Miss Bodyguard, and I was planning on tricking Millet Carter with Merrick's zombies as my helpers. They'll keep a secret, they're obedient, and they're unafraid of death. Well, the premise of their obedience is when the influence of Azek's copper whistle is shielded." As he spoke, a series of thoughts flashed through Klein's mind. Casper's was slightly surprised. With a look of suspicion, he leaned against his cue stick and rubbed his brandy nose and said, "What kind of weapon are you looking to buy? Have you finished the previous bullets? That's quite a lot of practice." "No, I practiced with bullets I bought at the Quelag Club." Klein smiled. "I want to buy explosives, the kind that is widely used in mines." "What do you want to do?" Casper's blurted out as his expression turned solemn and stern. "I'm warning you. Don't try to do anything condemnable. I won't allow my customers to challenge Civilau's yard. Of course, you don't have to buy weapons from me. To be able to become a black market weapon merchant and live to this day, from a certain point of view, he must abide strictly by the rules. At the very least, he wouldn't sell to those crazy fellows." Klein habitually gave his evaluation from a Nighthawk's point of view and smiled. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not going to blast open the door of a bank vault or try to create any sensational news. I'm helping someone with the demolition of a building, making it easier for subsequent renovations. Then why didn't he find a proper construction company? Caspers didn't let down his guard. Haha, that's a secret chamber. He doesn't want others to know about it. Klein switched to asking, do you know any reliable explosives experts? I'm not very good at this sort of thing, and I'm afraid the whole house will collapse. When Casper saw that Klein was making considerations to ensure that the house remained in good condition, the doubt in his mind was immediately dispelled quite significantly. Just as he was deliberating for an answer, an illusory voice suddenly rang out in the room. There's no need. A familiar feeling came over Klein. He quickly turned around and found Miss Bodyguard sitting on a chair in the corner without him realizing it. She was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress and matching soft hat. Her face was as pale as ever, and her blonde hair and delicate features accentuated each other. Good evening, madam. Klein slightly bent his back and bowed. Good evening, ma'am. Sharon. Caspers did the same. So her name is Sharon. Klein thoughtfully waited for her to speak. The lady named Sharon looked at Caspers and said, Merrick won't be coming back here again. If you need him for anything, leave a message according to the third method. Yes, ma'am. Sharon. Caspers, who had clearly seen a lot of things in his life, seemed to have an instinctive fear of Miss Bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Klein interrupted, If I wanted to get Merrick's help, how should I get in touch with him? Through Caspers, Sharon answered simply. All right. Klein spread out his hands and said, Oh yeah. What did you mean when you said there's no need for a demolition expert? Sharon's blue eyes didn't waver in the slightest. I am one. You are one? You're a demolition expert? Wait a minute, aren't you a beyonder with special abilities, probably at sequence 5? Why are you being a part-time demolition expert? Klein froze as he felt at a loss for words. In the end, he chose to believe Miss Bodyguard as he said in deliberation, I'm going to visit. Before he could finish, he looked at Caspers. It was indicative that the ensuing topic wasn't suitable for this ordinary person. Fundamentally, due to his body, a black market weapons dealer is indeed considered an ordinary person. Klein silently added. Sharon looked at Caspers and said, Prepare the explosives. £2. He'll pay. Yes, ma'am. Sharon. Caspers glanced at Klein and limped out of the billiard room, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Seeing Miss Bodyguard looking at him silently, Klein felt like he was being watched by a ghost. He quickly organized his words and said, I found Baronet Pound's address and visited him in the middle of the night. After recounting everything that Rafter Pound had told him, Klein began to deduce the process from the story. I think he lied in many areas, and it's impossible for a Viscount family to be so easily manipulated. If a child can notice something abnormal, how can the royal household and the churches not sense anything? After Rafter Pound degenerated, he had many chances to interact with outsiders and other aristocratic members. As long as he showed a little courage, he would be able to easily resolve the problem. Therefore, I think he must have been hiding something that has a high chance of being related to the underground structure. From the state of his mind, it seems that the evil spirit won't be able to escape for a long period of time, so I plan to get some explosives and destroy the entrance to prevent others from getting in. I'm afraid that I might accidentally release the evil spirit. Yes. Miss Bodyguard Sharon didn't confirm Klein's guess, but she didn't reject it either. At that moment, Klein hesitated and asked, I don't know much about demolition, so I'm preparing to draw a layout and hire a demolition expert to give me the positions to lay the explosives and their corresponding weights. If I ask you for help again, how much would I have to pay? If it's too expensive, it'd better for me to look for an ordinary demolition expert. After all, I'm getting only £50 from this, while Miss Bodyguard charges £1,000 for 3 days. Klein had already made plans. Free. Sharon's answer was still in her usual style of being terse. Free? Klein was shocked. From what he knew, free things cost the most. Sharon sat quietly for a few seconds before giving a brief explanation. After collapsing the entrance, I'll be the only one capable of entering and exiting. This was what I wished to do. In other words, after you're confident enough, you plan on getting rid of the evil spirit and harvest the items within. In fact, destroying the entrance is to help you eliminate any interferences or the greed of others. After all, other beyonders of other sequences are unable to pass through the boulders and dirt like a spirit. Yes, apart from the apprentice pathway, but they don't know about that underground structure. Klein nodded in enlightenment. Deal. After saying that, he hurriedly added, can you borrow a few more subordinates from Merrick, subordinates with a tight lip? They'll be helpers to show to Millet Carter. All right. Sharon didn't refuse. Klein deliberately didn't mention making any payment for that as he smiled. Then, let's schedule it for 10 in the morning tomorrow. We have to explore the surrounding terrain in advance. We can't let the explosion cause any obvious damage. Sharon nodded slightly as her figure faded away into nothingness. Saturday morning, Xiao once again rode in a public carriage to the East Borough to confirm any results that her commissions might have. While waiting for the transfer, she suddenly had the urge to buy a newspaper to read. She took out a penny and bought a copy of the Backlund Bulletin from a paperboy next to her. She quickly read through it. Suddenly, her eyes froze because of the news article on the third page. At 7:10 last night, there was a serious explosion in the apartment building at 1 Dharavi Street in East Borough. It is suspected to be a result of a gas leak. The explosion happened at unit #03-06. The tenant died on the spot, to the point of not leaving a complete corpse. At press time, this explosion resulted in 3 deaths and 16 injured. 1 Dharavi Street, apartment #03-06. Isn't this the place Williams rents? He's dead? He died from a gas leak explosion? No, absolutely impossible. He would never be so extravagant and use gas, even if there was an installation there. Did he end up like this because he had just accepted my commission? But Lenevis is a wanted criminal. If he discovers that someone was looking for him, all he should need to do is move. There's no need to kill people to keep it a secret. Doing so would instead expose problems. The way this was done is too weird and radical. It's like it was done by a lunatic. He's clearly just a swindler. Poor Williams. I will definitely avenge you. I'll definitely find out the truth. Zio looked sadly and gravely at the public carriage parked in front of her and didn't choose to board it. She knew that it would be very dangerous to head to East Borough now. She intended to go back at once and tell Furs to get her to move to a spare rental house. Then, she would head to East Borough in a disguise and ask someone familiar to gain a preliminary understanding of the reason and find traces of the killer's tracks. Sigh. It's true that none of Miss Audrey's commissions are without danger. I thought that as long as I didn't stop someone who is already a wanted swindler and didn't stop him from escaping, he wouldn't retaliate in such a vicious manner. I was careless. I was the one who caused Williams's death. Well, that didn't exclude the possibility that he was also gathering information on other matters, thereby bringing about disaster. Zio closed her eyes and crossed the street to the waiting area on the other side. At 10:14, after confirming the surface conditions of the fourth epic structure, Klein and Miss Bodyguard, Sharon, arrived outside the building at 8 William Street. Sharon had already vanished, and Millet Carter saw Detective Sherlock Moriarty in his grayish-blue worker's uniform and cap and his 3 taciturn assistants. It's convenient to explore like this, Klein explained. Millet Carter's eyes swept across the 3 assistants who were obviously good at fighting and nodded in satisfaction. Your preparations were quicker than I expected. Is one of them a snake-repelling expert? Yes, they're very good at repelling snakes. Klein didn't hesitate to give an affirmative answer. How could a zombie be afraid of being bitten by snakes? In the dark underground structure, Klein walked around the hall with a raised lantern in his hand. He thoroughly checked to see if there were any other entrances. Of course, he didn't dare enter the tunnel that led to the innermost room, and the newly gathered snakes were, once again, blown away by a biting cold wind. After receiving confirmation, he took the initiative to retreat to the side of the gate. where he watched, along with the 3 zombies, as Sharon placed explosives at different locations. She looks very professional. Klein sighed softly, and without a doubt, the 3 zombies didn't respond to his musings. However, there was a reason for this. He kept using his spirituality to wrap Azek's copper whistle, so as to shield against its negative effects. Otherwise, he would have encountered their abnormally passionate response. He had no intention of bringing this ancient and exquisite copper whistle with him originally, but considering that he had to guard against the evil spirit's manipulations, he could only sacrifice some of his spirituality. Miss Bodyguard, no. Miss Sharon said that she's a demolition expert, and from the looks of it, she really isn't bragging. Was she in this line of work in the past? Or does one of her sequences in her Beyonder pathway make her skilled in this domain? According to the information I read back in the Nighthawks, a few candidates like Sequence 9 Criminal, Prisoner, Warrior and Hunter, Sequence 8 Sheriff, and Sequence 7 Weapon Master and Knowledge Keeper. The latter has a nickname, Detective. It's part of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As for the rest, I'm completely clueless. I wonder which pathway Miss Sharon is. Nothing seems to match, and she even showed her ability to command the zombies. While Klein's thoughts wandered and made all sorts of associations, Sharon finished setting up the explosives and, in passing, lit the fuse. In passing? Lighting the fuse? Hey, why didn't you give any warning? Only then did Klein jolt back to his senses and was startled. He quickly rushed out of the hall and entered the corridor outside. As for the 3 zombies, they calmly followed behind him. It's very safe here. Sharon suddenly appeared and floated beside him. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Will dust fall from the tremors over here?" "Yes," Sharon answered with a single word. "That's good." As he spoke, Klein took another step back. The hissing sound of the fuse burning reached his ears, making him feel slightly irritated. It wasn't because he was afraid of the explosion that followed, but because he couldn't feel at ease. "One," Sharon said suddenly. "Ha!" Klein didn't understand what she meant. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and plumes of dust fell from above. Klein's ears buzzed, and for a moment he couldn't hear anything else. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a clown, he would have lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Having been distracted and caught unaware, he started to cough. He saw boulders and mud rapidly falling in front of him as they instantly blocked the entrance. During the remaining tremors, Klein gripped the copper whistle given to him by Mr. Azek and observed its reaction. Although he had divined beforehand that his expedition would be safe, he didn't dare to believe it completely, even if it was a revelation gained from above the gray fog, since it involved the statues of the 6 Orthodox gods. Therefore, he cautiously judged whether or not the evil spirit was freed with the help of Azek's copper whistle. The copper whistle's surface was cold but mild, and it had no abnormal changes. Completely relieved, Klein looked at the zombies beside him and confirmed one thing from their eyes. His face was very dirty right now. That's good. It's in line with how I'm going to explain this to old Mr. Millet Carter. I didn't waste my effort in changing into a different set of clothes. He walked to the entrance and confirmed that it was completely blocked. Without causing too much of a commotion, it's true that only those from the apprentice path and beyonders like Miss Sharon can enter in the future. By doing so, she has ruled out many potential competitors. No wonder it was free. Klein looked at the boulders and dirt before sighing. Of course, I can too. I have a condition similar to a spirit body. He silently added this sentence inwardly with a smile, but his expression didn't change at all. Let's call it a day. With an exaggerated snap of his fingers, Klein led the 3 zombies back to the basement of the house. As for Sharon, she had already disappeared. In the spacious basement, Millet Carter was nervously pacing back and forth, looking at the secret door from time to time. As soon as he saw Detective Moriarty and his assistants exit, he let out a long breath and asked anxiously, "What happened inside?" Klein deliberately panted and said, "That underground structure is too old. It hasn't been repaired in a long time. We were driving the snakes away, but with just a little bit of movement it collapsed. The whole area has collapsed. but luckily we were close to the door and managed to escape in time. Holy Lord of Storms! That structure was that dangerous. Millet Carter pounded his left breast. Yes. There are always only a few ancient buildings that can be preserved. The rest would have collapsed in the river of history, Klein answered. I'll bring you in to confirm the situation. Will there be more collapses? Millet asked cautiously. No, this area is quite sturdy. Klein deliberately patted the dust off his body and coughed twice. He then led his employer in and stopped at the entrance that was completely blocked. The walls near the hall had also collapsed, leaving behind only stones and dirt. You can use this area. He pointed to the corridor area. Millet was silent for a few seconds before he sighed. Thank goodness I didn't hastily send someone in to explore but instead went to look for you, a professional. Otherwise, I would have had to bear the burden of the loss of several lives. All right, this commission ends here. I'll pay you the rest of the reward. As he spoke, Millet Carter took out his wallet, did a count, and was somewhat embarrassed to find that there were only about £30 in cash. Fortunately, I still have other forms of money. Otherwise, I'd have to go to the bank, Millet mumbled as he looked up at Klein. Do you mind taking gold coins? No, I don't mind any form of money. Klein smiled. The gold pound of the Lone Kingdom could be in the form of gold coins unless they were of huge denominations. This was the guarantee of the denomination on paper money. However, in the past 100 years after Emperor Roselle, the people of the northern continent had become more and more accustomed to paper money. There were even some members of parliament who wanted notes to replace copper pennies. Gold, in the true sense of the word, already hardly ever circulated in the market. Only some of the old gentlemen would attach a fixed box on the other end of their pocket watch chains which contained some gold in case of accidents. It was to give them peace of mind and was also a habit. Millet nodded, and following the gold chain on his clothes, he pulled out a box that flickered with golden light from a certain pocket. He opened the box, took out 5 gold coins, and handed them together with the notes he had previously counted to the detective. Klein didn't hide his actions as he counted the money and suddenly flicked a gold coin and caught it coolly. Thank you for your generosity. He glanced up at the statue and smiled sincerely. Then he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed whilst facing Millet Carter. Yes, if it were any other detective, even if they demolished the entrance and the passageway, they would definitely have nightmares upon returning. They would hear things at home, and their minds will turn weak. They would feel like they're being watched all the time and experience other problems. That's the corruption of the evil spirit's aura. It will take a very long time before the effects disappear. But we're different. Miss Sharon is like a ghost to begin with. As for me, I'll be completely fine once I go above the gray fog. As for the 3 zombies, they aren't even afraid of death, so what's there to be afraid of? Klein lampooned while in a good mood as he bade Millet Cullen farewell and left his house. Arriving on the street, without even informing him, the 3 zombies walked in another direction. Miss Sharon is gone. She really didn't collect any money for the zombies. Klein smiled as he raised his arm and waved at the departing backs of the 3 zombies. Then, he went home and changed into his normal clothes and headed for the Quelag Club to practice shooting. After also settling his dinner there as a reward for the successful completion of his mission, Klein returned to Minsk Street in a public carriage. The dark, gloomy environment was illuminated by gas lamps, and with his cane, he strolled leisurely along the street. Suddenly, he had a premonition which wasn't too good or bad. What's going on? When Klein looked up, he saw 2 police constables with a dog on a leash, apparently investigating the streets. Investigation? An investigation with a police dog? Is this a result of the serial killings? The scene of the murder had the smell of cloves and gooseberries, so they included a police dog? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. The history of dogs dated back as far as the Roselle period, but the numbers had always been small. Considering that he had many things on him, and considering his earlier premonition, Klein decided to take a detour. But at that moment, the 2 policemen saw him and signaled for him to stop. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he waited in place with a smile on his face. Routine investigation. As they approached, one of the officers showed his identification documents. "All right?" Before Klein could finish his sentence, the police dog suddenly growled at him and barked endlessly. "Is it because of the smell of gunpowder on me? The smell of gunpowder from my afternoon practice?" Klein instantly realized what was happening. He looked at the faces of the two officers who were now on alert. With a thought, he smiled and said, "It's this. I picked up a revolver along the way, along with an armpit holster and bullets. I was planning on handing them over to the police." Slowly, he took out his revolver, raised his hands to his shoulders, and added with a serious smile, "Officers, I really am not bearing a gun illegally." As one constable remained on high alert, the other constable received the revolver and said seriously, "You have to come back to the police station with us." "All right?" Klein returned with a radiant smile. "But I have a request. Please inform my lawyer, Mr. Jurgen Cooper. I will only accept a body search with him around." In a corner of East Borough, a drunken Zeon faced the wall, pulled off his pants, and began watering the moss in comfort. When he was done, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Zeon couldn't help but shiver a few times. He picked up his pants and half-turned to see a short boy in a canvas jacket and cap. The boy raised his head, revealing a mild and delicate face despite looking dirty. "Zio? Why are you dressed like that?" Zeon blurted out in surprise. Zio put her index finger to her lips to indicate the need for silence. Then, she suppressed her voice and said, "I'll ask and you answer. Keep your voice down." Astonished by her awe-inspiring presence, Zeon could only nod. "Which of the guys that Williams knew have died within the past 2 days?" Zio asked in a low voice. Zeon used his alcohol-paralyzed brain to carefully think for a while and said, "Gavin! Gavin was found to have drowned in the Tussock River this morning. He probably fell into the river last night. The poor sod doesn't know how to swim and likes to enjoy the wind by the river when he's drunk." Zio's gaze suddenly became sharp. Without any hesitation, she asked, "Did Gavin accept Williams's request to look for the wanted criminal, Lenevis? Of course, we all got this commission from Williams. Anyway, it's not like it's a big deal. All we have to do is show the portrait to everyone we know and keep an eye out for someone who looks like him. Oh, Williams, he said that if there's a clue, he'll treat me to 3 days of booze and meat. The poor fellow actually died in a gas explosion. That's why I refused to have my landlord install a gas pipe. That was months ago. I can only afford a cheap motel now," Jean droned on. "What region is Gavin in charge of? Did he mention anything to you?" Zio looked sideways, pursed her lips, and stared straight at Zeon. He usually goes to the dock area near the East Balham dock. He even met me yesterday evening and said that he went to the Workers' Alliance Tavern there to spread the news of his search for Lenevis, and he also showed the portrait of Lenevis to everyone present. Jean hiccuped. There were many docks in Backland, most of which were considered as the dock area and designated as shipyards. "And after that? Did Gavin say what he was going to do?" Zio asked again, frowning doubtfully. "Of course, drinking. He planned to have a good drink and then find a place to sleep. Oh, the poor sod must have felt hot from drinking and wanted to take a bath in the river. But he forgot he couldn't swim, and it's almost winter." Zeon sighed again. Gavin didn't discover anything. He had gone to the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balham Dock and distributed leaflets to search for Lenevis, but ended up meeting his demise. It even implicated Williams. The murderer's reaction can no longer be described as extreme anymore. He's simply a lunatic. If I were Lenevis, the easiest option would be to immediately move somewhere else and avoid being found. Unless he's embroiled in something and cannot leave anytime soon. But I wasn't the only one looking for him. There are also many bounty hunters. He may kill Williams, but can he kill that many people? If he had the ability, he would kill off everyone who spread wanted posters in Civilau's yard. Zio was completely befuddled by the entire matter, just like how she found Williams's death was impossible. In the end, she decided to report the problem to Miss Audrey first, and then head to the Workers' Alliance Tavern in East Balham in disguise. She wouldn't make any inquiries and only observe to see if there was anyone suspicious. Sherwood Borough. Rice Police Station. Once again, Klein found himself huddled on a backrest-equipped bench with thieves and drunkards. How unlucky! To think that I would run into the police and fail to take a detour in time. It's all because of that damn serial killer. As Klein cursed that particular person, he thought about how to hide his charms and the herbal powder he couldn't explain away and dodge the body search that followed. He had tried to put them in his black gloves, then find a chance to slip them into a hidden spot in the police station, only to retrieve them when he left. Just then, his eyes lit up and he saw the young lawyer, Jürgen Cooper, with his hair neatly combed back. He was dressed like he was attending a banquet. Just as Cooper came over, he was accompanied by a police constable. "You can leave after signing your name," Jürgen said with his usual serious expression. "Is that all?" Klein asked in surprise. Jürgen nodded slightly. "Yes, they know you're a well-known detective. What kind of reason is this?" Klein didn't dare to ask further. He immediately got up and followed after Jürgen, who was wearing a long black tweed coat. He signed his name at a leisurely pace before leaving. The weather was different from the last time he was led out from the police station by Jürgen. There was no rain and only thick clouds obscuring the crimson moon and stars. The streets were illuminated by gas lamps that lined both sides of the streets. "Thank you so much. I've troubled you once again." Klein briskly walked forward and came to Jürgen's side. Jürgen turned his head to look at him and said to him without a smile, "There's no need to thank me. This is my job. £2. Klein sized him up seriously and revealed a smile. "Okay." His wallet was bulging recently, and he produced 2 £1 notes at once. Without a trace of politeness, Jürgen received the payment and said, "If you're willing to enter into a formal partnership, then every time you come to the police station, I'll only charge you £1. Of course, not for the cases that are serious. You have to understand that a large portion of the fees I charge will go to the office. It's as if I would frequently be invited to the police station for some coffee in the future. Pooey, they don't even give coffee. There's isn't even a cup of water." Before Klein could answer, he heard Jürgen add, "For a private detective, getting in and out of the police station is something that happens every once in a while. It's an occupational hazard. Well, I know very well that every private detective has a problem with the illegal bearing of arms and the illegal trespassing in other people's homes. Your response this time was very good. The police couldn't find enough evidence to prove that you were bearing a gun illegally, and the explanation for the gunpowder reaction on your body was quite sufficient. The name Quelag Club was enough to convince them. Otherwise, you most likely would have had to go to the magistrate's court. So, you're not a suspect, but a good citizen. A good citizen who picked up a gun and handed it in, so there was no need for a body search. All right, but I lost a revolver and the corresponding bullets. That's several pounds, and there's also the lawyer's fee." Klein squeezed out a smile. "I understand. Lawyer Jürgen, let's establish a formal partnership." The corner of Jürgen's mouth twitched. With an extremely professional smile, he extended his hand and said, "I hope for a pleasant partnership. I sincerely hope that I don't have to see you too often at the police station. That's not something that's up to me to decide." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Back at 15 Minsk Street, Klein eased himself with a hot bath. But at that moment, he once again heard illusory prayers coming from a woman. "Miss Justice? Is there a clue regarding Lenivis?" Klein suddenly jumped out of the bathtub, quickly dried his body, put on his clothes and went above the gray fog. Staring at the constantly expanding and shrinking crimson star, he extended his spirituality and chose to listen. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Honorable Mr. Fool, there's been a problem with the investigation of Lenivis." Justice, who was wearing a white gown for an unknown reason, recounted the explosion that happened on Daravi Street in East Borough, as well as Gavin's drowning. As a telepathist who had already gained some mastery, she didn't add her own guesses, lest it affect the judgment of Mr. Fool. After listening carefully, Klein frowned, feeling that the killer's reaction was unimaginably extreme. Unlike Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, Lenivis, as a swindler, would immediately move if he discovered anything was amiss. That should be his professional instinct. There's no reason to follow the clues in reverse and kill those who are seeking him. According to this standard, 80% of East Borough's bounty hunters would die. This would cause a sensation and cause the case to be taken over by the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Has the benefits Lenivis gained, from the ritual of praying to the true creator to send his son down, left him mad? This is very consistent with the style of the true creator. However, the problem lies with the fact that it would be difficult for a lunatic to hide himself. Apart from the potential, Klein fell into deep thought and was in no hurry to respond to Miss Justice. He had read the newspapers and known about the explosion, so he used dream divination to recall the details. Then he wrote a new divination statement. Clues to the explosion in Dharavi Street. As he recited it silently, he leaned back in his chair and entered a dream. He saw a 3-story, grayish-blue apartment. On the 3rd floor of the apartment, a room had lost its windows and half the wall had been destroyed. It was filled with signs of an explosion. The scene quickly shattered. Klein woke up from his reverie as he tapped the edge of the table and thought to himself, "The clues are at the scene of the crime?" This revelation can also mean that the murderer is still watching the crime scene and wants to finish off the person who comes to investigate the matter. Yes, this will give him a chance to find the person who recently issued the bounty for Lenivis. I'll visit the crime scene in disguise and see if I can find the killer. Even if he isn't Lenivis, he must surely be connected to Lenivis. But he must have hidden himself very well. How can I find him without attracting his attention? A thought flashed as Klein's eyes was cast onto the all-black eye on the long bronze table. This was a Beyonder characteristic left behind by the Nimblewright master Rosago. In the real world, I can't use this item to manipulate those strange threads because of the residual mental corruption from the true creator. There will be irreversible harm after interacting with it for a certain amount of time. However, if it was used temporarily, I can use the threads to find a hidden person. That's something acceptable. It's just like how I used it to determine if Miss Bodyguard had left previously. Klein narrowed his eyes, removed his spirit pendulum, and divined if his trip would be dangerous. The answer was positive, but the amplitude and frequency of the spinning weren't excessive. That's acceptable. Klein was silent for a few seconds before returning to the real world. Then, by summoning himself, he placed the all-black eye into an iron cigarette case and brought it back to his bedroom. After changing his clothes, sticking his beard on, and getting ready, Klein came before the mirror and examined himself. The faint scholarly vibe that he had was completely concealed by the beard on his face, and his brown eyes seemed to be like an ancient pool which hid and sealed something within. Compared to when he was in Tingen City, Klein almost didn't recognize himself. One by one, he stretched out his fingers and clenched them into a fist. Looking at the mirror, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "Captain, this is the first step to avenging both you and me." Before he finished his sentence, he saw himself grinning in the mirror, a brilliant smile on his face.